What's up, guys? How we doing? Hey, Jade. Vegito, what's up, guys? How are we doing? Oh, we'll wait a couple minutes to get started. It's been... How long has it been? Not as comatose as last night? How did you fall asleep during last stream? What's it been? Has it been almost a week since we last went live in Chaos Head? Trying to see. So what is the Noah in the Chaos Head title? I don't know. We're only 8 chapters in of the 10 chapters, so I think you still gotta give it a little minute, Devin, before we can figure out what that is. Hey, Vibin. You did? That's funny. Nothing like the soothing sounds of my voice. For someone to fall asleep to. Hey, what's up, Wandering? Well, that hasn't been a week. Only been a couple streams since we last went live in Chaos Head. Mitboot dude, we've been through like 40 hours. I think you figured out what Noah is, haven't you? No. I don't believe so. I mean, it's like the government project or whatever, right? But that's like it. I mean, we don't really know the context of it or anything. Something like that? I mean, yeah, but that's like all the detail we've gotten. Because we're only 8 chapters in, so... Why would we know anything by now? Why would we know the answer to one of the core questions? That would be crazy! Crazy talk. What's the core question? That's the problem. I don't even know what the core question is at this point. There's so many questions. I don't even know what we're really supposed to be asking. Like, if I were to, like, pose a question to the reader, right? I'm the author of Chaos Head Noah. And I was to pose a question to the reader of, like, what is the overall question of the story? Like, what are we doing here? I don't know if I could give you a solid answer. Like, I don't even know. I couldn't even give you, like, the question back, like, Jeopardy style. Of, like, oh, okay, but this is the question I want answered by Chaos Head Noah. This is the question I need the story to answer. Hey, what's up, Fisherfish? Welcome to the stream. Like, I don't know if I could do that yet. which by comparison, you know, I mean, Steins Gate being the only other sci-adventure visual novel I've read, I feel like we had the question from the beginning, and like we kind of knew the overall question, right? Of like, how does Okabe figure out the world lines and get to Steins Gate? Like, that's the goal, that's the question. And like, sure, there's a bunch of like mini questions and other like different story notes that are hit throughout, but we've got an overall point, an overall like goal for the story of like, how is this going to get answered? This question, how do we achieve Steins Gate? But here, how do we Chaos Head Noah? I don't know. I've totally lost sight of where we're supposed to be, I guess. I guess the question is, who's the killer? Who's the new gen killer? I guess that would be the big question. We're trying to figure out who the killer is. Robotic Notes, which is the next one, is the least complicated. I mean, it doesn't need to be least complicated. I don't know why you jumped to that. Chapter 8 explains a lot. I feel like everyone has said, like, this chapter explains a lot every single chapter of the story. Like, I like, complicated stories. And I've played complicated stories before, where you really are, like, truly wondering the whole time. But this one seems like it's being complicated for the sake of being complicated. Give it 3 more minutes before we get started with the read. Let people get in here. Let the YouTube notifications fly. My guess is Kozupii is the Shogun, she's the mastermind. I doubt it, because she's being a little too forward. I feel like I've said it before, but I feel like some answers would be too much even halfway through the story. I just disagree. I think the explanation we got for D-Swords could have been in the following chapter after the D-Sword concept was introduced. In fact, I genuinely can't think of a good reason as to why the explanation of what the D-Sword is wasn't earlier in the story. Because D-Swords were introduced in what, chapter 2? And then we didn't get an explanation for them until chapter 7. And the explanation was so basic, I genuinely can't think of a reason why that explanation wasn't in, like, chapter 3 or something. Or, like, the following chapter after the D-Sword was introduced. It just didn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense that it wasn't explained earlier. Because I don't feel like that really gave enough of an explanation of the overall story to spoil me on anything else. Except other than to irritate me that it took so long to explain something so basic. That would be my biggest counterpoint to that thought process wandering. How many different saves have I made? I saved for almost every delusion, but they explained what a gigalomaniac is. Or whatever. Yeah, sure. I mean, they explained how the D-Sword interacts with being a gigalomaniac or whatever the fuck. But that should have been... There's no reason that shouldn't have been an explanation earlier in the story. I feel like not everything needs to be explained if it's nothing major. But here we have a ton of questions. Yeah. I think there's a crucial point in... That's a good way to put this. There's a crucial point in mystery storytelling where, like, every chapter needs to hit, like, 3 notes. And I would say what these are, because I've been kind of thinking about this over the days that I haven't been playing Chaos Head, because I want things to rant about and to best articulate my thoughts on how I feel about the story. Because when I review things, I want to be fair and think about all of the like different thought process that go into writing the story and things like that. But I feel like there are three key points so far. I mean, I'll try to enunciate this a bit better by like the end of the story, but this is like my rough draft of the thought process so far. Is like, you kind of need three big points in every chapter of a mystery novel or a mystery story, and one is like every chapter's got to pose like some type of question to the reader. And then every chapter has to answer a question to the reader. It doesn't have to be like specifically the question posed in that chapter, but a question posed in at least like one of the previous chapters. And then the third thing that's got to be done is like a build-up to the big question, right? What's the big overall mystery, the thing that's going to bleed the climax of the story? You have to add something that's building up to that. So those, I think, are the three things that need to be done in like every chapter of a mystery novel. Give the reader something to think about for the chapter. Answer a question that the reader's thinking about. Feed the mystery a bit, but keep the reader hungry for more answers, right? Feed them a little bit so they're not starving, but they're not full. You don't want them to be like, okay, I'm content, I kind of figured it out, right? Feed it a little bit, but not all the way. And then hook them for the big mystery. Hook them into what is the big overall, like, climax question you're asking in your story. I think those are the three things. We still don't even know what Noids are. That's true. How many Noids will you get by the end of the game? Mysterious things stop being scary when you know how they work. Again, I feel like maybe I'm not explaining myself clearly, and it'll probably take me another stream or two to like fully enunciate this. But you don't necessarily have to explain the big mysteries with these small questions that you answer, right? I think, well, again, I guess I'll use Steins Gate. I could use other stories, but I feel like Steins Gate's the most applicable because it's in the Psy Adventure universe. Every chapter in Steins Gate introduces a small question to the reader, and then kind of answers it, right? And like with the D-mails, like every character has a D-mail, and so your question is, oh my god, how is this D-mail going to impact the world line? What is this going to do? And then, like, within a chapter, you kind of figure out, oh, okay, so this is how the D-mail impacted the universe, or the world line. It's not a big question, but it helps you put some of the puzzle pieces together of like, okay, we made this small tweak, and this was the change that resulted from it. And then, like, later chapters, when you're undoing the D-mails, the question is, okay, how are we going to undo this? And then it gets resolved by the end of the chapter. There's just small things throughout. But the entire time, even though you're fixing the small things, you still don't know how they're going to solve the big mystery at the end, which is like okay, well, we're doing all these small things, but how is this getting us to the end goal? How is this getting us to the last chapter? And that question's not answered. But you get little small questions answered as the story goes. So I'm not saying, like, this game should have explained from the very beginning, what are the delusions? It doesn't have to, doesn't have to explicitly be explained right from the jump of, like, is Takame being delusional or is this real, But kind of give us the tools to at least start figuring some things out. Like, it kind of feels like I'm solving a puzzle right now, and I don't have any of the corner pieces to, like, start the puzzle with. Like, someone just dumped, like, a bunch of the, like, center pieces to the puzzle on me, and I'm kind of like, but These are also weird to start the puzzle with. Where are my corner pieces? Where are my grounding elements to solving the mystery? I don't have those. And start with the centerpieces? Why would you ever do that, though? That's like the least efficient way to do it. Where were we? Oh, right. We're now at Fez's insane asylum. It's like playing on hard mode. Yeah, but it's a story. It's not. You're not You're not playing a story. It's a nonsense sword. Look at the hilt. You'd screw up your hand. Kinda. Yeah. The spike at the end of the hilt here is a problem. But this is actually pretty common in swords. The spike in front of the hand, like where you're holding the sword, to like guard your hand. So like if someone swings at your sword, they can't hit your hand. But this would be a problem for sure. Because on a like unprofessional swing with this, you would cut yourself. But it looks cool. Alright. Fez was lying in a hospital bed, idly gazing out the window. Lemon pepper chicken? That sounds gross. I also can't believe that you got chicken from Papa John's instead of pizza. No bars lined the outside of it, a fact which set it apart from those at Arkhart Medical, where Fez had stayed in the past. It seems weird, I'm not gonna lie, that you would put a patient that just tried to commit unalive by jumping off of something in a room where there's not a barred window. That does seem odd. All that stood past the window's frame was the landscape of Shinjuku, decorated by skyscrapers and illuminated by the sunset. Flocks of pigeons soared freely through the sky, flapping their wings to their heart's content. Every now and then, she would gaze upon this sight with a pained expression. Papa John's has gotten really crappy. It's because they don't have their leader. They don't have the Papa John anymore. In all fairness, an earthquake just happened, so they probably have a lot of rooms occupied. I guess. But, like, I don't know. It just seems so... You'd have to prioritize putting her in a room of, that just didn't have a window. I was going to make a joke very similar to that, Kyler. Papa John's... he added his own little spice to the pizza. Her slightly tired eyes were empty and bleak. Her irises reflected nothing. Her lips, which could let flow a voice so beautiful it shook the youth of Shibuya, were now sealed tight. Not even so much as a hum escaped from them. So what made her snap? I don't get it. Following her unalive attempt, an event which caused quite the turmoil, she had been admitted to the psychiatric ward of a large hospital in Yoyogi. Why are there windows in a psychiatric ward? That doesn't make sense. Her injuries were already very nearly healed. According to the doctors, it had been nothing short of a miracle that she had been able to survive a fall from that height, let alone with barely even a scratch. However, she had indeed hit her head fairly hard, and as such she had been rushed to the hospital, primarily so they could see how the situation would develop. It had already been over a week since then. What's the timeline on this? I don't know what the time... Okay, a week since what? What day? What? I don't get... Like, what? Alright. I don't really have a frame of reference for when the events are happening in this game. I guess it doesn't really matter. Like, days don't really mean anything to the story. But she's been in the hospital for a week. What's that blue sword in the thumbnail? I just googled sword.png. And that's what I got. However, despite her having been admitted for such a reason, all it seemed to entail was that a few rudimentary tests taken every couple days or so. Beyond that, she'd been rather neglected. I realize we don't know a ton about Fez. Yeah, we don't know anything about Fez other than that she's in a band and she's got a sword for some reason, but we don't know why she's got the sword. We don't know why she's suddenly depressed, because she was... I mean, I guess not happy, but, like, she had things going for her before. She was in a band and stuff, but we don't really know what led to her being in the hospital bed. Also, truly a not America moment that she's been in a hospital for like a week after being pretty fine. That seems bizarre. Her hospital room was private, with no other beds inside it. Really? There's been an emergency and they don't have extra beds in separate rooms? Ever since her stay had begun, her D-sword had been leaning against the window. It constantly emitted a blue light, yet nobody who visited her ever seemed to notice. Psychiatric ward, they'll keep you there? In America, the longest they could keep you there would be a 72-hour psychiatric hold. They couldn't keep you for like a week. Here are some dates. Group Dive, September 7th. The Man-Child, September 19th. Crucifixion was September 27th. The Vampire was October 10th. The Numbskull, October 23rd. And the Earthquake was now been October 27th. So now we're in November if it's been a week since the Earthquake. The Halo sword would have fit for your thumbnail. I was thinking about doing that, but it didn't seem to fit as well. Because all the D swords like are actual sword designs, not like laser beams. I did have a rough draft with me holding the energy sword, but I didn't feel the vibe. For a lot of thumbnails, I make several different drafts and then compare them all before I choose one. And that was in one of the drafts. Maybe I'll use it for the next thumbnail if I don't feel like photoshopping another one. But that's in the draft file. Kibai behind the scenes win. I've actually already done a behind the scenes of me making thumbnails stream. One of the D swords is an iron brick. Well, they're all iron though. Not that Fez has had many visitors to begin with. Phantasm fans would attempt to force their way into her room daily, but as they always caused a disturbance in the process, the hospital had an excuse to forbid them from visiting her. And Fez was somewhat detached from her family. There were almost no others who came to visit her. Her fellow band members had made an appearance once, but Fez used that opportunity to announce her decision for the band to break up, and they had not contacted her again since. Why is her family distant? Her family can't be too distant if they initially put her in a mental hospital. Oh my god, it's the only nurse in Shibuya. Did your thermometer beep? A nurse wearing white scrubs opened the door to the room, then swiftly entered. Fez slowly turned to look at her nurse's face, then took out the thermometer that had been resting under her arm. It was as if she had only just remembered its presence. The nurse took a look at the recorded temperature shown on his digital screen, then took note of it on the clipboard she had brought with her. 37.1 degrees Celsius. What is that in real temperatures? $98 degrees? That's a pretty standard temperature, yeah? 98 degrees Fahrenheit? What is average body temperature? 98, yeah. Okay, so she's good. You have a very slight fever. What? No, she has exactly normal temperature. What? 37.1 translates to 98.7. That's not a fever. My head hurts. Fez grimaced in pain once more. But hasn't she been in the hospital for like a week? Oh dear, is your headache back? I'm afraid that's just a side effect of the medicine we gave you. It'll be gone before long. So try your best to ignore it. We gave you this medicine for your head trauma after you fell off the building. Don't worry, though. The medicine will give you a headache. What? That seems like the worst possible side effect for a medication for head trauma. .7 is greater than 98.6, therefore. I mean, it's not enough of an outlier to be considered anything. 98.6 is an average. Not everyone is exactly at 98.6. It's like a healing move that does recoil damage, yeah. Like, this wouldn't help you at all. Like, now you don't know if it's an actual, like, headache from your injury or if it's a side effect of the medicine. That'd be like someone who's had a heart attack. Like, don't worry, we've got the perfect medication for you. You are going to have infrequent chest pains as part of the side effects of the medication. Why? Well, am I having another heart attack? No, it's just the medicine. Don't worry about it, it'll be fine. Having recorded her temperature, the nurse consoled Fez with a kind smile. Her expression was so gentle, it was clear to all how she was able to put her patients at ease. And yet, despite the nurse's attempts, Fez simply pushed her hand against her forehead as she shook it back and forth. Fez had been plagued by mild headaches ever since she had first been hospitalized. They're not especially painful, but they still left her with an uncomfortable feeling that refused to go away. One that felt as if her brain itself was convulsing. It even reached the point where her ability to think was impaired. These don't sound like minor headaches. I've never had a minor headache that prevented me from thinking. That's usually a migraine. As well as this, her body would feel heavy as lead. Fez had experienced such symptoms in the past, namely when she had been institutionalized at Heart Medical. Back then, her head had constantly been split apart by painful headaches, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Well, at least she has leap year off. It deprived her of all of her sleep and emotional stability. Those were the memories she did not want to resurface, the past she had sealed away, the events of 2 years ago. Yet her headache was causing them to flash back into her mind once more. Ooh, are we going to experience the flashback? What? I like water torturing her? What's happening? In them, a dark room, its single window locked behind bars. Apart from the wall in which the window stood, the rest of the walls were covered with mirrors. Fez had been placed in the center of the room, sat in a crude steel chair. She was wearing headgear with countless cables protruding from it. Her hands tied to the back of the chair. Head locked in place with her chin tilted slightly upward. Not another soul was present. Thus, all that could be heard were the sounds of her labored breathing and the metal groans of the chair she sat upon. Saliva trickled down from the corners of her mouth, accompanied by moans akin to those of a beast's. If anyone were to hear them, they would never have been able to guess they were coming from a girl as young as her. So yeah, what, are they just torturing her here? Kill me. Kill me. She was being tortured. Slow and methodical torture. One that made very, very little sound. The method only involved one single thing. Not even an action. A drop of water falling from above onto her forehead. Every 5 seconds on the exact same spot. But why? Are they just experimenting on her? That was all it took. And it would continue unrelentingly for 2 full days. The result? Fez could think only of the drop that would fall next, good God. Reading is hard. Her senses were sharpened to their limits. Each time a drop fell under her forehead, another hallucination would be born. One in which every nerve across her body was plucked out one by one. One in which the bones of her entire skeleton crumbled to dust. One in which her head was pierced by a long, sharp awl. One in which all liquids within her body, including her blood, froze to ice. One in which the skin lining her body rotted away, before eventually peeling off. Alright, I've had enough. Assailed without end by these sensations, Fez could no longer maintain her sanity. Okay, but why? But why? Water torture is one of those things that's so weird to me. Like, you hear about it in movies and stuff, but it's so, weird that it, like, can really fuck with you. I mean, obviously it can, because people just go nuts all the fucking time when it happens. What exactly does it do to you? It doesn't really describe exactly what it does to you, but it does say that it lists, like, does permanent psychological damage to people. It's so bizarre. It gives you a slight headache. Yeah. So we're just not gonna really figure out why that happened to her, huh? We're just kind of over it. She was being water tortured for some reason. Anyway, returning to her senses, she breathed erratically as she tightly gripped the sheets lining her bed. Her body trembled as those dark memories of hers resurfaced in her mind. The nurse that had been in her room just a moment ago was already gone. Dinner time had just arrived at the hospital, and the clamorous sounds that came from it resounded from down the hall. Kibai when he doesn't get instant answers. I'm just sick of, like, the amount of questions in this game. I'm fine with not getting instant answers, but now this is another question you just toss on the pile in the back. Like, okay, here we go. Another fucking question. Fez tried to recall the words the nurse had spoken to her right before leaving. Was her headache really just a side effect of the drugs? Or had it been caused by her hitting her head, perhaps? Or perhaps it was just a hallucination brought forth by her past memories. She was unable to come to a decisive conclusion. Wiping away the sweat that ran down her forehead, Fez called forth a smile laced with self-loathing. It matters not. It's in the past. For I endured and survived my divine punishment. I will not let it control me anymore. Hey, Con. Are we able to stream after that epic turn last night? I'm always able to stream, baby. Murmuring in perhaps delirium, Fez soon became aware of a sound reverberating throughout the hall. The comforting sound of shoes stepping on the linoleum floor. It was certainly not being made by a nurse. And the sound of footsteps was heading right for the room she was in. Someone knocked on her door, and she sealed her lips tight. Excuse me. That someone was but a single man. He had come bringing gifts, namely a large basket filled with all manner of fruits. She could recognize the man, which was far from a good sign. Thus she stared at him with a dubious glare. Hi there. No need to be on edge, you know. I know who you are. The man was a detective at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. He had once shadowed Fez, as she was originally a suspect for the New Gen case. Oh my god. Thank you, game. This was the question I wanted answered. Who is this guy? We've only seen him for a couple chapters now. The detective, relieved by her response, scratched his head. His demeanor was unendingly casual. Oh wow! That's an ego boost. I'm so glad that such a pretty lady like you remembers little old me. You have a good memory, huh? I'm impressed. The detective moved closer to her bed. Fez briefly glanced at her D-sword leaning against the window. It lay just outside her reach. Can't she, like, summon it to her hand, though? I just dropped by to check up on you. I do not believe you. What is your objective? Yikes. Talk about straight to the point. I just picture him being such a sarcastic asshole. The detective flinched very overtly. His reaction, perhaps bordering on theatrical. Yeah. Well, I just had a little something to ask you. Right. I brought this. If you're up to it, you should really eat. The detective smiled innocently, presented the basket he had brought with him, then placed it at her feet without waiting for approval. They're super tasty. And expensive, too. I don't want it. Come on. Let a guy show you some hospitality. I bought them just for you, you know.
後でお母
Well,
さんが来た時にでも
I don't mind if you leave them for when your mom visits. She can cut up a few slices for you then. It's kind of a dangerous assumption. What if her mom doesn't visit? Oh, shoot. It's been years since you last saw your parents, hasn't it? Is 13 Sentinels like this game? I mean, with all the text? Yeah, 13 Sentinels is entirely a visual novel as well. I think there's like 1 or 2 mini games in 13 Sentinels, but yeah, it's like this. You're going to spend hours reading in 13 Sentinels. Despite the detective's insensitive remark, Fez felt nothing in response to it. I feel like that was an insensitive remark on purpose. This dude just looks too pure and innocent for this story. Her ties to her parents had been cut from a very young age. Her parents had a reputation to uphold. Why? Well, who are her parents? So a child that often caused problems like Fez had been inconvenient to them, to say the least. Weird. Sometimes detectives gotta be annoying. True, but I think Persona 4 maybe just made me detective. Or weary of detectives, I guess. I want to play and not read a book. Well, that's what my stream is for. You don't have to read the book. I shall read it to you. And you can play games on your other monitor or your other tab. Isn't Fez like the Persona 3 subtitle? Technically, Festival is the subtitle. Well, technically, Portable is the subtitle. Lamau. Who plays Festival anyway? Where is gameplay in my visual novel? On 13 Sentinels, there's like a, I guess, RTS kind of mini game. There's no gameplay in this. This is just straight up a book with little pictures that pop up occasionally. Why do her parents have a reputation to uphold? Her only remaining contact with them was the wire transfer she received for her living expenses each month, though it could hardly be called that. I'm real sorry. I'm real sorry. That's actually probably a better way to phrase it. The detective apologized, bowing down hastily. Fez had only just gotten over the shock caused by her flashback, so she was in no mood to speak with him. Nonetheless, she urged herself to talk all the same. There's so many characters in this game that find it difficult to talk. The gameplay is making Takumi have weird and kinky fantasies. We don't make him do that. He has those of his own volition. What is it you wanted to ask? Do you wish for an alibi? Have you played 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors? Zero Escape? Yes. I've live streamed. Casual plug moment again. I've live streamed every single Zero Escape game on this channel. And all of those streams are in one cute little playlist. I played 999, I played VLR, and I played that Steam one that no one really wants to talk about. But I did that one too. Not at all. We've already talked enough about that. No, I'm happy to announce you're no longer considered a suspect, Fez. You're totally in the clear, I promise. Have you learned of their motive?
犯人の
The culprits?
それは教えられないんですよ。
Sorry, I can't tell you that. It's a confidential part of the investigation.
匠
Is it Takumi? Why would you suspect him? But yeah, you can watch my Zero Escape playthroughs if you would like, Jade Kitten, when I'm done streaming here. I got all kinds of fun games that I've played through already. And you can see all my reactions to the puzzles, the mysteries.
秘密っす。
Can't confirm or deny. The detective smirked. He was attempting to laugh the question away. And yet, something unrefined could be seen through the cracks of that smile.
しかし西条くんは不思議な少
That
年っす
said,
ね。
Takumi sure is a weird kid, isn't he?
彼を見ていると
You wouldn't really suspect him of being the killer based on how he looks. Zero Time Dilemma? Yeah, that one. I played through the entire Zero Time Dilemma on stream. It's a little rough. But I streamed it. I did a big Zero Escape month one time. I still liked it, though.
もしあれで本当に
If he really is the culprit, then he's way too good at hiding his true nature. The guy would have to be a demon to be that good.
まだ容疑者なのに
Is he still a suspect?
いやそういうわけじゃない
Nah, not really. The detective casually denied it with a smile, putting Fez's persistent questions to rest.
あ今の話
Oh, you didn't hear that from me, though. My supervisors would get real mad if they found out I leaked any info. Not that I would blame them. Besides, I only just got off the hot seat with my supervisor. What was he on the hot seat for? I think you met him once before. You remember him? Ban-san? The detective with the scruffy black hair and the stubble? Fez did remember him. When she had been questioned, that older detective had been even more talkative than the younger one she was conversing with now. His way of speaking had been a lot more assertive as well. He's always pretty quick to yell at me, I swear. I can't go one shift without him calling me a schmuck. I don't know why I'm the schmuck, when he's the one going off on these wild goose chases instead of just investigating what we're assigned to do. Salty. And as the sweet cherry on top, he's been forcing me to go along with him for all of it. Feels like I'm gonna lose my mind if this keeps up. Well, I'm sure he's a good guy at heart, and his intuition is razor sharp. From what I heard, he's had to lead some pretty difficult cases in the past, so that's probably why he's turned so hard-boiled. Is this what you wish to talk about? Why you came here? Fez interrupted the man, and his smile quickly soured. Oh, sorry. I got a little sidetracked. Please keep everything I just told you a secret. Do this, and I, Suwa Mamoru, will be indebted to you for the rest of my life. What? Keep it a secret? You don't like your boss? I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. That's like everybody. So? For starters. Why'd you do it? Despite his ambiguous phrasing, Fez could tell he was referring to her diving off the school rooftop. I already explained why several times to the other detective. Going to see Puss in Boots it looks like it was pretty good. I've heard nothing but good things about that movie. I don't know if I will go see it. I will probably go see the Ant-Man movie instead so I can suffer. To avert the resurrection of the Wicked Heart King. Gladuli, right?
死ぬつもりなんてなかった。
I did not do it with the intention to die.
魂を
I did it merely to ascend my spirit to a higher stage. You said something similar about your songs too, yeah? The ones that are pretty popular with kids your age? That was the second question he had for her. Fez let out a faint sigh.
ニュージェネのことを歌ったものなんか
Those lyrics were not about the new gen in the slightest. Answers, Kubai? Oh, yes. The wicked-hearted King Gladuli. Famous for his devious, wicked ravioli. Brings out the torment to all. Or something. Who fucking knows? Now we know. Truly we understand her motives. I merely wrote them based on the Gladioli book of Psalms and Revelations. Chapter 3, verse 102. Which speaks of the divine Chef Boyardee. Why is she being interrogated by a 15-year-old? Who fucking knows? Look, he's got a spiffy suit on, alright? I heard the Ant-Man movie is trash. Yes. Yes, it is. I think my buddy and I are gonna get drunk and watch it. There's a theater that serves alcohol near us. And I think we want to get pretty wasted and go see it. That'll be, then we can laugh at it. It'll be funny. The arrival of the wicked-hearted King Gladoli is nigh. This world shall soon know his presence. Only with 7 stakes forged in blackened blood, shed by Gadul himself, may his resurrection be averted. Okay. The stakes shall be reforged into swords, and the sword shall be bestowed upon the 7 black knights who withstood divine punishment itself. Okay. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I should probably read the tips so I understand what the fuck she's talking about. Fictional, a high fantasy novel based on the Eastern European myth of Gladui, the wicked-hearted king. Gladul. With the saga in its entirety being told over the course of 23 volumes, it depicts the battle between the 7 Black Knights and Gladiol. It was written by Arcio Ziegler from 1929 to 1951. The series has been translated into several languages, but it never gained widespread appeal due to its rather esoteric writing style. His other works related to the Gladioli mythos include The Book of the Kings and Wicked Hearts. All of these works are collectively referred to as the Gladiol Saga. Is this a reference to a real thing, or is this made up for the game? Like, is this a reference to something real? No? Okay, so this is just all made up bullshit then. For only mortals burdened with wicked hearts may overthrow the wicked-hearted king. Wow, that sounds like something straight out of a movie. Anyway, I'm going to recommend your psychiatric hold gets reinstated. Goodbye now. I love me a crazy epic storyline like that. Fez glared at the detective in response to his comment. It is not some sort of storyline. It's reality. Well, I've got one more question for you. The detective casually brushed away Fez's objection, though she was all too used to this form of dismissal by now. Hey, what's up, Matt? I read it as similar to Lovecraft. I thought it was going for like a King Arthur, Knights of the Round Table thing. Not a single person she had told the story to thus far had believed it. Well, maybe don't sound so, like, fucking... I don't know, aloof when you tell the story. You just start spouting random bullshit like that with no grounded context for the how or the why, and everyone's gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? As with every dialogue Fez has had in the entire game so far. You know, we've investigated a whole lot of other students at Suemiya, other than you and Takumi, and well... The detective mumbled to himself as he folded his arms. He's like, everyone from this school is fucking nuts. You're all whack jobs. This was very obviously another act of theatrics, and Fez had no intention of commenting on it. What is it? Wow, this is gonna sound a little crazy. It's not something a detective should really be asking. Really. It's kind of childish, if I'm being honest. I see. If you do not intend to ask me something, then take your leave. My head hurts. Oh, okay, wait. What I was trying to say is, Bon said something really weird once. Once? That you guys must be wizards or something. Upon hearing that the subject of the remark was plural, Fez raised her eyebrows in suspicion. That's obviously not true, right? We are. As she replied, Fez's line of sight was directed not toward the man, but toward her hand that lay atop her bedsheets. You're a very interesting gal. But New Gen is wholly unrelated to the Knights of Gladol. Huh. Gotcha. Fucking psycho. Well, not that it really matters either way. The detective, completely disinterested in what she had just said, brushed off her words once again and began to stretch. Why did he come here to ask that then if he was disinterested? What was the fucking point of this? What's she talking about? Who fucking knows, dude? Wizards and witches. The Knights of the Old Kingdom. The moment he did so, a digital sound suddenly cut through the silence of the room. The detective, surprised by this interruption, reached into the pocket of his suit and took out his cell phone. Oh, jeez. Cell phones aren't allowed in here. Shoot, I must have forgotten to power it off. Oh, man. Looks like a certain girl's calling me. It's my girlfriend. We've been together for 4 years now. Can you believe it? I feel like he just came to harass her. What the fuck is the point of this entire scene? He turned his phone off with a grin, forcing the caller to hang up. He then turned to Fez once more. You a movie buff? Ever heard of Spark Wars? My ringtones count the Count Darth Spider theme from the movie. A.k.a. the thing you just heard. Fez had no interest in movies or anything of the sort. Having long since decided that she had no obligation to further entertain the detective's questioning, she returned to gazing silently out the window. To be honest, I'm kind of a Spark Wars superfan. Oh. But judging from, that, you're probably not interested. Sorry. I guess I'll get out of your hair now. See ya. Okay, so what, is that supposed to imply that he was the dude that set up the Darth Spider thing on, the rooftop for Takumi? Because I don't know why else you'd bring up Darth Spider here. No, nothing else related to Spark Wars has really been mentioned other than that. With that, the detective concluded the conversation with which he had no partner, then left the hospital room. Fez did not even turn to watch him go. With the man gone, all that reflected in her eyes was the twilight sky slowly turning indigo. Important lore that he's a big fan. I mean, that just kind of gives the game away, yeah? That he's the... But it doesn't really answer any questions except say that he was the dude that put the Darth Spider thing there, then, yeah? Because, I mean, the Darth Spider thing has not been brought up by anyone since. And then he's just like... That entire scene doesn't do anything except build up to him mentioning he's a big Darth Spider fan. So, I mean, it's gotta be him then, right? Like... Fez is just rambling about other stuff. He's not really asking her any questions. And then at the end of the scene, he's like, anyway, big Darth Spider fan. What does that mean? As he winks to the reader and then leaves the room. Like... Okay. Well, I guess we got one question answered there. Yeah, you big dum-dum. I've been waiting for so long. Just waiting for you. I absolutely hate you. But darn it, I love you too. I stared in a daze at Sarah as she moved around the monitor. But yeah, I guess we didn't really get any questions answered about Fez. Now we know an additional fact that she was tortured for some reason or another when she was a child. But I still don't really feel like we know why. Her parents ditched her because I guess she started a band. That's about it. 8 chapters in and Fez is still a mystery. But I guess, I mean, this must not be the Fez route. That's why they're not explaining much about her. The final episode of Blood Tune had aired deep into the night. The story was gradually getting more and more intense, and the episode had received particularly high praise on that channel. This was the 3rd time I'd seen it, but none of it was really sticking with me. I checked the time and saw that it was past 10 p.m. Remy had left around 8. While she'd been here, she'd encouraged my depressed self in many ways, and she'd said so many nice things to me. Thanks to her being by my side, I'd felt less lonely today than the entire week prior. That being said, Remy still wasn't taking the situation all that seriously. It felt almost like she was avoiding talking about New Gen entirely. Maybe she was just done with it. With me. With you. She just spent like several hours after school with you. What? Maybe she's done with me. She only hung out with me all day. Bro, do you think she doesn't like me anymore? Her friend had been hurt in the earthquake, and it sounded like she already had a lot on her plate with just that. She probably just didn't have any room left to bother with me and my problems. But the issue with that was, well, yes, I was probably too paranoid. There was no doubt that this was a genuinely dangerous situation. I could be killed today, even. I hope so. Shogun had been coming after me all this time. Persistent didn't even begin to cover it. If I could just understand what he was doing or why he was doing it, then I could work out some countermeasures. He should talk to Nanami about it? No, that would be too simple. Don't be ridiculous, Devin. We have to stew and wonder why for another 3 chapters. By the way, Z's, the homeless man told Kozupii a thing before he left. And the most special among you is the boy who birthed... Whose eyes are those eyes? Whose eyes are those eyes? You could hear those words all over Shibuya by now. On the net, it becomes synonymous with the culprit. It was a phrase I'd used pretty often for a really long time. It was without a doubt a message from Shogun who knew that. Either that, or an intentional way of provoking me. When had I first started using that phrase? It felt like someone had taught it to me. I vaguely remembered the first time I'd used it. It was an essay I'd written back in elementary school. The title was that very same phrase. Whose eyes are those eyes? I'd almost completely forgotten about what I'd written in it. I wanted to check now. I'm going to guess it was the doctor that told him that phrase. What had I written in that essay? It was probably stored at my parents' place, though I had a feeling they might have thrown the old thing away by now. Hey, what's up, Alpha? Then again, when it came to things that were pretty important to me as a kid, I did have a habit of storing them in a big empty candy tin I used to call my treasure box. The essay could have potentially been in there. But what do I do? Should I go to my parents? But parents are gross. I didn't want to show my face to Nanami. I wouldn't know what to say. Has Alpha been here? Oh, whoops. MB. Well, it's okay. I'm just a delusion. Rip. See, if you talk to Nanami, too many questions would get answered. That's dangerous territory. We can't do that. Quick, let her play ESO. I really am such a useless piece of shit. I sluggishly rose from my seat and then collapsed onto the sofa. Yeah, why are you here? You've got it all wrong. It's not like soba from the street vendors is my favorite food or nothing. What do you think you're grinning at, you big dum-dum? Oh, you got me real mad now. Samurai condenser! Lying face up, I gazed at the ceiling while ignoring Seira's protests. That dreary, bare steel ceiling. I think I figured out why you have a lot of questions. I have a small theory. Well, go ahead, shoot. Unlike the room at my parents' house, there wasn't a single groove in the ceiling that looked like a person's face. Suddenly, in the corner of my vision, I noticed a familiar tin sitting by the eroge packages piled up on the loft of my bed. Is that? I hurriedly stood up and climbed the ladder to get a closer look. Remember how people said the OG version felt incomplete? Yeah. It was a reddish-brown rectangular tin, about the size of a B5 piece of paper. The word shortbread was written on the lid in white letters. There was no mistaking it. It was my treasure box. I must have brought it from my parents' place. Though I definitely didn't remember doing so. Good job, me. Always thinking ahead. Luckily, it totally couldn't be the Shogun who brought me that box with a hand in it. Also brought me this box. I must not draw those conclusions. I quickly grabbed the tin and opened the lid. Inside were a few test answer sheets, essays, scraps of paper torn out from sketchbooks, and so on. Mostly all paper, but there were a couple small objects in there. I took all the pages from the tin at once, then began flipping through them for my target. It didn't take long to find. After all, it was at the very top. Whose eyes are those eyes? The essay paper had faded in color. The handwriting. Not even a mother could call it good. This handwriting is significantly better than mine. So, I don't know what they're talking about. Not even a mother could call it handwriting good? This is good-ass handwriting. Could this essay be hiding some kind of important secret? Something Shogun was particularly exploiting? Something that had to do with why the homeless man had referred to me as the most specialist boy? With a gulp, I began to read it one word at a time, being careful not to overlook anything. The art you're looking at is completely new. COZ had to completely redo not just the text, but the page layout. That's funny. Where's Chris? We need to ask him Q&A questions. I have a dozen more questions to ask him about this piece of paper. But yeah, they'd have to redo the page layout because... Isn't Japanese text like written up and down, or no, it's left to, or it's right to left, yeah? Anyway, whose eyes are those eyes? Takumi, Class 4-3. I dream a lot, and in my dreams, older me visits me in a time machine. He doesn't look like me at all. It's Suzaha. His time machine has a lot of buttons. I think if you push one, a shower or some shampoo or something comes out. I asked older me how it works, and he said you could see dinosaurs, or even go back to when cavemen were around. Surprised Kibaya has not been tired of those? Oh, I'm super tired of that phrase. Just like I was tired of the, name subject change for the phone wave. He asked me what I'm bad at in school, and I said I'm bad at math. He told me there was a switch that would make me good at math. The sacred switch. I tried to push it once, but he got mad. He said I had to work hard and get better by myself. Then why'd you fucking tell me about the button, you dick? That was the only time he got mad at me. After he stopped being mad, he was super nice, so I was happy. He told me about the girl I was gonna marry, but that's a secret. Takumi would not marry a girl. No woman would ever stick by Takumi's side. I asked him about God. He told me God is real. Those Super Bowl commercials weren't lying after all. I think he's real too. My mom said God is always watching, and he'll make you go to hell if you do bad things. Also, Santa's watching. So I can absolutely never do bad things. I have to be nice to my little sister, too. Especially when I call her a little shit all the fucking time. And despise any interaction with her. I totally didn't listen to this older me. Mom told me God doesn't want you to do bad things, but that it's a scary man instead. The scary man is the whose eyes are those eyes monster. He makes you go to hell if he sees you. God's eyes, and whose eyes are those eyes, are in the sky, the ceiling, the walls. And there's a lot of them in my school, and they're watching me no matter what. I am in your walls. I am watching you. Take your meds, Takumi. So I think I have to do a lot of good things, like studying and other stuff because of that. It's embarrassing, though, because they watch me even when I do things like go to the toilet or take a bath. Teehee. Also, ever since I was little, I could close my eyes and dream sometimes, even though I wasn't sleeping. It was like the inside of my head was like a video game or a manga. But when I do that, those eyes monster comes out, so I don't want to do that. I asked my mom, and she told me not to do it. But while I'm writing this essay, I asked older me in my dreams to tell me more about the time machine, but he said I knew everything. He wouldn't tell me more stuff because I'm just a kid. The delusions? No. His masturbatory urges. His mom said stop doing that. That's why he has all those pent-up positive delusions. So from now on, I want to do lots of good things, so I can beat the "Whose eyes are those eyes?" The end. None of this makes any sense, Takumi said, referring to the overall game. This would have been around the time when I'd first started feeling God's gaze. Maybe I was going through some sort of phase back then. Either way, trying to understand anything from this extremely cryptic essay was beyond impossible, me reading through the story. It felt like it'd been easier to decipher a bunch of hieroglyphs than it would be trying to figure out what the hell I'd been talking about. Me ranting about Chaos Head. And chat listening. As I thought that, I noticed something was scribbled on the back of the page. It was the teacher that just wrote 3 question marks and a "see me" on the essay. And it was underlined. Come to think of it, hadn't I loved doodling back then? Yeah. Like in my social studies textbooks, the pictures of history figures would always have mustaches or sunglasses drawn on them. And my notebooks would always have flipbook-esque animations drawn on the corners. Back then, I'd started enjoying drawing more and more, to the point where I'd even got my parents to buy me a sketchbook. This is the worst recipe for blueberry muffins I've ever read. Although, to clarify, it wasn't like my drawings were anything to write home about, because I'm just an otaku freak who can't draw. I actually would imagine most otaku freaks could probably draw quite well. Immersing myself in nostalgia, I turned the essay over to check out what I'd scribbled on it. Hey, it's the image from his, delusion transition thing. It was an incomprehensible drawing. It doesn't make any sense, though. But while it was definitely incomprehensible, there was still something. I think this portion of the picture is what we see, yeah? Just like this little picture. Right over here. Something familiar about it. Something I'd seen recently. IR2. Whether it was a mathematical formula, or had some kind of meaning, or was just a meaningless string of numbers and texts, I had no idea. But fun to the 10th power is intelligence to the 40th power equals IR2. I don't fucking know. This formula. It was the exact same one Shogun had posted out of nowhere, back when he'd first come in contact with me in the chat room. Whose eyes are those eyes? And IR2. 2 key things that had come from the essay I'd written many years ago. Things that even myself had forgotten. And if Shogun knew them, that would mean he'd been reading my mind after all. Bro just called int intelligence? I mean, it is. Okay. Don't elaborate on the picture either. Quick. Get off of that story thread before we have to explain the picture. Within the Friesa reception room, or rather, the narrow space partitioned off by a few shelves being used as one, Bond sat in deep concentration, scanning through a number of files. You and I don't get instantaneous answers. I feel like you're being disingenuous at this point with the amount of stories that get, with the amount of questions that get dropped and then not answered. It is laughable at this point, right? Opposite to him sat Yuha, huddled up and making herself small. She had been taking frequent glances at Bond, in an attempt to read his expression. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared almost like a child showing their parent a report card. Me, when a 3-hour chapter takes 15 hours? I mean, we're only an hour and 20 minutes into this chapter, and I feel like we've made pretty big progress. Bond was currently reading the report of everything Yua had investigated concerning the new gen cases in Takumi. It also included the chat log between Takumi and Shogun from the day prior to the crucifixion case. As a result of her findings, Yua had concluded that Takumi was undoubtedly the true culprit behind the new gen cases. This is quite something. Did you investigate all of this on your own? Yes, more or less. Only in an anime girl is the teenage girl, or only in an anime is the teenage girl more successful than the seasoned detective who has been investigating cases for years. Should have tried being an anime girl, Bon. Yua hung her head apologetically in response to Momose's praise. She stared at the froggy straps hanging by the bag below her feet. She was speaking with a detective and the boss of an investigation firm. In terms of investigating, they were as professional as one could get, and they both got outclassed by the teenage anime girl. For shame. Compared to their prowess, information gathered by the investigation of an ordinary high school girl would be akin to childish scribblings. And yet, despite the supposed gap, Bon and Momose found themselves both impressed by the quality of her report. You have a good eye for this. Pretty well researched. But a good eye? But whose eyes are those eyes? Just kidding, of course. She obviously doesn't have a good eye because she's wearing fucking glasses, nerd. This part about Takumi having more than one personality is particularly interesting. Takumi has multiple personalities. When the original Takumi goes to sleep, what essentially is another personality becomes active and has been perpetrating the murders. Multiple personality, eye roll. Pretty interesting idea, all in all. No, it's an overdone trope. Well, it might just be a skosh too unrealistic. You schmuck! Excuse me, but... Detective, do you really not think that Takumi is the culprit? No, that'd be too easy. Should I just lay it all out? I think you're fucking wrong, anime girl. Get this shit out of my face. This is garbage information. Get through your high school classes, go to college, then maybe talk to me about some investigative work. Her face stiffened, but after a moment, Yua nodded. In our eyes. The police's eyes. The whose eyes are those eyes? Takumi is not a suspect. Is that so? Not just Yua, but Mose gaped. Isn't this supposed to be gasped? In amazement? Maybe that it. If I look up gaped, am I about to be enter into a whole new world of stuff I don't want to know about? To become wide open. Mose is wide open, baby. But it's an anime. You know damn well in the anime in this scene, they didn't just like open their mouth wide. They totally made the anime noise. They went They totally gasped. It's an anime, there's no way. A smile formed on Bond's lips. He leaned back in his seat and rested his head in his hands. Or at the very least, his innocence in regards to the crucifixion case. The stakes that crucified the body had fingerprints on them. We got Takemi's fingerprints and tried comparing them, but they didn't match up one bit. That... it can't be! Yua was turning paler by the second. Her lips trembled. Now that everything she had believed in had collapsed beneath her feet, feelings of guilt at the awful things she had said to Takemi encroached upon her heart. Oh, Vibin. You innocent, innocent man. Oh, truly. A man so innocent. Oh, it almost hurts me. I actually don't want to explain it now. I mean, I wasn't going to, but now I really don't want to. Indeed. What is that? What could it mean? Nothing. Don't worry. I was talking nonsense. I don't even know what connotation it possibly could have had. Honestly, I was just being ridiculous. His eyes. Whose eyes gaped at the noise. Oh, man. Ugh. Okay, anyway. So this does kind of disprove one of my very early theories that Takumi was the guy doing all of the killings. But it does feel like it's not super surprising, because I guess they were laying it on pretty thick that, oh, maybe it's Takumi. But I guess also, since we've referenced this time machine, it's not beyond a doubt that Shogun is still Takumi, but older, and he has time traveled back. But it does seem weird that he would time travel back just to fuck with Takumi, like his younger self. Like, stop being such a weeb, bro. I'm going to torment you until you actually go out and touch grass. But I don't really know what other conclusion to draw from that. Other than, I guess, I mean, maybe this is just my persona bias, that it's, Me inventing time travel just so I can gaslight my younger self as a prank. Yeah. I mean, I feel like he doesn't mention the time machine for no reason. That's got to have something to do with it. Like that scene, that can't be like the Chekhov's gun where they just mention time travel and then they go, oh, but it was just, he was just talking about it in the essay. Like, you wouldn't bring up time travel for no reason. That now has to be relevant to the story in some capacity, I feel. Right? Or else that violates the rule of Chekhov's gun. You don't just bring something up to not fucking use it. I guess, again, okay, so what I was talking about with my persona bias. But then again, this could also be the game probably pointing us to it, like, way too, way too forward, because this scene also comes, the scene comes right after. We deny that Takami's the, person killing. And in the previous scene, we just, like, connected Suwa to the Darth Spider guy, the Shogun that led, the guy to the roof. So there's the Darth Spider thing that tried to get Takami to, like, awaken his D-Sword. When we connect Darth Spider to Suwa. So now, maybe Suwa is Shogun, the guy going around killing people? Because detectives are evil, as we all know from Persona. We've learned these lessons. So I guess that's where I'll go with that for now, but I really don't know what other conclusions we can kind of draw. Because it doesn't make sense that the wheelchair guy is Takumi that's time traveled back just to, like, kill people and fuck with them. I mean, I guess it could, but I really don't. I don't know. I don't feel like the appropriate breadcrumbs have been laid for you to actually figure out this mystery. I would be very interested to see if the mystery is actually solvable at this point, if you pay close enough attention, or if it's one of those things where the game just kind of reveals the mystery to you. It's much more satisfying when the game, like, lays the clues out for the mystery to be solved. And I hope it doesn't go the route of, like, and it was this person all along, and you're like, how the fuck was I supposed to know? So I hope that when the mystery gets revealed, we can kind of, like, trace it down. But that seems all too common for them to just be like, it was this person. And you're like, but how? And they're like, shh, 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 shh. It's cool that it's this person. Thanks to the fingerprints on the stakes, we've almost managed to pin down a suspect. Though we haven't announced it to the public. I should mention, it was all thanks to Suwa. So while Suwa is out there working his buns off, you're over here taking it easy. That poor boy. Actually, HQ gave me the boot. Nani? The boss may or may not have found me skipping out on proper investigating, so I could look into the G rate and whatnot. It was just a joke, though. It was just a prank. This was the reason why his subordinate Suwa had been the one to inform him of the 7th incident. There had been no reason for anyone else to call an investigator that was no longer working the case. I feel like they would just demote him, not completely remove him from the case. If they're this, like, if they're running this lean on people. I can't believe you. This is exactly why you need to conduct yourself better. Well, not that I don't share some of the blame, considering that all you know of the GE raid came from me. Don't worry about it. Besides, I was interested in it. That wasn't on you. Well, Yua, I will say that outside of the crucifixion case, Takumi is yet to have been wiped off the suspect list. So it's possible your theory could still be correct. Does that mean that the police believe that the new gen isn't actually being committed by a single culprit? Can't say for sure. Especially since the 7th case only happened a little bit ago. Me personally, I suspect there's multiple. No. Oh, so is the stream resolution high enough for you guys can see my Steam notifications? This game actually won't let you do window capture. It blocks window capture or game capture, so I have to do window capture, which is why you see the Steam notifications. Mage has tried to put in a very like rudimentary block on streaming like locally, so the game won't let you like game capture it. If you use game capture, it just shows a black screen. But if you just switch the recording method to window, it records it. So technically all I'm doing, was it the same for Steins Gate? No, it wasn't. I was able to game capture? Really? I have to, wait, are you playing on console though, Wandering, or PC? I have to use window capture. I couldn't use game capture. So basically I'm recording as like a crop out of my desktop. My game capture doesn't work. Because normally when I record PC games, you don't see those Steam notifications because I'm just recording the game itself. But because I'm recording the desktop, you can see my Steam notifications. Not that it really matters, but just for reference. Anyway, there's multiple suspects. Whoops. Let my lips get a little too loose there. If they found out I'd been leaking all this, I'd get canned on the spot. Hope you all won't mind keeping this off the record. Man, both fucking Bon and Sua just loose lips sink ships out here. They're just throwing out all the info in regards to the case. It's almost as if they're speaking to a member not directly in the scene, to a reader of some kind that they're trying to project this information to. Wild. But to be fair, I really don't see how this information would really be that vital to keeping secret, but whatever. Bon playfully placed his forefinger on his lip. Teehee. Bon-san. Well, how about we get back to the topic at hand? Having thought her report had been the reason she'd been summoned, Yua tilted her head in puzzlement. I want to ask a question about your school. Why is everyone there such a fucking nut job? Yua, are you familiar with a girl named Aoi? She should be one of your classmates. Yes, I know everything about her. Her hair is purple, and she likes popsicles, and she likes stepping on people, and that's it. After pondering for a moment, Yua shook her head apologetically. The name sounds familiar, but I don't believe I've spoken to her before. I see. Do you think they're the culprit? Nah, this is something else entirely. Part of why I pulled an all-nighter yesterday was to look into her. So, when you mentioned the culprits surrounding high school girls, or the culture surrounding high school girls, is this what you meant? Mose, ever perplexed, received a wink and a grin from Bon before he turned back toward Yua. Let's try this. Have you ever heard any rumors about a female student that's capable of some incredible magic tricks? A prankster, if you will. No. I don't think I have. I have no idea where you're going with this. What exactly is this about? For example, a magic trick where she pulls a sword out of thin air? Yua's head snapped upward. Her expression was one of blatant astonishment. How do you... Despite being the one to ask the question, Bon also had a look of surprise on his face.
心当たりがあるのか
See, I acknowledge what you say in the chat, Kyler, but there's no way Donkey would. You can watch his VOD for the same experience. But my live stream is the only way you'll get me to live respond to you. Something come to mind? You hesitated. Then, after a moment, nodded resolutely. Oh, she's gonna be like, I have a D sword.
どこで見た
Where'd you see it?
駅の近くの地下道
An
です。
underpass by the station.
西条くんと岸本さんが
Takumi and Fez. They were...
フェスだ
Fez, huh?
それで
Go on. See, Bon does the same thing I do. Kishimoto is way too long to say. Bon's like, yeah, fucking, her name's Fez. I agree. Fez, Bon is a vibe. Yua briefly recounted her dramatic pursuit from around 2 weeks prior. How she had gone to a manga cafe to meet Takumi. How she had been a little forceful when talking to him, causing him to flee. To be fair, literally anything makes Takumi flee. She doesn't have to be forceful at all. How she had frantically traced him around Shibuya. How he had then managed to evade her, and how right when she was about to give up, she stumbled upon Takumi and Fez entering the underpass.
だから私
So,
その
I
階段の上から
hid above the
二人
staircase
の様子をこっ
and
そり
spied
伺
on
ってい
them
たん
without
です。
them knowing.
二人は階段の一
They
番
were
下
both
で
talking about something at the bottom of the stairs.
えっと
As for what
ど
they
ん
were
なことを
talking
話
about,
していたかは
I wasn't able to
聞き取
hear
れなか
them
ったんで
very
すけど
clearly, but
そしたら
suddenly,
突然
out of nowhere,
岸本さんが
Kishimoto pulled a sword out from
何も
thin
ないと
air.
ころから取り出したんです。すごく大
It was
き
an
な剣で
incredibly large
バッグ
sword.
にも入らな
It
い
didn't
よう
look like it would fit in her bag.
まさか
You can't be serious. So that means Yua. Where is it? Sounds exactly the same as what I saw.
俺が見たのは
Though the one I saw wasn't done by Kishimoto.
さっき名前を出した
It was that Aoi girl I was talking about.
実は
Actually, we've got eyewitness reports from all over Shibuya saying that she likes to stroll around with a sword. Wait, how can everyone see her sword? I thought she hasn't real booted it or whatever.
その手品
Maybe that magic trick is a new trend among the young people? Those damn youths. Always bringing out their swords everywhere.
でも私が見たあれは
But what I saw,
手品にはと
it
ても
didn't
見え
look
ま
like
せ
a
んでし
magic
た。
trick at all.
それに
And,
他にも何か見たの
did you catch something else?
信じてもらえるかどうか
I don't know if you'll
わ
believe
か
me
ら
or
な
not.
くて
I haven't told anyone about this, but
話したことあの時
back then,
岸本さんは
Kishimoto,
剣を
she didn't
出し
just
た
pull
だけ
out
じ
a
ゃなく
sword.
て
Yua's words faltered as she slowly licked her lips. She looked lost on whether or not she should continue. Her eyes darted around the room. But eventually, she steeled her resolve and fixed her gaze upon Bon.
二人に
She split into two people.
したんです。まるで
It
本当
was
にその
almost
場
like
に
there was
二人
two
い
of
た
them
み
in
た
the
いでした。
same place.
私
It
わ
was
けが
just
わからなくて
bizarre. A heavy silence covered the reception room. All three within it were at a complete loss for words.
とにかく
Okay.
どんな種があるのかわかんない
Regardless, while I don't know what the trick behind it is, there definitely seems to be multiple people around Shibuya that can pull off stunts pretty similar to magic tricks.
まあそれと
Moreover,
岸本彩さん
we've confirmed that Fez and Aoi have both made the same contact with
確認
Takumi.
済みだこれが偶然と
I
は思え
seriously
ない
doubt this is a coincidence.
西条くん、
あの少年の周囲では
Feels like nothing but
現
surreal
実離
stuff
れし
has
たこ
been
とが
following that kid.
起きてるような気がする
Zban said that. His words from the call before reappeared in his mind.
怪獣か魔法使いです
This was just the work of monsters, magicians, or wizards. This would all be so much easier. Bond's murmur did not reach the other two. That's what Fez was talking about, wizards and shit. Averse to the gloomy atmosphere, Momose took a breath and sipped on the tea her subordinate had brought over to her. Then, as she brought the cup back down, she put on a smile and unceremoniously made to change the topic.
ところで岩ちゃん
By the way,
そのカバンに
Yua,
ぶら下がってる貝
those frogs hanging
最
off your
近流行って
bag,
るんでしょ
they're quite the fad nowadays, aren't they?
あ、はい。
Yes. Yua gave a sigh of relief, having been saved with a kind company president.
なんて言うんだっけ
What was it called again?
ゲロカエルンです。
Geru Kaidu Desu. What?
いろいろ種類が出てるんじゃなく
Aren't
て
there a whole
10種類
host
く
of
らい
different kinds released? About 10 in total? I believe.
はい。私は
I
友達からもらっただけなの
I
で
only got them from a
詳しくは
friend,
知らないんです
so I don't know very much about them.
なんだってこんな
Why is it that they're so sloppily put together? Or why is it that things that are so sloppily put together, they get so darn popular? I mean, if we're going off raw looks here, not only am I better on the eyes, but I'm way cuter.
バンちゃん寝言は寝てから言いなさい
Bon, save the ramblings for the bar. It's a Japanese thing, they really like frogs. Okay.
冗談って
I was just joking.
私も
Well,
実
actually,
はその
I don't really understand why
ど
they're
うして
so
流行ってい
popular
るの
myself.
かよくわからないんで
But
す
we're going to put them in every game from this one on.
あら結構可愛いと
Well,
思うけど
I
ね
think they're rather adorable.
ももちゃんの見る目も衰えたな
Looks like your eye for these things is on the way out, Momo.
世論は私の
Oh,
方
really?
が正しいって証明して
Doesn't
る
it prove that I'm more in tune to the public opinion than you?
バンちゃんも買いに行った方がいい
You'll
わ
have to
よ
buy one yourself, Bon.
一体どこへ行けば買えるものな
Or
の
in the world would you even go to buy one of these things?
ゲロカエルンの
There's
専門ショッ
exclusive
プがあち
Garo
こち
Froggy
に
shops all over the place.
専門ショップだ
Exclusive shops?
そこで
I
金曜
think you
日に
can
行
get
列
one
に
on
並べ
Friday
ば
if you
買え
wait
る
in
と思い
line
ま
for
す
it.
金曜日
Friday?
毎週金曜日に
They
新しいデザインのものが
release a
発売
new
にな
design
る
every
んです
Friday.
好
The
きな子
children that
は
like them want to complete their
コンプリートと
collections.
か言って
They seem to be trying to collect them all. Like Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
あの
Yeah. While Yua was in the midst of speaking, Bon had turned to Momose while scratching the stubble of his chin. I'm literally a tuner monster.
金曜
Friday, huh?
流行るとは思えないものが流行る
Things you wouldn't normally expect to be popular are popular.
G レートは
The
毎週
GE rate increases on the weekends.
する
Are we actually about to tie the froggy into the story?
まさかバンちゃん
Bon, you can't possibly be suggesting.
当たってみ
It
る
might
価
be
値はあ
worth
る
checking out. The frog did do it. Alpha wasn't memeing. It's so funny, the different art style, like the sketches of people. The second I poked my head into school on Thursday, Masumi immediately invited me to go see Fez in the hospital with him. Greninja just got added to Scarlet and Violet. Yawn, wake me when reasonable patches get added to Scarlet Violet. Me, when I am a frog, my bloodthirst is unquenchable. When they fix the game. Yeah, we all know Scarlet Violet's never getting fixed. A lot of people coping, but Scarlet Violet is 1, not going to get DLC, and 2, it is not going to get fixed. Given that the idea hadn't even crossed my mind, it caught me off guard. Yeah, because we all know Takumi would never think to check on the well-being of anyone else. But before I'd even been able to respond, Remy said she wanted to come too for whatever reason, and I ended up being swept along with her as a result. Let me be clear, I had a heart and all. I don't fucking believe that for a second. But considering the menace known as Shogun was drawing closer and closer to me, I didn't think this was exactly the time to show it. I didn't want to die. That's all we know about Takumi. He's a weeb and he doesn't want to die. Coming in through the front entrance, Masumi looked around the lobby in confusion.
どうしたの?
What's wrong?
いや、
Well,
岸本の
I was
病室
just trying
っ
to
て
figure out where
ど
Kishimoto's
こなんだ
room
ろうな
was.
って思ってよ。
Had you seriously come this far without knowing that? This guy was beyond belief sometimes. I mean, how would he just know?
ここは外来棟だよ。
This is the outpatient ward.
病棟は
The hospital ward is next door. I like to picture that Takumi takes like a big breath in between every like couple words he says. The hospital ward is next door. Shit, that right?
大臣、しっかりしてよ。
Daichin, get a grip already. This was the hospital I'd gone to ever since I was a kid. I'd even come here just the other day, so I was pretty knowledgeable on where everything was. Dr. Takashina's face flashed across my mind, and I involuntarily groaned to myself. As we walked to the hospital ward, Masumi turned to me.
で、病棟
So-
の何号室だと思う？
Which of these rooms is hers?
そんなのわ
How
かん
should...
ないよ。
I know! This was a general hospital, so there was obviously a ton of different wards and departments, if I had to guess.
多分外科じゃないかな。
Probably not the surgery ward.
でももしかすると
But
精神科かも。
she could maybe be in the psychiatry ward. There hadn't been any visible injuries on Fez after she'd fallen, and considering she'd attempted unalive, her mind had been likely been brought to the brink, so her being in the psychiatric ward seemed very possible. Is he really out of breath, dude? No, I don't think he's out of breath. I think he's supposed to be stuttering and stammering through the dialogue. Even I'd been taken to the psych ward. You sure know your stuff, Taku.
常識でしょ常識。
It's just common sense, you dork. Right, Taku? I don't think it's necessarily common sense. I might not have known it if I hadn't come here so many times. Right as we were entering the hospital ward, Remy ground to a halt.
私、お手洗い行ってくる。
I need to use the bathroom. You guys go on ahead. With a wave of her hand, Remy quickly headed back toward the outpatient ward. Thinking that wandering around the ward would cause problems for the patients, we decided to ask for help at the nurses' station. And just like I predicted, they told us she was on the floor for psychiatric patients. Can they give that info away? without Fez being like, hey, these are people I'm willing to let visit me. I love Pokemon, but other Nintendo franchises can never get away with the stuff Game Freak does. Well, yeah, none of them make as much money as Pokemon, plus Nintendo doesn't have full ownership of Pokemon. Tragic. I feel like this is the quietest chance of been for a Chaos Head stream. Usually people are prompting me before the delusion to start picking another delusion. There was a toilet right of the entrance to the room, and there was a bed near the back. The setting sun shone through the window on the other side of the room. Faz wasn't in the bed, based on how the sheets were a little bit messed up. It looked like she had been there till recently. Because we're on Discord. Link in the description. Why are you in the Discord? Are you talking about the game in the Discord? Okay. Where the hell did she run off to? Who knows? Oh, well, guess we're gonna wait till she gets back. The moment he said that, Masumi started rummaging around the room for some reason. He didn't even have a shred of decency. Right now, it wouldn't be wrong to refer to this as Fez's room. A number of her things were lying around. And mixed with the smell of antiseptic was that nice scent you could only find in a girl's room. What's that mean? Does he not see her D-sword? It's just chilling there. Just kind of bursting into it while she wasn't there felt like we were peeping right into her private life. I didn't feel comfortable with that. We'd be better off waiting outside. I'm only taking a quick peek. Come on, don't tell me you're not curious about Fez's private life, I mean. Oh yeah, Remy's not here to, like, tell us not to. Don't lie, man. Okay, sure. Fez's personal life was a total mystery. Surely a quick glance wouldn't be so bad. Masumi wasn't even showing an ounce of hesitation. Urged on by his bold attitude, my mind swiftly changed. I turned to look at the door to make sure no one was coming, then turned back toward the room. Feeling my heart thump hard in my chest, I started with the bed. I took hold of the slightly ruffled sheets. And then, having no idea what to expect, I gently turned them over. And what I saw was something beyond imagination. Hidden beneath the sheets was lingerie, a full set of lingerie. A pair of purple panties were scrunched up haphazardly and had very clearly been taken off recently. Why would you wear lingerie to the hospital? This wasn't brand new. This was wholly and entirely used. This was a private room. From that, one could only glean that Fez was the only one who could have worn these. I hurriedly turned to check on Masumi. Fortunately, he was too busy flipping through a magazine to have noticed my shocking discovery. I returned my glance to the underwear. I gulped. My throat was dry as a desert. My trembling fingers, almost entirely on their own, reached toward the underwear. Feeling my pulse getting quicker, I ever so softly touched them. For some reason, they felt squishy, physical. Something wasn't quite right about this. They're padded. Takumi. Those are my family jewels.
ろよ、タク。
Check it out, Taku. There's some weird ass stuff over here. I suddenly realized Masumi was calling me. I was standing in the corner of the hospital room. The bedsheets were turned over. There was obviously no sexy lingerie in sight. What do you mean, for some reason, dude, it's a bra? You think Takumi has ever touched a bra before? Come on, bro. It'd just been a delusion, huh? It ended with an extremely horrifying twist, so I'd make sure that memory remained forever sealed. He'd taken a magazine from high up on the shelf and was staring at it fixedly.
New だぜ。New.
It's new, man. This is crazy.
この雑誌まだ続いてたん
I
だ。
can't believe this magazine is still going. What fucking magazine? What are you talking about? New was a magazine that focused on all facets of the occult. UFOs, aliens, ESP, religion, urban legends, mysterious phenomena, super ancient civilizations, UFA arts, etc. It wasn't difficult at all to believe that our very own unique Fez would be reading it.
こっちの文庫本
This
は
book here. Let's see.
何々
The Gladoi Books of Psalms and Revelation. Must be some kind of fantasy book. I wasn't familiar with that specific book, but the term gladiole did ring a bell. Where had I heard that again? Pretty sure it had been recent.
岸本と付き合うとなると
Does dating Kishimoto come packaged with this crazy hobby of hers? God, that'd be so annoying to deal with.
これは
Well, you know what they say about crazy. And he's still not giving up on dating Fez, even after being turned down in an instant last time. Also, doesn't he have a girlfriend? I'm gonna guess his girlfriend's the culprit, actually. I take back all my theories on it being Sua. It's his girlfriend. And she's just gone nuts because he's, like, hitting on every other person that walks. She just can't take it anymore, and she just starts fucking killing people. Why are we zooming in on the bed railing? I don't get it. Suddenly, Fez's D-sword came into view in the corner of my eye. It was leaning against the window. It looked like a space battleship right out of a sci-fi movie. Is that how you would describe it? My opinion on it hadn't really changed. Either it was an awesome-looking sword, possessing equal parts beauty and cruelty, even though it wasn't glowing, and even though it was just leaning against a window, it still had the typical impressive feeling of presence to it. Kubai figured it out, the girl with no sprite is the killer. To be fair, the girl could still potentially have a sprite, because she hasn't actually been seen or talked to in the entire game. She has just been mentioned and referenced to off-screen. But no, I was doing what you would call a joke, perchance, to keep my sanity during this playthrough. Masumi showed no signs of noticing the sword, so the eyes of normal people couldn't see them. I wonder, if I were to take it without Fez knowing, would the sword become mine? If I could really obtain a D-sword with zero effort, then there was no time to waste. The desire to do so bubbled up within me. Wouldn't she be able to still, like, recall it back? With a gulp, I timidly, ever so timidly, reached out for the sword. I grasped the hilt. Well, tried to grasp it. But my hand had gone right through it, leaving me grasping only thin air. I tried once more, but the result was no different. I couldn't grab it. I couldn't even touch it. Did that mean the sword wasn't real booted? As mutual recognition hadn't been achieved, it was no more than Fez's delusion, but I could still see it for some reason. An illusion, dream, and afterimage.
何やってんだお
What the hell are you doing, dude? Masumi looked at me in confusion. We waited for around 10 minutes, but Fez still showed no signs of coming back. Same thing with Remy. She was still in the bathroom, apparently. Where could she have actually gone? What do you mean? Just taking a shit, bro. Give her a break. What do you mean, where did she actually go? Why are you being so suspicious? Did Remy know how to find this room?
Oh.
We'd asked for the location at the nurse's station after Remy had left. She could have very well been wandering all throughout the hospital as we spoke, not having any idea where we were or where this place was. But Remy knew we were going to the room, so wouldn't she logically just ask? She would know that we were going to the room when she was going to the bathroom. She's a bit of a ditz. It might not have occurred to her to ask someone like we did. We should look for her. I felt uneasy not being with Remy. I couldn't say for sure that this hospital was safe. If Shogun were reading my mind right now, he would have known that I was here. Good idea. I'm getting bored of waiting, and I know you're getting pretty damn lonely without her around after all. Hey. Give it to me straight. What's the deal with you and Remy? I'm asking if you two are going out. You've definitely been giving off the vibes recently. We aren't going out. Well, she rejected you, so clarify that. Despite what I'd said, my face was still flushed. Me and Remy dating. It was true that I'd had delusions of that many times. I hadn't been interested in 3D in the past, but nowadays Remy was becoming more and more important to me with every passing day. We can't answer any questions, but we must re-emphasize at every possible point that he isn't interested in 3D and he really likes Remy. Back when Remy had said she'd stay by my side, she also said the following. We're friends! In other words, she only saw me as a friend. Wah wah. There's no way in hell she'd want to start a romantic relationship with an otaku freak. Besides, Remy would probably be a bit slow on the uptick with that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not sad she doesn't want to date me. She just wouldn't get my otaku stuff. I split ways with Misumi and went to look for Remy or Fez. Misumi had gone downstairs, so I decided to take my search above. Man, if only you guys had cell phones and could call each other. Wild. Ami-chan! Where'd you go, Ami-chan? I passed by an older patient in the corridor, probably around his 50s. He was staggering down the hall while calling out to someone named Ami-chan over and over. I ignored him and headed further into the corridor. Wait, I'm sure Ami-chan will be relevant. Go back. Nobody seemed to mind me wandering around the hospital. Maybe since I'd used to come here so often. But for every corner I turned and for every door I saw open, I felt my heart rate increase at the thought of Shogun appearing from them. Not only that, but the occasional crazed screams and cries coming from any number of directions weren't exactly good for my mental state. Neither is being outside good for Takumi's mental state. But Shogun was actually in one of these hospital rooms last time we saw him, right? The corridor was uniformly dyed a cream color. Some of the rooms were open and some were closed, and to make sure that there were no signs of Shogun being around, I peeked into a whole bunch of them. Each room had 2 beds lined up next to each other, with person-shaped bulges lying underneath the sheets like sleeping patients, but their faces were always in a blind spot, so I couldn't see them. There weren't many people walking through the corridors. Just the man calling for Ami-chan and a single nurse. Those were the only 2 I'd passed by. I really didn't want to be here. I don't know why, but that feeling refused to leave me. The atmosphere was heavy. It wasn't oppressive per se, but I had the nagging feeling that I shouldn't have been there. A little farther in front of me, the corridor made a 90-degree turn to the right. Well, it looks like at the end of this picture that it looks like it makes a 90-degree turn to the left, because this door is only halfway drawn in. What is 1D vibin'? Just sound? The hospital rooms continue through here, I wondered. As I pondered that, I cautiously turned the corner. That's actually kind of wild. This is one of the few times that jump scare kind of got me a little bit. Not really like I physically jumped, but it increased the heart rate a little bit. If you were watching my heart monitor, you would have seen it go a little bit. That's just because we've gone 2 hours of straight reading without any fucking sounds. So I was met with a wall. A glitch in the matrix, in the virtual reality of my world. I might have been wrong about Takumi at first, but I'm probably still right about this being a virtual reality. I'm calling it. I've been calling it since the second stream. It's a glitch in the matrix. This part of the world hasn't rendered yet. It's the fog of war. It sat in the middle of my path, and, in vast contrast to the entirely cream-colored hospital, it was covered in black paint from top to bottom. A complete dead end. I appreciate how it looks like someone photoshopped this, because they took like a black Sharpie marker to this wall, because you can see where it kind of runs out of ink in the middle-ish. I wonder if it's one of those things where if you like looked really far away, could you see an image in there? That would be cool. Like if you held it really far away from you, would like an image come into like play? Probably not, but that would be cool. For some reason I didn't know, my pulse quickened. I couldn't move even a single step from where I stood. Oh, is something about to jump out of here? I just want the jump scare. I want something to jump out of this. My vision wobbled and shook. Thinking it was vertigo, I tried to close my eyes and massage my eyelids with my fingertips, only to feel my eyeballs twitching beneath them. A chill as cold as ice crawled up from my feet. I stood dead in my tracks, forgetting how to even breathe. Well, if he passes out, there's no better place to do it than the hospital. Staring at the black in front of me. It felt as if it would suck me in, as if it would swallow me whole. A deep, never-ending darkness. Something's totally gonna jump out. It keeps doing that effect, but by the way, because of the railing here, we know we're not going any closer towards the black wall, because we can always see the corner of the railing. If it was going furthermore, then this section right here would be gone, so it's just doing a weird effect. Just wanted to point that out. Even though there shouldn't have been anyone there, it felt like somewhere someone was watching me. God's gaze peered into the nape of my neck. Its presence was a completely different level compared to how it would be at my base. Don't look! Mustering all my mental strength, I closed my eyes. I was finally able to breathe again, and I stepped back while gasping for breath. With my head facing down toward the ground, I fled through the corridor. I sped back to the floor with Fez's room, gasping and wheezing all the way. Oh, so he didn't go to check out the black corridor. We just booked it again. No answers to the plot. Run away! I touched the nape of my neck and felt sticky sweat oozing from it. But the sweat wasn't just coming from there. My entire body was drenched in it. What the hell was going on? Was Shogun reading my mind? Why would Shogun reading your mind have anything to do with the black void appearing in the hospital? Whatever. Shuck that into the pile of questions. The presence of God's gaze wouldn't go away. My wheezing and shivering refused to calm down. Exhaustion had devoured my motivation in an instant. I wanted to go home. I wanted to have Remy take care of me as we locked ourselves in my base. It wasn't like me visiting Fez would make her happy. If anything, it would probably do the complete opposite. I was an idiot for coming along with Masumi. The guy clearly had an agenda, and it was at complete opposite odds with me. I had no reason to be here. I should just go home. Oh my god. It's the nurse! Or it's just a generic person. Can't really tell from here. Before either Shogun or Yua appeared, my man hasn't seen Yua in like 5 chapters and he's still worried about her. They always appeared whenever I least expected it. Yua hasn't appeared at all! What do you mean they always appeared when I least expected it? Yua hasn't been back! I mean, we've seen her talking with Ban, but not with Takumi. They haven't been together for like 5, 6 chapters now? I bet they pinned down where I was with ease. No matter where I was, I needed to be prepared. Tracing the wall with my hand, I staggered my way to Fez's hospital room. Had Masumi gotten back yet? Hoping he'd found Remy, I dragged my legs forward. I thought he already made it back to her room. Oh, he just made it back to the floor with her room. Yamai was calling out to Ami-chan again. I heard the voice of a nurse coming from the head. Looking up, I saw that 2 of them were walking in my direction. One was young, and the other was a well-built, middle-aged lady. Who on earth could he be searching for? It comes from a ghost story that's been told in this hospital for a very long time. Supposedly, there's a phantom hospital room that nobody can see, and Ami-chan is hospitalized there. Oh, that's the Black Room. The rumor has been going on for years and years. I looked back down and waited for the 2 to pass by. I held my breath to hide my ragged breathing. I could easily tell they were giving me suspicious looks, but they still ignored me all the same. She showed up out of nowhere, violated his safe space, and held him down with his mouth shut, and yammered at him with crazy eyes. Did she have crazy eyes? I thought she was, like, sympathetic towards him. But she was like, I know what you're doing. We can go to the police together. I don't think she was being crazy, right? After the 2 nurses passed me, I continued my endeavor and arrived at the nurses' station. No, she had crazy eyes. At first. I guess she had, like, the pupilless eyes. Maybe. I mean, it's been so long, I don't really remember. After the 2 nurses passed me, I continued my endeavor and arrived at the nurses' station. I must have missed Fez's room, as it should have been a bit before. Clicking my tongue, I wiped the sweat off my forehead. It still felt like I was being watched. The depths of my chest throbbed with pain, my ears were ringing too. It felt absolutely terrible. My body was a total wreck. I hadn't felt anything like this at all when I first got here. What the hell was happening to me in my body? With the pain overwhelming me and becoming too much to bear, I went to ask for help from the nurses' station. But there was only one nurse there. The only nurse in all of Shibuya. That was ages ago. When was the last time they met? I said, that's what I was saying, like chapter 2 or something. I don't know. Chat's been pretty quiet, so no one really here to, like, answer the questions I've been asking here. It's dangerous. Whenever chat's this quiet, we just make a lot of progress through the game. Which is kind of boring, but whatever. We'll just keep trudging here. This is what people apparently wanted, was for me to just make a lot of progress. So, here we go. We'll just do that. She didn't seem to have noticed me. Her back was turned to me, and she was mumbling something while deeply absorbed in whatever she was working on. In her hand was a clipboard. She was writing something on the form stuck to it. Did I miss a rant? No, we were talking about how there hasn't been a rant. We've just kind of been blowing through this chapter. May the divine light save us. 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 Oh! I'd seen this person many times before. She was that one nurse, Hazuki. Oh! This was the, Tokyo General Hospital's psychiatry ward. Of course she'd be here. She'd already attended to me twice in the past month alone. Oh man, this was perfect. If I called out to her, surely she'd help me with whatever I... An urgent-sounding, ringing noise suddenly rang throughout the room. Hazuki put down her clipboard in surprise, then operated a switch with her hand. The ringing sound was cut off. She'd probably been paged to do some nursing thing, as she rushed onto the nurse's station in a flurry. Why hadn't she noticed me? Even though I was suffering from so much pain right behind her. Because you were behind her, you didn't make any noise, and she was called to her job. What the fuck do you mean, why hadn't she noticed me? I could barely stay standing. The vertigo was awful. With no other choice, I decided to go to the nurse's station to wait for someone to get back. I found a stool around where Hazuki had been standing and sat down. My head ached. It felt like it had back when the earthquake hit a week ago. But this pain had a different nature to it. Or so it felt, anyway. Maybe the hospital calls earthquakes to all the gigglomaniacs? Because the hospital is the source of the noids in the Matrix? That's why Fez also has earthquake headaches here. Because we're at the Noid factory. She's a nurse. No way can she be busy. Yeah. No way could a nurse be busy at a hospital. Wild. Why wasn't she paying attention to me? To me, the main character. Me. Anyway. The source of the Matrix is this hospital. I'm calling it now. I needed something to drink. Just trying to breathe hurt my throat. Likely because of all the gasping and wheezing I'd been doing. I casually looked around the area. My eyes landed upon the clipboard Hazuki had been holding. At the very moment, what was scrawled on it entered my field of vision. Lamau. Whenever I'd gone in for a checkup, Hazuki had always been writing something on that clipboard of hers, all while having the same gentle smile on her face. Because it flashed by so fast, and it didn't even let you sit on the image, I'll describe it. The image was that, image that Grimm had sent us, in reference to the crucifixion case. Not the actual bloodied image, but like the shitty Photoshop, Microsoft Paint doodle he made. That's what she had doodled on the page. Although the scene prior referenced that what she was putting on the page was about the divining light or whatever. Yeah. Oh no, she's just repeating it. That's not what she's writing. Okay. I'd thought that she'd been writing down the prescriptions she planned on giving me, my temperature and things like that. Yeah. That was why what was drawn there was beyond comprehension. I mean, she was in, like, the office. She might have just been doodling stuff until she got her next call. Oh, okay. This time it's actually holding the image. What the? I'd seen it before. I had already seen the shittily drawn sketch somewhere before. The question we'd really been wondering, who was Grim? Was the nurse all along? But where? Where had I seen it? My head ached. The stabbing pain pierced through it. The hairs on the nape of my neck stood on end. Don't look at me! I picked up the clipboard. Countless medical forms were clipped to it. I went to flip up the page. The second piece of paper had the same shitty drawing. I flipped to the next one. The third was the same. He's just hallucinating, isn't he? The fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Each and every one of them had the same drawing scribbled on it, again and again and again. This drawing. Were those eyes? Was the crucifixion. With some artistic leeway on the image, of course. Anyway, we left the hospital after that. We didn't go find Nurse Hazuki. We didn't find our friends. We just dipped. Evening fell on the roof of an old building in Shinsen, the building atop which Takumi's container house stood, still as death. It was Aoi's second time visiting it. The first time had been a few days prior, following her encounter with Kozupii and Takumi and Sintergai. She had gone on to tail the boy in secret, though this, the location was set in stone in her mind. Kozupii doesn't think Kozupii should be doing this. Kozupii hates thiefy stuff. Phew. Why'd you come with me then? Aoi regarded Kozupii in a cold manner, refusing to even turn around to view her sagging shoulders, nor her long face. She had come to infiltrate Takumi's room. Takumi is not normal. That was the conclusion she had come to after speaking to him many times. Why would she come to that conclusion when she's got all of the same abilities he does? And can, like, spawn the sword and stuff. That doesn't make much sense to me. Hey, Nuke. Bennett. How's it going? There was no doubt in her mind that he was distinctly different to a normal giglomaniac, like Kozupii and herself. Did he possess delusions? See ya, Kyler. Have a good night, man. Did he possess delusional abilities so abnormal it proved terrifying? Or could he perhaps be receiving some sort of artificial support? Regardless of which it might be, the uncertain nature of Takumi greatly bothered her. As of the current moment, she was searching for a man known as Hatano. There was a very real possibility that Takumi had some sort of connection to him. She had no conclusive evidence of this. It was all a theory. A Chaos Head Noah theory. Hang on one second. It snowed like a foot while I've been streaming. Annoyed theory. I'm surprised MatPat doesn't have like a fan theory where fans can make like, or a fan theory channel where fans can make like random theories. Could post like Noid theories on it. Anyway, she had no evidence of this, but that's fine. There was no conclusive evidence of anything so far in the entire game, so that wasn't really much different. Through investigating even the most slightly suspicious things with her own eyes, whose eyes? The possibilities would be torn down one by one. With such methodology, she would find her target with absolute certainty. That was Aoi's creed. The door had a padlock attached to it. With a slight scoff, she swung her D-sword that she had preemptively reel-booted. Shing! The padlock was effortlessly smashed to pieces. Won't Takumi get real mad when he gets back? Yeah, but Takumi's a bitch. He won't do shit. Aoi had already confirmed that Takumi had been heading from school toward the station with two of his friends. However, even if he were to find out, it meant no difference to her. When it came to attaining her goal, Aoi had no qualms with others coming to detest her, or even being reported to the police. What's her goal? Just finding that one dude? The homeless guy? She opened the door and stepped into the room. Can you, just for a second, can you imagine the smell of this room? There's zero ventilation because it's a storage container. He's just got garbage all over the floor. He's a teenage dude. I just thought of it. You had 500 accounts blocked from KFC. That's crazy. Well, with your remaining 208 accounts, you should have all of them subscribe to the channel. That would be wild. Aoi could only grimace at the disastrous cesspool of a room. The endless piles of trash forced a groan from her mouth. Yucky. Why does it sound like you're enjoying this, Kozupii? Do you think Kozupii and Aoi should take their shoes off? Should take their shoes off? Should, get it? With a sigh, Aoi ventured deeper into the room, shoes still adorning her feet. There's so many dollies! Ooh. Takumi really is a pervy pervert. Wow. The genius doesn't have a lock for a shipping container. To be fair, he did. Aoi busted it with her D-sword. Paying no heed to Kozupii, who seemed oddly impressed, Aoi stood before the PC. She turned the power on without hesitation, and scoured the desk with her eyes as she waited. Furrowing her brow, she picked up a sheet of paper that had been left on the desk, an essay. Oh, he too clumsily left out his old essay that was all too conveniently placed in the room. A lot of coincidences and a lot of conveniences stacking up here. Whose eyes are those eyes? It's whose eyes are those eyes? Kozupii had peeked at the essay from behind Aoi's back, and was now jumping up and down in excitement. So Takumi really was the whose eyes are those eyes guy after all. Kozupii was righty, right. She really was. Vast contract, Kozupii. Aoi skimmed the essay with disinterest, then casually flipped it over. The very next instant, her eyes widened in shock. This can't be! Bakana! Something was drawn there. It was the worst art she'd ever seen.
人がいっぱいだね。これロボットさん？
Look at all those people. Is that a wobot?
あいや。
It says
だって
IR2 right there. As in, IR have two eyes.
セナさん？
What? The sound of gritting teeth escaped from Aoi's lips. Her expression was far more grim than usual, and the hand holding the essay trembled with anger.
そうか。
So that's it.
西条。
He's the one responsible for IR2, which must be the simulation they're all in, or the robot controlling all of the people. Her voice forcefully stifled. She crushed the sheet of paper in her fist. Oh. But what's IR2? Why did it make you angry? And we take another question to the pile. And we move on. We toss that right out back over our shoulder. Alright. What's IR2? Don't care. Moving on. I left the nurse's station and stumbled around the hospital, my mind buried in fog. I was doing everything in my power to avoid thinking about what I'd just seen. Before I knew it, I found myself standing at the landing of a staircase, with Mizumi gazing outside by the window.
どうしたタク？
What the hell happened to
汗
you?
びっしょりじゃねえ
You're
か。
covered in sweat, dude. You're looking pretty pale, too.
顔色悪い
Mizumi,
やつもか。
There was another question that we didn't explain. I can't take this shit anymore. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Then again, pale's pretty much your permanent skin tone anyway. Haha, that's funny because he is pale.
もしかして走って探してたのか？そりゃバテもするぜ。
Oh god, don't tell me.
無茶するね。
Were you running while looking for her? No wonder you're worn out. It ain't worth killing yourself over. I wiped my sweat away and tried desperately to feign composure.
リミと岸
Me
本
after I climbed the stairs.
見つけたぜ。
No, I'm not out of breath. Why are you asking that? I found Remy and Kishimoto. Despite what he said, I couldn't see either of them. For some odd reason, he pointed outside the window.
あそこだ。
Over there. Once I caught my breath, I approached the window. I could see the outpatient ward from it. The outpatient and hospital wards were separate buildings, accessible through a corridor connecting them. They weren't all that far apart, though. The hospital ward had many floors, and the landing I was on looked slightly down on the roof of the outpatient ward. On that roof, shrubbery sporting red flowers formed a makeshift garden, and it seemed to be a place where patients went to relax. In the center of the garden, I could see Remy and Fez. Fez was wearing pajamas, and she was discussing something with Remy. Those two shouldn't know each other, right?
なんか妙にシリアスな
Not sure why, but it looks like they're discussing something real serious down there, right? Yeah. It almost looked like they were glaring at each other. Suddenly, Fez closed in on Remy and slapped her right across the cheek. Catfight. Even from where I was standing, I could tell she hadn't held back one bit. Fez then walked away from Remy. She was heading in the direction of a passageway, so she was probably going back to her hospital room.
今ビンタし
My
た。
man, was that a bitch slap, dude? I nodded. Even after being left behind, Remy didn't move an inch. She stood there.
あの二人って
There's some kind of drama going on between them? If there was, I knew nothing about it. I readily went along with Misumi's proposal to pretend like we'd never seen what we'd seen. We then decided to leave Remy to her own devices and return to Fez's room. Her own devices of her just sitting in the garden. The state of my body had mostly recovered by now, and God's gaze had vanished. It was to the point where it felt like that horrible sickness I'd been feeling had never even been there in the first place. Oh. Masumi let out a sound in front of me. I looked up in response, only to see Fez walking over to us. Her head hung slightly limp. Her gaze pointed downward. Her steps were slow and lacked any energy. Her face was very pale, and her expression was, to no surprise, intensely somber. We'd somehow managed to bump into Fez right in front of her hospital room.
Yo, Kishimoto-san.
Yo! Masumi gave the most eloquent greeting possible from him, to which Fez raised her head in surprise. Why is she wearing pajamas instead of like a hospital gown? No. She looked at me, and despite seeming like she was on the brink of tears, she smiled. Why had she done that? Had she heard about the uproar that happened in front of O-Front? About all the shameful things I'd done? Oh, the shame of it all. What was the shameful thing he'd done? Or was she just being friendly? The former would be beyond depressing. We thought you might be lonely, so we decided to pay you a visit. I gotta say, you're looking real cute in those pajamas, Kishimoto. His passive pickup artist had activated in barely any time at all. Talk about rushing the objective. Come in. Although Fez had treated Masumi pretty coldly before, she didn't do that this time. Instead, Fez opened her door and invited us in. She didn't show a single hint of having slapped Remy just a few minutes ago. Yeah, I know it was about him being embarrassed on live TV, but I still don't really know why he was embarrassed to be on live TV or who portrayed him as the future seer or whatever the fuck. That's still a mystery. That will never be solved. Was she hiding it well, or had she just gotten over it in such a short time? As per usual, I had no idea what Fez was thinking. So many mysteries, yeah. Definitely a lot of mysteries, alright. I've kind of forgot like half of them, though. That's the problem. So the problem is we've got so many trails of mysteries, and I've forgotten like fucking half of them without them being paid off. So now when they're gonna get paid off, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, that we didn't know that earlier. That's right. Taku looks like he's coming to visit. Taku looks like coming to visit was the right choice after all. We hit the jackpot today. Masumi gave a small fist pump while Fez wasn't looking, then excitedly entered the room. I reluctantly followed after him. In all honesty, I wanted to head home with Remy ASAP. But I didn't have the courage to say anything. I didn't know the reason why, but being so fiercely slapped like that must have made her pretty depressed. And I knew I didn't have the words to encourage her. Why would you get depressed after being slapped? Wouldn't you be angry? If someone slapped me, I would be angry. You get bitch slapped and you're like, "Aw, why'd you go and do that?" Fez sat down on the bed. Masumi very casually sat beside her. Talk about daring. I couldn't help but be taken aback by Masumi's mode of attack. Actually? Yeah, absolutely. Oui, oui, monsieur, vibin' guy. Would you like a baguette? It is most delicieux. Fez gave Masumi a single glance before fixing her gaze upon me. Being stared at so blatantly put me at a loss of how exactly I was supposed to respond. I didn't know what kind of expression to make, so I just ended up looking down on the floor. Like he always does. When did Kozupii ever speed things? What are you talking about? We're literally like almost done with chapter 8, I feel like. How are your injuries? You look like you're already ready to walk out of here. You need anything. Anything at all, don't hesitate to ask. My wallet is yours to command, my lady. Wouldn't Fez actually have quite a bit of money after her band and constantly selling out concerts and stuff? He focused intently on Fez's hand. If I had to guess, he was scheming on how best to grab it. That refined, slender hand. Should I just go? By the way, are you much of a reader? Me personally, I'm a big fan of Gladiol Book of Psalms and Revelation. You ever heard of it, Kishimoto? Ooh. What a little schemer. Takumi. Leaving Masumi's question unanswered, Fez called my name. You are one of the 7 knights of Godoli. Wow.
Huh?
What? I like that his sprite actually backs up when she says that. Okay. Right into the crazy stuff, huh? Even the mayhem surrounding her attempted unalive hadn't been enough to change her at her core. Us meeting. The event must have been brought forth by guidance, after all. Okay, can you just talk like a normal person? Like, if you're about to try and explain things of the plot, I really need you to talk like a normal person. Quietly, dispassionately, Fez narrated about what I could only call a total Chuny storyline. I was gonna say, like, her verbiage makes her sound Chuny instead of, like, actually giving any answers. Your wicked heart is immensely powerful. Then it goes to... Then that is why it goes without saying. You have the makings of a Black Knight. Manifestly so. When I called forth the demon lord, Gaguli, and I brought forth his magic sword from the abyss, I said you, Takumi, were a knight worthy of purging the blackness within. Is what she fucking sounds like. I don't... Is this supposed to be, like, the answer to the story? The suffering you are experiencing right now is a divine punishment from above. A trial of the greater will of society. When you overcame it, or when you overcome it, your D-sword shall be summoned, and it will become yours. Of this I am certain, because I have seen with my unseeing eye the path to your future. And then it shall appear, a dark, colossal serpent of wicked hearts, a being capable of devouring all corrosion, shattering the wicked heart's king's body itself, and instilling heterogeneity in this homogeny. They are real. Gladiol and the D-swords. The Kamitachi are proof of this. The what? This needs a tip. The Kamitachi? This is like when something's getting dubbed. It's like a fan dub. All according to Kakaiku. Okay. But what does that mean? Non-existent phenomena have never had their names engraved in history, but you will carve a path of your own name in this history book. Do you know of etymology? Kame-tachi, the bearing of a sword. Thus, our swords. Trust in me, Takumi. No, I don't. We shall defeat Gladiol together. And thus be born into the throes of history. Like, I don't... Okay. I feel like this is like a very fantasy way to like describe what's actually happening, but she's presenting it in a fantastical way, so you don't really believe it, nor do you really understand or connect to what's happening. I guess this is intentional. But, I mean, I guess if this is the best kind of answer we're gonna get, whatever. Gladoli is the master of the Matrix. And the Black Knights, I assume, are everyone with D-swords. And we're going to stop whoever's creating the Matrix. Gladioli probably is a fantastical reference to Project Noah, I'm guessing. I'd seen that term back when I'd first been researching D-swords. It seemed that D-sword was a term used in literature and pseudo-paraphigraphia relating to the legend of Gladuli, or more specifically a sword in it. I wasn't really sure, though. As I continued to think, Masumi quietly got up and started to walk towards me. He went right past me, but right after he did, he put his hand on my shoulder. Bro, she's fucking nuts. I just feel like Cubai is reading Fire Emblem plot. I mean, yeah, I feel like this is supposed to be an allegory for, like, what's going on. And she's just giving it a fantastical spin, when really, I just need it explained. I'm sure this is all an allegory for stuff. And, like, you can mix and match what she's saying, because she's kind of delusional and nuts. She can't really, like, fully explain to you the story. So, like, there's little connections and little threads of things she's saying that kind of are what's happening. Like, Gaduli is probably the master of the simulation that we're in, and we're gonna cut through the simulation and reawake the world to reality, and cut through the delusions or whatever, but she's just being weird about it. That's my thought process. And I'm gonna head out. Take her down, Taku. My gut tells me you've got some hope with her. Huh? Flashing me a mischievous smile, he left the room. And of course that meant that the only ones left in the room were me and Fez. Silence. Despite having been going on and on about all that crazy shit mere seconds ago, Fez now hung her head in complete silence. Her hands gripped the hem of her shirt as she rolled it up towards her, then straightened it back out again, then toward her, then back again. I guess I had to say something? But I literally had no idea what the hell she'd been talking about. Here's an idea. Since I'd come here to visit her in the hospital, I could give her a few words of sympathy about her condition and call it good. But considering she'd been put in this psych ward, I couldn't exactly just ask about her condition. What was I supposed to do? If I knew it was going to be like this, I would have just left with Masumi.
Takumi.
Hearing my name made me jump. Fez raised her head, then held out both hands to me. Come. Huh? Come here. Unsure of what she would do if I refused, I took a very confused step towards the bed. Closer. Urged on, I took another step. Our hands touched. Then she took hold of them and swiftly pulled me in. She lowered her head once more. She stared intently at my hand. You saved me. I owe my life to you. That wasn't true. I'd saved her by chance, nothing more. Not to mention, I didn't even know whether I'd actually created that flower bed in the first place. Thank you. Her voice was shaky. Was she crying? Huh? I felt a warm sensation on my fingertips, and when I looked down to see what it was, I'm uncomfortable. For some reason I couldn't comprehend. My index finger was inside her mouth. Ayo. I felt something soft and warm touch my fingertip. It wriggled and coiled around my finger, then slipped in one of the gaps between nail and soot in one of the gaps between nail and flesh. That's so gross. How have we gotten to this point? I don't know. I was more confused than ever, but I didn't have it in me to resist. It just felt way too good. Now I was at her mercy. All she was doing was licking my fingers, so why was it so... Stop. This is not sexy, by the way. I just... Hey, Door of Light. Stop. The pleasure suddenly switched to sharp pain. She had bitten my finger hard. Stop! Felt like she was biting right through to the bone. That's how painful it was. I frantically tore my hand away and eventually managed to free it from her mouth. Bright! Her bewitching laughter filled me with fear. I quickly went to check the bite wound on my finger. It shone with her thick, slimy saliva. Blood dribbled from the tooth marks, but the blood wasn't red. It was a sinister black. The color of your blood is the proof that you're a black knight. Whose fetish is that fetish? I don't like that I didn't like any of that. Gross. By having a delusion like that, I was somehow able to endure Fez's insane psychobabble. I hadn't paid attention to a single word, but Fez didn't seem to notice. She simply continued to talk about her Guduli this and Wicked Hearts that, all while having a very serious expression glued to her face. Quick, before Guduli brings his fated ravioli to the world. It's all a divine revelation. They should have already assembled in Shibuya, the 7 Black Knights. Alright, let's guess. Who are they? Takumi, Fez, Aoi, Kozupii, Remy. I don't know who else, I guess. Homeless guy. Yeah, that's 6. Oh, yeah. Okay, not homeless guy. Nanami and Yua. It's gonna be all of the anime girls are the Black Knights. All the anime girls plus Takumi are the Black Knights, I'm guessing, yeah? So how have you been doing? Miserable. Next is only for them to awaken. Yeah, okay, bitch. I'm out of here. If we do not hurry, the world will be brought to ruin, and the calamity shall occur. By the machinations of Gladoli and his army of ravioli. The giglomaniacs. They must form the Black Knighthood, summoned by the only king of the Gaguls. Did whatever the fuck you're talking about. Okay, bye. With both our shoulders drooping toward the ground, Basumi and I descended to the first floor of the hospital ward. Forget it. I don't care about that Kishimoto chick anymore. Till now, I've always abided by my policy. I'll overlook anything as long as they're cute. That is a fair policy. But now, I know that was a mistake. Even I can't handle crazy bitch levels that off the charts. What do you mean, bro? She was just talking about the Knights of Gagoli. That's totally fine. The Gabagoli. You know what I mean? When she fucking summoned the D-swords and her divine machinations of the world. Brought to ruin by the society of despots. It's very simple, Mizumi. Why don't you get it? This dude's the most relatable character. I'll just play it safe and aim for Kozupii from now on. A man of great culture and taste. Not exactly sure if that made things any better. I mean, Masumi had an actual girlfriend he was dating. We haven't seen her. Is this girlfriend in the room with us right now? I don't believe it. Show the sprite.
マジですごいな。
You amaze me, man.
岸本のあの脳
I
みそ
can't
を
believe you were able to listen to her insane bullshit for almost half an hour. I seriously respect that.
俺尊敬したぜ。
You have no idea the lengths I will go to get my fingers sucked.
俺は3分も
I
持たな
couldn't
か
even
った。
last 3 minutes.
この
We're
俺
talking
が
about me of all people. How? To be honest, Takumi was just too awkward to leave the room. Don't ask me. Ooh. Barely listening to Masumi, I focused on my surroundings as I walked, and I just stared at my finger, thinking, I'll never wash this hand again. And then, I found a dazed girl standing in front of the outpatient lobby. Remy. From a side view, I couldn't see a trace of her usual energy. She seemed deep in thought as she gazed up at the lingering sunset, her hair fluttering in the chilly breeze. Does he actually bleed black? Yeah, I mean, he's a Black Knight. Everyone knows the Black Knights bleed black. Devin, come on, don't be ridiculous. Like, you just sound silly right now. I need you to know that. What the fuck? There we go, hang on. Is that gonna work? This hospital looks like the back rooms. Oh, it doesn't work. Damn it. Man, this is a lot of build-up for a joke that maybe only one person gets. What happened to... What the fuck? Why is it not Why is it so weird? Why is it so cropped? I don't know why this isn't showing properly. It's a picture of the Black Knight. Fuck. From Fire Emblem. I give up. I don't know. It's not showing. That was what I was building up to. It's the fucking Black Knight. GG. Took me like 10 minutes to not even get that out. Alright, whatever. Who's the better role model, Takumi or Nagito Komaeda? Nagito. He's at least likable in a crazy way. Takumi doesn't even have that. Anyway, from a side view, I couldn't even see a trace of her usual energy. She seemed deep in thought as she gazed up at the lingering sunset. I already read this.
Oi! Rimi!
Heyo, Remy! Remy quickly turned after Masumi's spook, her face brimming with surprise, spoke, and then gave us a big wave. Hi, hi! Finally, I found you guys! The sight of her smile filled me with relief, and I instinctively ran up to her. Of course, I couldn't exactly bring myself to hug her or anything like that, so that was as far as it went. Such a touching reunion. I'm so glad we were able to meet again, Taku. Where the hell did you go? I didn't know where the hospital was. I was looking all over. The hospital room. Can't believe you just leave me behind like that. Remy made a show of pretending to cry. Are you the one that told us to go on ahead? I did, didn't I? So, were you able to see Kishimoto? Baka! As I nodded, I noticed Masumi was grinning, very obviously beside me. Oh yeah. And you got bitch slapped by Kishimoto, right? Wait, I thought we had agreed to not bring that up. What could you possibly be talking about? We must have wanted to hide the fact that Fez had slapped her. That was why I'd been avoiding the topic and leaving it at that. Read the room, Masumi. No use hiding it. I saw the whole thing. Makes me feel like a gossip-hungry housekeeper or something. Guess I've been caught red-handed. Thank you, Masumi. Wrangling an answer out of darkness. He said, hey, we're answering that. No use hiding it. Her face now pointing towards the floor, Remy gave an awkward sigh, then gazed up at me. Did you see it too, Taku? Yep. Taku and I saw the decisive moment she let it rip across your face. Dude, you don't just say that. She slapped the fuck out of you. She slapped the pink into your hair. Well, darn. I must look pretty stupid for trying so hard to hide it. You didn't really try hard at all. In fact, you immediately caved. When he was like, you got slapped, and she was like, no, I didn't. He was like, yeah, I saw it, and she was like, oh, I guess the facade has been broken. The secrets have been revealed. All excuses. I've run out. But yeah, when I went to the rooftop, I bumped into Kishimoto. And then I kind of asked her something that was on my mind. But what I said seemed to ruffle her feathers a little bit. What did she ask? Whose jimmies are those jimmies that have been rustled? Remember that meme, guys? Well, what was on your mind? In about 3 more chapters, I bet we'll get that, like, scene transition thing, explained. I wanted to know what she was to Taku. Huh. Remember Advice Animals? Dude, I used to live and breathe Advice Animal memes. What'd she mean by that? Also, can we get some likes on the stream here? We're only at 4. Seriously? A declaration of war? I guess you could put it like that. Remy looked bashful. Her gaze darted back and forth between me and the ground. So when I said, I won't let you have him! All the raging sex appeal that Takumi has when he stays in his shipping container and plays video games all day. I got a big slap to the cheek. That's what you saw. Awesome. A sweet catfight, filled with girl-on-girl action. Masumi rustled my hair.
おいタク
Hey, Taku.
どうすんだよ
What you gonna do, huh? Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the likes. What was he getting at here? I didn't really understand. Actually, it was more like my mind had gone completely blank.
告られてんだぞお前
Very interesting point, Dev. She just confessed to you, dude. Now's your chance to go out with her. Grinning, Masumi suddenly shoved me forward. Caught off guard, I stumbled, and Remy was right in the line of fire. As per the laws of physics, what was that? I ended up with my arms around Remy. Sorry. It's okay. My heart was pounding. Remy's body was so soft and warm.
タク、
Taku, When I tried to hurry up and get off her, Remy wrapped her arms around me back. She nervously brought me in close, hugging me in front of all of the senile hospital patients. Electricity ran through me at Remy's surprise attack. In our moment of intimacy, her tender warmth transferred straight over to my body. I wanted to keep feeling that warmth. I wanted Remy to be mine, and mine alone. I was taken over by those feelings, and I hugged her supple body back. And right as I did, a silhouette standing beyond Remy's shoulder entered my field of vision. Fez? It was Fez, D-sword in hand, looking at me with an expression of bitter hatred. Well, I couldn't hear what it was. I could tell she was mumbling something. Why does this part look so, like, poorly photoshopped onto her? I gulped. War was looming. Blood would be reaped without mercy. And the moment I realized that, I knew I had to escape as soon as possible. What? Now, show the sword fight!
何ぼーっとしてんだ
That would have been so cool.
行くぞ
Some action in this. Let's go. Hey, Taku, enough daydreaming, dude. Let's move. Masumi was calling for me. Remy also waved at me from beside him. Blinking in a daze, I examined my surroundings. I was definitely not embracing Remy. Fez was nowhere in sight. The answers to why she got slapped, gone to the wind. Thought my heart was gonna explode. I could do without catfights. Yandere should stay in the realm of 2D. I don't want anything to do with someone actually like that. First of all, Takumi, you are an absolute coward. Yandere should be in the realm of 3D. A girl whose affection, Dere, for her romantic interest grows so strong that she starts exhibiting strong emotions, such as jealousy and aggression, before eventually descending into outright insanity. Yan. Hell yeah, dude. My attraction to Yandere's goes beyond the realm of normal. Where are they? I need more Yandere chicks in my life. Favorite Yandere? I don't really have a favorite, I guess. I just don't feel like it's very common. I more just like the concept. Because I just don't feel like I've experienced enough Yanderes in stories. You know what I mean? I'm basically saying I want more exposure to Yanderes. I think maybe that's why I like them so much, because I never really have played through any stories with them. You know what I mean? Taku, move your ass. So if you guys have recommendations of good Yandere stories, I would be all about it. I hurriedly chased after the two. I see the Alir emoji has been used quite frequently this stream. Do people like this? Was this a good emoji to add? Yandere Sim? Okay, but a real yandere sim. Kind of hard to write good yandere characters that aren't one-dimensional. Yeah, the one in part 4 of JoJo is pretty good. But she's like the first yandere, isn't it? I like her. With the hair stand. Doki Doki Literature Club. Oh yeah, Yuri's kind of a yandere. That's true. That's right. I do remember that. Yuri was cool. Definitely my favorite. The purple-haired girl. I liked her over Monica. But yeah, obviously we still have time to pick other emojis from the Discord server, but I like the Alir, like, sunglasses one I made. That one feels cool. The three of us walking shoulder to shoulder, we made our way through the outpatient lobby. Okay, but does anyone have any real yandere suggestions other than yandere sim? Guys, I'll play yandere sim as soon as it gets finished, I promise. Need Bernadetta's screaming emoji? I suppose. There's a good one in You and Me and Her, a love story. I'll add to the wish list, but I'm not spending $30 on this. Maybe when it's on sale. The number one review for this game is I think I need psychiatric help. Edit, I am depressed. Alright. Well, add it to the wish list. But yeah, I'm not spending $30 on that. So never. How dare you, Vegito? This is the year Yandere Sim will be finished. I'm sure of it. The devs of that game worked on Chaos Head. That doesn't surprise me. The outpatient reception was already closed, meaning very few people were still there. However, the large TV screen at the end of the lobby was still surrounded by around 10 or so people. The 8th new gen incident. I actually don't even really remember what the 7th one was. Was the 7th one the person who ate her hand? Or was that the 6th? No, the 7th one was the people who were cut in half and spelled out DQN or whatever, right? Honestly, some of these went by without a message. I kind of forgot. They don't really seem that important. What's going on? Maybe the newest new gen just hit? My body stiffened at what Masumi had so casually said, but immediately after that, Remy nonchalantly grasped my hand. Thanks to the warmth of her hand, my fear stopped. The tension in my mind felt like it was melting away. But yeah, at this point, the new gen incidents kind of just feel like they're being trickled in as, like, wow factors. The crucifixion really seems to be the only relevant one. The others have just kind of been like, and there was another new gen incident. Danganronpa S is on sale. Should I grab it? No. If you already have the other Danganronpa games, no. I did a stream of that Danganronpa, like, summer thing. And it was like a board game. It wasn't really worth it. It was a weird, yeah, it was like a weird board game thing. You could probably just watch the supports on a YouTube video and call it good there. If you need any breaks after this scene, might be a good time. How long have we been streaming? Oh, dude, 3 hours? No way. I got at least another 3 hours in me. Remy was my sole support, my peace of mind. She would stay by my side. It was V3's minigame made into a whole game, right? Yeah. Not really worth it. Yeah, I do have the others. Kibai actually making good progress. Isn't this super boring, though? I really just read the whole thing. I feel like this doesn't really set me apart from other people streaming it, so I actually am getting kind of subconscious about it. But, whatever. But yeah, Jade Kitten, I wouldn't really recommend it. It's just basically a board game. You could watch I would recommend watching a YouTube video. I mean, I did stream it if you want to check that out. And just seeing if it would be like what you would want, but not really. I wouldn't really say it's worth it. Well, how much is it on sale for? Let's check real quick. $10. You're the #1 Chaos Head streamer. I think I'm the only one. But there are people posting videos of it who I assume are... probably going on more creative rants than me. Oh, all of Spike Chunsoft stuff is on sale? On Steam right now? Have you played Somnium Files, Jade? Because if not, that's what you should spend your $10 on. Nobody can beat you in rants. Yeah, but I haven't had anything to rant about this stream. Dear God, please play Somnium Files. Yeah. If you haven't played it yet, Jade, that's what you should spend it on. Somnium Files is magnificent. How much is Somnium Files right now? The first one's $8. You can get a bundle of the first one and the new one for $25. Yeah, spend a little instead of spending $10 on Danganronpa S. Spend a little bit more. Get the Somnium Files bundle for $25. Actually, it might be more expensive for you. Mine's cheaper because I already own Somnium Files 1. It looks like the bundle's normally like $35. Still, get the Somnium Files bundle. That's what you should get. I want to play Somnium Files when I'm recovering from my emotional sadness. I can't speak for the second one because I haven't played it yet. But for the first one, yeah, you might need to space it out a bit if you're not ready for some emotional roller coaster rides. I love Somnium Files. Yeah. So maybe check out a video. Again, cough cough. I did stream Danganronpa S if you want to check it out. But for the most part, you can probably just get the full Danganronpa S experience by watching the big thing about Danganronpa S is like there's supports or social links, however you want to call it, between all of the characters in Danganronpa S, and that can be kind of cool if you're like a big fan of the characters. But really, you can just watch the video on YouTube and get the full experience. wasn't AI made by the Zero Escape people. It was actually made by a team of people who worked on both Zero Escape and Danganronpa. Which is why it's the best of the two games. I cannot get, like, if you're a fan of, like, visual novel type games, I can't recommend Somnium Files enough. It is, like, my favorite gaming experience. It might not have, like, the best gameplay, I guess, but at least it's got the visual novel with a gameplay attached to it. Like, there's actual stuff you need to do in Somnium Files, and the stuff you need to do isn't as convoluted as it is in Zero Escape. So it's just, I think VLR is better than Somnium. How dare you speak such heresy? Go stare at the map room video for an hour. I don't know if you guys have seen that. There's the video of the VLR, like, someone cut together every single time the, like, so you, like, navigate through the map in that game. It's like 2 hours long. I sentence you to watching that, Door of Light, for such a heinous statement in this chat. What's VLR about? I don't think you could explain it simply. I really don't think I could. I think if you gave me 10 minutes, it would still be confusing to you. You definitely need. That's definitely something you need to experience to really understand it. I don't think it could really be summarized. There's so many, like, twists. Watch my stream of it. Watch my stream. I'll give you 20 minutes. I don't know. I honestly, it's been so long since I played it, I don't know if I could give you a good summary of it, without spoiling. How long ago did I play Zero Escape? So I have 12 streams of Zero Escape. Between VLR... Actually, no. 12 streams between 999 and VLR, Virtue's Last Reward. I mean, yeah, that's a good short summary. Alpha. But yeah, you have to play 999 before VLR, or VLR will definitely make no sense to you. Oh shit, I didn't realize my Zero Escape series ended up getting so many views. What the fuck? Where were these views when I was streaming it? Wait a minute, what? Oh, I wonder... I wonder if it's gotten views since I started streaming Chaos Head. Maybe people want... Maybe because I've plugged the Zero Escape streams so much, people have gone to watch that. Wow. Okay, that's funny. Because I don't remember getting that many views. Bonus views! Anyway. Sorry, I got distracted by my own view count for a second there. I totally only remember getting like 400 to 500 views at the time, but now they all have like 800 views, which is cool. But I can only assume that that must be because I plugged the series so much. People watching this went to also watch my Zero Escape playthrough. Dope. are genre adjacent. Yeah, very true. Very true. If I don't like it, do I get a money back guarantee? No. In fact, if you don't like it, you actually have to donate to the stream the price of the game to make up for your sin of not liking it. Somnium Files. You don't have to play AI 1 to play AI 2. Interesting. I'm so dark on AI 2 because I wanted to be like so surprised by it. All I watched for the only content of Somnium Files 2 that I know is of the announcement trailer, where I absolutely freaked the fuck out. I think I reacted. I think that I saw that reaction. I think that was live. I don't remember. But I absolutely lost my shit at the Somnium Files, like a 2 announcement thing. I think that was during one of my live streams, though. I don't remember which one, though. That would have been a good clip. I lost my shit. Bought it. A wise decision. Please, everyone. Give a nice small clap. If I do play it, it better be good since you guys hyped it. Just watch my stream of it. That's fine. Watch my stream of the first one, but buy the second one so you can continue to support the future potential trilogy being made. They're probably not really tallying sales of the first game too much anymore if they're selling it for $7. So you can just watch my stream of it, but then buy the second game. And watch my Zero Escape playthrough. And my Danganronpa playthrough. Actually, just go into my playlist tab. I've streamed over 100 games. You can play them all. Or you can watch them all. Easy. No problem. Take your pick on the playlist tab. I have obsessively compiled all of them into playlists. I always feel like it's so weird that a lot of YouTubers don't do that. Maybe they just don't care enough. Or maybe it's not that big of a deal. But I have all of my games like compiled into like organized playlists on the playlist tab. So if you want to see a game, if you would want to watch it, it's organized already. All of them in a row for you. It's super helpful. I think so too. But like every time I look at major YouTube channels, they've got like 2 playlists, and it's like they got like 2 videos in them, and it's like, what are you doing? Actually, after the stream, I should tally up exactly how many games I've played through on stream. Only counting ones that I've actually beaten, I bet you it's still over 50. Because obviously I've played well over 100 if you count games that I only played like once. Or games that don't have story. But I would bet you it's well over like 50 like actually beaten games. I'll tell you that up on stream, and I'll post the Discord after, or I'll post the list in Discord after the stream. I bet you it's still pretty substantial. So yeah, enough of my plugging, enough of my worshipping of Somnium Files. Somnium Files Nirvana Edition Deluxe is cheaper than the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative. Is that true? That's really weird. Oh yeah, they're technically priced the same. That is actually super weird. What the fuck? I mean, whatever. Yeah, get the deluxe edition then. Fuck it. I didn't know Spike Chunsoft was having a sale right now, though. Why? I have so many of their stuff already in my library. God damn it. One of my favorite publishers. Valentine's Day? Ah, yes. The super romantic Danganronpa franchise. The February 16th sale, obviously. What's the sale? Yeah, the sale runs from February 16th to February 27th. Why? I don't... Why? Yeah, that's so weird. Q-Buy can get Chaos Child? No, I'm sorry. I have to buy my 4th copy of Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative. Chaos Head is perfect for Valentine's Day. Well, it does have a lot of porn scenes in the game. Well, I guess it's not porn, but... lewd scenes in the game. Alright, yeah, that's the end of... I guess that was a small tangent. It wasn't really much of a tangent, or a small rant, but... watch my other streams. Buy Somnium Files. Watch my Danganronpa Zero Escape and Somnium File streams. But only when I'm not live. When I'm not live. Watch them. Experience them when I'm offline. When I'm live, come and hang out with me and talk with me, please. I'm lonely. Anyway. It might be a little too optimistic, but I felt that as long as Remy stayed by my side, I could barely, just barely, endure any fear that might come my way. I think I might be a little annoyed if this is an 8th new gen case, because now they're just kind of coming rapid fire with no real relevance. Like, they're just kind of given the shock factor. I feel like we haven't even seen the picture of the girl who ate her hand yet or whatever. Or no, we also haven't seen the DQN picture either. They've kind of stopped even giving them pictures. Thank God Remy was here for me. Hey you two, check this out. Masumi had already made it to the TV, and it was urging me and Remy over to it. We have? I don't think so. I would remember. I feel like we definitely have not seen a picture of the DQN case. Nor the picture of the girl who ate her hand. There's a picture for all but the hand girl. Okay, maybe it was just so rapid fire I didn't remember it. All the other cases got their picture shown like so much. So, maybe I just forgot. All of the other people, patients both young and old, and even some nurses had gathered around the TV, their eyes glued to the screen. What was going on? Should we go see? The two of us moved to a place where we could see, with me guided along by Remy's hand. I then timidly turned my eyes to the screen, and when I looked at the captions on screen, I was dumbfounded. Bwam! New gen culprit arrested! Is that Bon? Is that Sua? In his blue suit? It was. Did we get a picture for the brainless guy? No, we definitely didn't get a picture of brainless guy either. We didn't see Takashini. Is that his name? The doctor. We definitely didn't see a picture of the doctor either. It was a news report announcing the arrest of the new gen culprit. No, it's not Bon. Oh, it is probably supposed to be Bon, and that's Sua. What happened to Bon's face? Oh, wait, no, he's not on the case. That's just some other generic dude who just also happens to be wearing a brown suit and a black tie. I repeat,
今日午後3時半
our
頃
report
警視
concerns
庁
the
渋谷署はいわゆるニュージェネレーションの狂気と呼ばれ
Kokuli.
る渋谷で発生した一
Why
連
can't
の
I
殺人
say
事
it?
件のうち
This is one of the words I'm mad I'm like getting tongue tied on because I can actually pronounce this. It's not like a Japanese name I can't fucking pronounce. The New Gen Madness case, a series of murder cases occurred in Shibuya.
9月29日に起きた
At 3:30 p.m.
通称
today,
ありつけ殺人事件の容疑者を
the
逮捕
man
しました
suspected to be behind the crucifixion case that occurred on September 29th was arrested. What about all the other cases? What?
殺人容疑で逮捕
The
された
suspect
の
is
は
25-year-old
狛枝慎吾
Komaeda
容疑者
Shingo,
25歳です
who was unemployed at the time of his arrest. Komaeda. Nagito Komaeda? The crossover begins here, boys. I think Brainless Guy and Hand Guy didn't show because it was dark. Maybe. We did see the man-child one, though. And I mean, I feel like that was as dark as it was gonna get.
容疑については
As
先ほ
per
ど
the
渋谷署
interview
で行わ
conducted
れ
in
た
the
記者会
Shibuya
見の
police
通
station
り
earlier today,
今のとこ
the
ろ
suspect is
応対
currently
しま
only
した
believed to be
殺害
behind
に
the
ついての
murder
で
of Ota Haisashi,
他の事件に関す
and
る
the
容疑
police
は
intend
今
on
後
pursuing
追及して
charges
い
for
く
the
構
other
えです
incidents as soon as the investigation into the third concludes.
狛枝容疑者は
The suspect has
太田
confessed
さん
to the
殺害
murder
に
of
ついては
Ota,
容疑を認めており
testifying the following.
交際している女性が
Ota was stalking
太田
the
さんに
woman
し
I
つ
was
こく
with
つけ回さ
and
れ
refused
カ
to
ッと
let
なって
up.
首を絞めた
Eventually, I couldn't
し
take
か
it
し
anymore.
ゾンビだった
So
か
I
ら知ら
snapped
ず
and
貼り
strangled
付け
him.
にして
But
動
since
き
he
を
was
止
a
めた
zombie and wasn't dying, I crucified him to stop him from moving. What's the tip for zombie? A person resurrected from the dead that have lost all sense of their original self and can only move at a slow pace. But in spite of this, they are still ferocious and often attack people. Well, it depends on the movie if they can walk at a slow pace or not. One theory states that zombies originate from a practice seen in voodooism, a practice in which a wrongdoer is placed in a near-death state using a tetrodotoxin-based powder known as zombie powder. These victims are then accidentally buried alive, suffering permanent brain damage due to lack of oxygen. Neat.
などと
The rest of the testimony is littered with countless other incomprehensible claims.
警察の調べでは
According to the police
狛枝容疑者に
investigation,
は
it was
現
found
在
that the
交際
suspect
してい
was
る女性
not,
が
in
いない
fact,
こと
with
が
anyone
明
at
ら
the
かに
time
な
of
って
the
おり
murder. They
薬
suspect
物
he
を
may
摂
have been
取
under
して
the
いた
influence
疑
of
いもあるとみて
pharmaceutical.
捜査を進めています
I was in a state of sheer disbelief. The TV screen was repeatedly broadcasting a record of the suspect being transported by car. The flashes coming from the mass media surrounding the car made the screen flicker violently. The suspect was completely covered by his jacket, so I couldn't see his face. Why are they covering the dude's identity? For the mystery reveal?
タク
It was Takumi all along. That's why he has the jacket over his face. Rumi whispered to me as I stared at the TV screen. Her hand squeezed my
や
own.
っぱりタクは犯人なんか
See,
じゃなかっ
Taku,
たし
you really aren't the culprit. That's a delusion.
将軍っていう人も単なるいたずら
That
だった
Shogun guy was just a silly little prank someone was playing on you. What is Alpha hoping for? Hope to defeat despair.
楠木さんだって間違った推
And
理をしてただけ
Kusunoki just came to the wrong conclusion.
ねこれで
Who's Kusunoki?
何もかも解決
Kusunoki. Oh, Yua. With this, a neat little bow's been put on pretty much everything, yeah. Who does Kubai think did the murder? I think this is a delusion.
もう見えない
You don't need to be afraid of something lurking in the dark anymore. She was right. Since the culprit behind the crucifixion had been arrested, that automatically meant it couldn't have been me. I hadn't been sleepwalking, nor did I have multiple personalities. This proved that I was completely normal. Okay, completely normal is kind of a stretch. That's the most unbelievable thing about this entire thing, is that after all of this, man thinks he's normal. At the same time, it also disproved that I'd seen Remy covered in blood at the scene. It wasn't real. It had to be a delusion I'd come up with. It was over. The nightmare that was tormenting me without end for almost a month was over. Remember when Kozupii had that simulation theory? I still do. Being afraid of the shadows, of God's gaze, trying to desperately get a D-sword. None of those things were necessary. But even so, why? Why was there this feeling of unease deep within my chest? Shogun being a prank and the person behind it was just stalking me for shits and giggles. Just didn't feel realistic. Maybe I was only thinking like that because I'd pretty much forgotten all normal logic and reasoning over the last month. My phone vibrated in my pocket. It was on vibrate, but phones still weren't allowed in the hospital. Is this a thing? Are phones not allowed in the hospital? I let go of Remy, exited through the front entrance, and pulled out my phone.
Hi.
Hello? It's gonna be that creepy tune again, isn't it? Oh. Who is it? I braced myself. You May Pass might have started playing again. Honestly, that would have been way creepier. I quickly went to check the name of the caller. It was a restricted number. I was hit with a really bad feeling, but when I went frantically to hang up... Big bro! The horribly pained voice that come through the phone was unmistakably Nanami's. Nanami? I feel like Kozupii is just throwing theories at the wall and hoping to see what sticks. I don't think so. I've been pretty consistent in the simulation theory for a while now. I feel like I've been consistent in my theories. I haven't really gone off the beaten path. And I've also explained my theories. Is Steins Gate a simulation? No. Why the simulation theory? So how should I explain it? So what gave me the first thought that it was a simulation is, yeah, the sky turning white. And was like a big glitch in the Matrix because of it. And also because of the people being able to pop things in and out of reality. And it being a real boot. Like, all of this like computer-esque terminology makes me think it's a simulation. And there are people who are like more in charge. Or not more in charge, but more aware of the simulation in the program. So therefore they're able to create more virtual, like the virtual imagery. I feel like that's what's happening. Is like these D-swords are all just like virtual projections. And they're like hacking into the Matrix to produce them. Because it seems more viable than like a magical power. And like the big all-seeing robot thing or whatever that he keeps like seeing in his hallucinations and is the drawing is like the Matrix like controlling people with like as puppets, and they're all wired into the big simulation machine that's controlling their lives. And that's why they need the D-swords to cut through the simulation. And them being plugged in. That's my theory. Give me back my right hand. Anyway, cut to another scene. Quick! Don't explain it! Go to somebody else! Yeah, I fucking knew that too. We're not gonna explain that. Come on. Shuck it into the pile of mysteries. Let's see Bond buying a fucking frog. The shop specializing in froggy merchandise was known as the Top Frog. That pun was likely an attempt to leave a good impression on his customer base. But Bond could only sigh at what he felt like was akin to a dad joke. What needs to be explained about that scene? You know what? Actually, yeah, I guess what does need to be explained about the scene. Nanami's hand is Schrodinger's hand. Who knows? If you don't think about it, she has it or she doesn't. Maybe Takumi has it. Don't explain it, though. You're right. Why explain it? Oh, it's just a prank. The whole game is written as a prank, yeah. It's not explained as magic, though? No, I know it's not explained as magic. That's what I'm saying. It's not explained as magic. And that's why I think that because it's not magic, it's got to be a virtual thing. Like, they're processing the virtual sword. That's how they're, like, real booting it and stuff. That's why I think it's a simulation. You guys will not deter me from the simulation theory. I've been calling that since, like, the second stream of this game, I think. Maybe I came up with it in the first stream. But I have been thinking it since I think at least the second stream minimum, that it's a simulation, and I will not back down from this hill. That pun was likely an attempt to leave a good impression on its customer base. Oh wait, no, I already read this. At present, Top Frog had about 20 branches established around the capital region, and was showing no signs of slowing down in its expansion. Schrodinger's Nanami? No, Schrodinger's Nanami's hand. What happened on the second stream that made you think that? The D-swords were my first inclination of it. And, like, the weird hallucinations being glitches in the Matrix and stuff. That's how I've come to, like, view the delusions. As, like, glitches in the Matrix that he's causing. He's able to warp reality, warp the simulation around him. Why isn't Steins Gate a simulation? Because Steins Gate's good. Bond was currently visiting the very first branch situated in Harajuku, a place often cited as paradise by the biggest Froggy fans. Bond, however, quickly came to regret this decision. Oh boy. Yua? Mind if we take off? He spoke in a low voice to Yua, the girl that had guided him to the shop. Huh? But didn't Momose ask you to buy a froggy for her? Schrodinger's my dad. He's there, but he's never there. Right. Come on now. A guy my age is just completely out of place here. But I guess to answer the question as to why Steins Gate is a simulation is because I think there's just a couple people involved in the simulation. I don't think the whole world is enveloped in a simulation. I think there are just a couple people being experimented on and to see how they interact with the simulation, a la Project Noah, and if they can manipulate the minds of people with this simulation or not. Right. Come on now. A guy my age is just completely out of place here. Scores of young people happily trotted along Takashita Dori, but the vast majority passed by without even so much as glancing at the shop. Only a few people were standing inside the actual store. Did you play Ultra Despair Girls? Not only did I play Ultra Despair Girls, I streamed it. Feel free to watch my stream of Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls, another episode. It was back when I was funny. Watch it now? No. Watch it when I go offline, Vibin. Come on now. Stay here for the live stream. Watch the VODs after the stream. It's a process. In fact, aside from Bon and Yua, there were only 3 customers in total, all of which were high school girls. due to Bond's unkempt appearance. Walking along Takashita Dori with Yua inevitably served to portray him as a man of obscene intentions. Or just her dad. He was going to buy one of these plushies that was so popular nowadays, but that was what any stereotypical old pervert would say, a notion that brought down Bond's spirits considerably. On top of that, I would like to go to Japan one day just to go to experience all the weeb stuff and go and buy, like, the Psy adventure things. Or just, like, any convention type deal. I've actually never been to a convention, really. So there's Garo Froggy plushies in real life. Oh yeah, you can get them in real life. Wow, kind of expensive though, yeah. That's the one I can't play because it's not a visual novel and the reflexes are crap, so I'll definitely watch it. Hell yeah. Feel free. I played the PC version of Danganronpa another episode, not the Vita version. Because Lamau Vita, am I right? Who would have bought a Vita? What's there to correct? You're the only one that says I'm saying Kozupii wrong. On top of that, also, way too many people got in my head about how to pronounce her last name, so now I just say Aoi. I think I would have been able to get it, like, pronounce her name correctly if people just corrected me the first time, but because everyone kept giving different pronunciations and then getting in my head about it, I just locked on being able to say it. Or being unable to say it. Have you seen the real Scramble Crossing in Shibuya? I haven't seen it in real life, no. I've seen it in pictures and video games and stuff. I don't know. I just can't shake the feeling that someone's watching me. Could be that I'm a little too focused on myself for my age, though.
それ、私もです。
Oh, me too, actually. Recently, I've been feeling someone's gaze on me, and every now and then, when it happens, I feel very, very afraid. Oh, so it's not just me? Well, it doesn't bother me. That might be something to worry about in your case, Yua. If someone happened to be stalking you. That can't be it. Please don't suggest something so frightening. Don't worry. Anyone who tries will find themselves in handcuffs before they can say hey. Resolving the topic with a grin, Bond stared fixedly at the various frog characters lined up along the shelves. Curious. How many times have you been to this place, Yua? This is actually my first time here. It looks like there's many customers around. Is this the calm before the storm or something? Well, I've heard that it gets really crowded from Friday to Sunday. But when the GE rates are fluctuating by the power of the frog. Oh, that's because a new type gets released every weekend. Yeah, you've established that quite a few times, so this must be important. I hear Friday, in particular, has a very long line. I can't believe we're about to say it's caused by the frogs. Alex Jones was right. They open up at around 6 p.m. to give students a chance to get one. But this, and this is just a rumor, the line for the shop alone covers the entirety of Takashita Dori.
週末だけ
Just the weekends, huh? This is growing more suspicious by the second. Why is it... They turned the frogs noid. They turned the frogs into noids. I don't know why this is particularly suspicious. If you were going to release like a trending plushie among the youth, you would always release it on days where the youth could go and buy it. Like the school kids could go buy it. Like you wouldn't release a new product on a Monday if your target audience was like school students. This is a huge reach for this to be suspicious, but only because this is obviously a plot point that they're trying to make here. Because I feel under no other circumstances, like, you wouldn't release a product for kids on a Monday or a Tuesday. Like, hey kids, remember to go to the mall on a Tuesday to buy your new thing. You would release it on a Friday so kids could go and get it. That's why video games come out on Fridays and stuff. So kids can go and buy them and then play them over the weekend. Most video games release update on Tuesday. They update on Tuesday, but they usually release on Friday. Plus, games are mostly digital now, so you don't need to go anywhere to get them. Bond went to pick up 2 of the froggies that had released last week, then headed to the register. Yua, not buying anything herself, followed behind him. He's not gonna buy her one? That's kind of rude. Welcome, my dude. The store employee was a precocious-looking man in his 20s. His hair had been dyed green, and he had earrings in. If he were not behind the register, he certainly would not look like a clerk to the passing observer. At the very least, it was no outfit to be serving customers in. Show his sprite. I want to see his green hair. The employee stared at the two without relent, nor restraint. Present for the daughter? See, that's what I thought people would think. Yep, you got it. My baby girl wouldn't stop twisting my arm, so now we're here. I suppose you just gotta suck it up and act like a dad every once in a while. Bond forced a smile as he looked ingratiatingly at the young shop clerk. Yua's gaze fell to the floor as her face turned to one of shock. Nonetheless, she did not break the father and daughter charade. That aside, these frogs have got me real curious. Mind telling me a thing or two about them? Why would she get, like, weird about it? I mean, he's clearly an older dude. Like, she's, like, getting self-conscious. She's like, oh my god. Bond thinks he's my dad. I mean, yeah. There's not exactly a lot of other good interpretations for him. It's not like he was like, yeah, this is my girlfriend. Then I could see Yua being like, ugh, and like looking at the ground. But if his cover is just, yeah, it's my daughter, don't worry about it, nothing weird here. Like, it feels like the only like thing he could say in this situation. Anyway. He's my sugar daddy. First off, are these froggies really that popular? Dude, they're froggies. They're like turbo bonkers popular. It's crazy, man. I picture him like dressed like a character from Jet Set Radio. He's like, yeah, they're turbo bonkers popular, bro. That's why he's got the yellow hair. Oh my god, it's Yo-Yo. That's who's selling the stuff. God, no one's gonna get that reference. Man, I wish Sega would just make another fucking Jet Set Radio game. Only the best for my sugar baby. Isn't this exactly where you thought the plot was going? Oh yeah, totally. I understood the reference, thank you. Oh, Geppu froggies, are they? I heard that a new product comes out every weekend. Is that true? Hey, I said they're Garo froggies, my dude. Righteous. And like my man, don't call them products all stuffy like that. They're avant-Garo buddies, bro. We line them up Friday, Sat, Sun, and they sell like turbo bonkers fast. It's seriously crazy, man. They sell like turbo bonkers fast, man. The fact that JSRF hasn't been re-released is evil. Yeah, dude, I know. It's locked on the original Xbox as an exclusive, and you can't even emulate the original Xbox that well. It's like the only console that can't be fucking emulated because it was just like it was coded so weird. But I do still have. It is backwards compatible on the 360 at least, and I can play it. I think I streamed it once actually. I don't remember. I did not know there was a GBA game. Is it just a remake of the original? Your reading's getting sick. Thank you. I actually still haven't taken one of the voice acting classes. I've actually been kind of busy for the last week, which is weird for me. I'm usually not busy. Something like that? Well, I appreciate the obvious. Really? Well, yeah, no, I haven't taken any of the voice acting classes yet. I really want to this weekend, but we'll see. Or next week. I've just been procrastinating. I've had some IRL plans, and then I've been streaming like 8 hours every day this week, so there hasn't really been time. Yes, you can. The CXBX Reloaded. Yeah, I know that Xbox emulator exists, but it's not, like, great. It's not like a Dolphin emulator where, like, all the games run super smoothly. It only runs a couple, and they're kind of patchy. It's definitely an emulator for Xbox, but yeah, it's not like the GameCube emulator. It's not like the PlayStation emulator. It's, like, you can pretty much play every game that was ever on the platform. The Xbox One's pretty glitchy. So when I play Jet Set Radio Future, I just plug in my 360. Oh man, I kind of want to stream that game again. I'm pretty sure I streamed it a while ago, but I think I got like hella copyright strikes on it, I think. Yeah, I did stream it. Back in 2021, I streamed Jet Set Radio. Oh yeah, it's got hella copyright for all the different musics in the game. Yeah, I streamed it once for like 3 hours. They should just port it natively. Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, Xbox desperately needs some sequels, man. Or exclusives, I should say. They should get Sega to make them another one for Game Pass. That would be cool. I don't know why Sega keeps shitting out like mediocre Sonic spin-offs like every fucking year, but they won't make another Jet Set Radio game. Doesn't make sense. Sega just can't make any good decisions. Wild. Oh yes, the Soldier Boy game console where he just stole stuff and made an emulator. What an idiot. And I really mean turbo bonkers, dude. Righteous. This dude's high as fuck. Yua's brow narrowed in response to the young man. Bonkers seemed to be a favorite word of the shop clerk, and something felt odd to her about it. What would be odd about it? Bonkers, bro. Why is he emphasizing part of it so much, she wondered. It likely was not intentional, but it almost felt as if the young clerk was saying Bond's name in some capacity. This label says Made in China or something or other. But do you know who the actual manufacturer is? Because the top brass at Sega refused to let Sonic make anything other than Russian Sonic games. I mean, yeah, it's the same thing as like the Pokemon dev team. Sega's like nervous because Sonic's their biggest IP, so they're like, we got to put out a new Sonic game every year so he stays in the cultural zeitgeist. Same with Pokemon. Even though they have like this massively popular IP, they're like terrified that it'll become like less popular if they don't constantly remind people of it. Which is so weird. Believe it or not, if you didn't make a Sonic game for like 2 years, people would still know what it is. In fact, like they could just like in the years they released the Sonic movies, they could just not release a Sonic game. Because then he would still get a lot of media attention without a game. But I feel like they probably try to use the movies to sell the games or whatever. It's a bad strategy, but they don't care. Quantity over quality, because people buy that shit either way.
はメーカ
Was that the manufacturer?
ー2がゲロガエルに
Come on, dude. Don't act like Garo Froggy is some kind of brand. The Froggies are free creatures, man. You gotta get with the program. It's only one of the most iconic characters of all time. Yeah, people would forget, man. It's the people's fault for buying the Sonic spin-off games every year. Seriously, that's turbo uncool. Let me tell ya, Froggies, they ain't made. They're born. And it's bonkers. Unsurprisingly, the conversation was getting to be too much for Bon, leaving him on the verge of rupture. In order to prevent this, he swiftly ended the conversation, handed over the money, then left the store with Yua in tow. Yeesh. Do they even train shop clerks in this day and age? Youngsters these days can't hold a decent conversation to save their lives. Okay, boomer. That reminds me, I still don't have another fucking Chaos Head meme. Fuck. What was with the get-up? Looked like the circus came to town. I actually think him dyeing his hair green was pretty cool for a shop that's selling Froggy merch. Also, I like that they predicted Splatoon on this guy's backpack. Indeed. Yua came to an abrupt halt. She grabbed Bon's suit cuff and pulled him to a stop as well. Look at that, Bon! What is it? Yua was pointing in the direction of a white 2-ton truck. It was pulled over on the side of the road, and a number of cardboard boxes were being unloaded from the cargo bed. The boxes were carried in one after another into the back of the Froggy shop. What sort of meme would work? I have no idea. I've been feeling creatively empty on some of the memes. I think this is the most I've gone without posting a meme for Chaos Head. I think I only posted like 3, and then I was kind of out of ideas. I don't really know what to meme. Have you ever had pan dulce? No, what is that? Mexican bread? No. I'm not very cultured, so it looks good though. But I have a sneaking suspicion it's not sugary enough for my American palate. Ooh, it has vanilla custard in it. Oh, they sell them at a bakery near me. Maybe I'll get some. just pure sugar. Okay. I'd be down.
明日発売になるゲジカエルの新作か。
There, I needed a stretch. Do other people have to like stretch as frequently as I do? I feel like I'm an odd one out for that, but I really do feel like I gotta stretch like all the fucking time. Ugh. Well, would you look at that? Those must be the new Garo Frogopetes coming out tomorrow. I like the idea that Bond mispronounces this every time, too. He just calls it something wrong every time. I take it that means you're eating some of that bread, Wandering? It's Garo... I never would have noticed that. Nice catch, Yua. This is even funnier to me because he cuts her off. She's like about to correct him on how it's pronounced, and he's like, yeah, I never would have noticed that. Nice catch. Me, when people try to correct my pronunciation of Japanese names. Well, actually, it's, cool. Never would have thought of that. Anyway. She's like halfway through it. Yeah, never would have noticed that. No, it was just happenstance. So you're eating, it's very tasty but very unhealthy. Most things that are tasty are unhealthy. I relate to Bond the most of anyone in this game. Usually the cargo bed of a truck would have a company name or logo emblazoned on it somewhere, but the one before Bond and Yua was completely blank. However, the cardboard boxes being carried inside had something resembling a company name written beside a few froggy illustrations. Faithworks Limited. Ever heard of them? No, I can't say I have. In that case, we ought to pay Momo a little visit. Remember when people were breaking into Takami's apartment thing? We parted ways with Masumi at the station, then headed straight back to my base. The whole way there, it felt like I was stumbling my way through a nightmare. Nanami's face kept popping into my mind, and each time it did, her expression was different. Nanami had always been the type to wear her heart on her sleeve. When she was angry, she'd puff out her cheeks and pout. When she was happy, she'd smile so wide and make even me embarrassed. Why would someone smiling make you embarrassed? Memories of all those different expressions made my heart thump again and again, almost painfully so. That phone call from before, the things she'd said, what the hell had they meant? Why not just call her and ask? They could only mean that the bandage wrap around her arm when I'd seen her at school must have been a fake hand. Where could she be now? At school? Or maybe she'd already gone back home. Or maybe you should just ask. Come on, Taku. You gotta look where you're going. I don't want you to trip. Supported by Remy, the two of us came out on the roof. I really wish... I hate when some plot devices are just like, character conveniently does not talk to someone. Or like does not make ways to, or does not communicate. Does not clear up a misconception that would be very easily handled with just a minor form of communication. Ah, yes. Wandering's favorite CG. It must be the positive delusion here. because he's afraid of having his fears confirmed. Takumi never talks to anyone. I mean, I didn't say it was a pet peeve exclusive to this game. That happens all the time in anime.
どうしたの？
What is it?
これから実家に帰ってみようと
I was thinking of
思うんだ
heading back to my parents' house now, actually.
これから
Now?
急だね。
That's kind of sudden.
歩いても
It shouldn't take more than
かからないところ
half an hour to get there on foot.
それで
And,
その一緒につ
I
い
want
てきて
you
ほしい
come with me. As I made that request, I was so nervous my heart felt like it would burst out of my chest. I was even somewhat surprised those words had managed to come out of my mouth at all. Asking someone for something. It was something I'd never been able to do before now. Zero Okabe also never talked to anyone? I mean, yeah, he never explained anything to anyone, but I was also annoyed by that. I don't get your point. I was super annoyed with Okabe, like, throughout most of Zero. That he just wasn't communicating. What happened to the heartbeat when you picked choices? Oh, there we go. I remember Kozupii getting the brick sprite made because of it. Yeah, like... I made a whole sprite about Okabe not doing that and it annoying me. I had a whole running joke in my playthrough of it, that when Okabe was annoying me, I'd pop up the sprite and make fun of him. I feel like I've been pretty consistent in that point. Okabrick, yeah. Also, good thing that we're stopping right before entering the base that was broken into. Wouldn't want that to go anywhere. Asking someone for something is something I've never been able to do before now. Okay, sure thing. We need a dirty Takumi sprite one day. I don't feel like there's as many sprites of Takumi. He doesn't have as much, like, art made of him as Okabe. It'd be a lot harder to make something like that. So, does that mean you're gonna introduce me to your family? Huh? Remy peered at my face with a somewhat mischievous look. If I'm going to your house, I'm gonna end up seeing them, right? I was just wondering what you intended to do about that. So, how about it? Wasn't that an event that only came after you started dating? Remy and I weren't a couple. At least for now, anyway. Sad. Hang on. What had I just said? For now? Was I seriously thinking we had a chance at ending up together? Yes, Remy was really nice to me, but at the end of the day, I was an otaku freak. There was no getting away from that. No chance in hell was it ever happening. No point in even hoping for it to. Quit being such a conceited loser, Takumi. Come on! What's the plan? I mean, how was I supposed to answer that? Telling Remy that I'd introduce her would be expecting way too much. Takumi canonically bathes, I don't believe you. But saying I wouldn't introduce her would probably hurt her. Oh, for goodness sake, this is driving me up the wall! If you're not going to give me a straight answer, then let me make it easy for you. Introduce me.
Hi.
Oh, okay. Caught off guard by her, I nodded in spite of myself, but Remy seemed perfectly satisfied with my answer.
計算通り。
All according to plan. A familiar voice reached my ears. Surprised, I turned to where the voice had come from, only to find Nanami hiding in the shadow of the container house, smiling.
Nanami!
Why was Nanami here? An excellent question. And that happy smile on her face, it was worlds away from what she'd been like over the phone. Almost like she was a completely different person. Almost. Bewildered, my mind went completely blank. And yet, despite my confusion, Nanami trotted over to me with a spring in her step.
イエーイ
Just a couple besties.
イエーイ
Gave Remy a high five. But why? She was acting almost like they knew each other. I never heard anything about the two of them being friends.
鬼びっくりした
Were you surprised, big bro?
実は
Truth
全員
is,
ナナとリミさんの作戦だった
this
の
was
よ
all a strat Remy and I cooked up. Strat?
作戦
そう名付けてお兄とリミさんの中の
Exactly.
既成事実の
Also known as Operation Make Big Bro and Remy's relationship a reality.
お兄があんまりに
Since you're as dense as a bag of bricks, it didn't seem like you were gonna pick up on Remy's feelings
ナナと
anytime
協
soon.
力したの
I decided to help her out. But she said we were friends. You're kidding.
じゃあお前
Then your hand being bandaged up
電話と
and
か
that phone call from before, they were... What a stretch. What an absolute stretch in this delusion.
全部作戦のうち
All part of the plan. Man, you were so worried about me. It took everything I had not to burst out laughing. So if he was really worried about you, wouldn't he have gone to the parents' house first instead of back to his base? This isn't even a well-thought-out delusion. Nanami laughed without even a hint of guilt. My anger flared. This fucking bitch.
ごめんねタク
Sorry, Taku.
騙すような
It feels bad tricking you like this.
リミさんは謝らなくても
You don't need
いい
to
よ
apologize, Remy.
お兄が超
It's his fault for being such a blockhead. I fell to my knees, crestfallen. I was filled with anger and frustration. Anger at being deceived. Anger at being treated like an idiot for actually worrying about Nanami. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand how Nanami had decided to do things. But rising above all the anger came a certain feeling. One about my worries being unfounded. One about Nanami being safe. Not only safe, but more lively than ever. I wanted her to despair. My feelings of ease and relief towards those things were far stronger than any anger I could have had. The suffocating threads of tension coiled around my body were cut away in an instant.
タク
Taku, you okay?
お兄落ち込んで
Don't be so down in the dumps, big bro. Come on your feet.
これからお父さんと
After
お母
all,
さんに
we've got to go introduce Remy to Mom and Dad.
ないんだから3人で一緒に帰ろう
Time for us all to go home. Together. I couldn't believe how much of a brat my sister was. Making a fool out of me. Her own brother, time and time again. Although sulking somewhat, I reluctantly rose to my feet. Rami and Anami both smiled joyfully, and grabbed one of my hands each. Pulled along by them, I set off. I had a hunch that things would be pretty fun from now on. Like a peaceful, bright future was ahead of me. Wah wah. Suddenly, a UFO landed. A high-pitched sound pierced my ears. One that sounded almost like a woman's scream. That sounded absolutely nothing like a woman's scream. What? It brought me back to my senses and forced me to realize that Nanami showing up, her strategy, they were all just a convenient delusion. That absolutely sounded like a UFO, not a woman screaming. A strong gust of wind swept over the rooftop. The air trembled. My vision was overwhelmed by a blinding sheet of deep crimson. With no idea what had just happened, I turned my face to the light. And when I looked on top of the container house, there she stood. Owie. D-sword in hand. Why does this look like 3D modeled? But she's 2D drawn. I mean, I guess because this is real booted. The source of the light was her D-sword glimmering against the sky, but something was strange. When I'd seen it before, the sword emitted a blue glow. The sound vanished. The wind stopped.
答える
I need an answer. Now. Tough breaks, bitch. I've been saying that exact same thing for like the last 40 fucking hours, and I didn't get one. You won't either. Suck my dick. Her voice was sharp, her glare cold. Her eyes glistened with an unmistakable animosity.
これを書いたのは
Were you the bastard who wrote this? Tune in next chapter. I don't care about your questions. That happens to me all the time. I'm about to switch you to Bond's perspective. Boom. As she spoke, she thrust out a piece of paper with IR2 scribbled on it. My essay. For some reason, it was all scrunched up. Why'd she have that? Why was she here? Illegal trespassing were the words that popped into my head, immediately followed by the realization that she searched my room. But what for?
答えろと言っている
I said I need an answer. And I said you got another 40 hours before you get any answers out of me, bitch.
そうだけど
I did. Why do you want to know?
たくみさん
Next came the sound of Kozupi's inner voice. Takumi! She was behind Aoi. Best girl. She was clinging to her legs, and her face was peeking out from behind them. She had an urgent look on her face as she looked at me.
逃げるの
Run away! Huh? Alright, as Kozupii screamed, Aoi leapt from the roof. She held the sword high and... Look out! Remy yanked on my arm and I fell backwards. There was a definite sound of flesh there. I quickly looked back up, then saw the place that I had been standing only moments prior. Her sword had hollowed out the floor of the rooftop. It had such an insane destructive power, such tremendous sharpness, it didn't feel real. The impact had been great enough to destroy the concrete, and yet the sword didn't have a scratch on it. Weren't D-swords supposed to be things people couldn't see, let alone touch? A certain term crossed my mind. Real boot. Her sword had been real booted. Yeah, I do like that in the CG the sword even appears to be like 3D modeling as compared to the 2D of everything else in this game, which again I feel like puts home my theory of the swords being part of the simulation, because they're like a video game graphic. Definitely different than everything else. Through the mutual recognition of the four people here, the D-sword had gone from delusion to reality. It was now a great sword that could cut down a person for real. So, at this point in the story, refresh my memory, do we know that Remy can see the D-sword as well? I mean, obviously we know from, like, the prologue of the game, where she's got that weird, like, bow and arrow looking one, but as if I recall, she hasn't actually pulled that out in the present timeline. Though by moving Takumi out of the way of the sword, she's kind of confirmed that she's able to see these. Although I guess if it's real booted, it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, Remy's status is unclear, but it's real booted, so she can see it. Yeah. Okay. The D-sword had gone from delusion to reality. It was now a great sword that could cut down a person for real. If Remy hadn't pulled me away in time, I would have been bisected from head to toe by that beautiful sword. It would have been an instant death. Shivers ran down my body. Just now, Aoi had unmistakably tried to kill me. Why? My head was overrun with confusion. The two of us had been eating crunchy coons together just the other day. Kozupii had been there with us. It was true our relationship wasn't far enough to call us friends, and even back then, she'd been acting scary the whole time. But even so, she shouldn't have hated me enough to suddenly come after me with a sword. I'll kill you. But why? Ever want to just communicate your problems? How you're feeling? Maybe clear the air a bit? Maybe you'd clarify some deep-seated emotional trauma that you have? Maybe there's been a misunderstanding? Would you want to do that? She raised her head and glared at me with an even more intently than before. It looks like a different art style. Yeah, the sword is explicitly a different art style. Her movements incredibly fast, in spite of the fact that she was holding a gigantic sword. She kicked off the ground like she was starting a 500-meter dash. Technically, a 50-meter dash would have the bigger acceleration time, but whatever. The tip of her sword scraped against the ground as she brandished it. She closed the distance between us and raised the weapon over her head. In that instant, my instincts worked out exactly what kind of situation I was in. I doubt that. She was serious. She was deathly serious. Yes, by the way the girl with the giant anime sword was running at me at full speed after just smashing the ground beneath me where I was before, I was able to deduce that she was in fact trying to kill me. This is my very high Q intellect take on the situation. Luckily, though, I am very smart. What a fucking wimp. Ah! As I lay face up in a total heap, I let out a shriek. I couldn't run away. None of this made sense. Getting a game over like this, desperately running away from Shogun, yet getting surprise attacked by Aoi as a result of it. It was far too ridiculous. Far too sudden. I didn't want this. I didn't want to die. God, he's such a loser. I really don't want to die. Right. A single silhouette leapt above me and landed between me and Aoi. When I looked to see what it was, I realized it was Remy. She stretched her arms out wide to bar the way of the approaching girl. Was she putting her life on the line just to shield me? Move. But if she did that, I was gonna die. I didn't want that. No, you die for me. You gotta be careful around Sakihata. Suddenly, what Kozupii had said before reappeared in my mind. Pale light leaked past Remy's outstretched arms. You really don't know her. Remy. Don't you dare lay a finger on Taku! Unifying the overflowing light, she placed her arms together. Doesn't she want to erase him? I guess she just wants the privilege of doing it herself, yeah. The air warped and shook. Coming seemingly from thin air, feathers of shining light burst around her and danced in the surrounding air. And then what appeared in her hands? What the hell? Effortlessly blocked the fierce downward swing of Aoi's gigantic sword.
追い詰めないで
Don't you dare torment him like this. It was all too graceful to be called a sword, all too imperial. Enough to easily be mistaken for the wings of an angel. I can't fucking see what it looks like. It's too zoomed in. Also, God, this noise is really annoying. I know what imperial means, yeah. Then I realized a certain fact. That she, Rimi. I was like, this sounds like fucking nails screaming on a chalkboard. Good God. She was a giglomaniac. What a fucking dumb name. Oh, it's like a dual wielding thing. They look like weapons that Voldo would use in Soul Calibur. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Overwhelmed with shock, Aoi looked at the face of the girl that stood before her. For how aggressive Aoi is, she's really kind of passive on, like, knowing who has, like, these sword abilities. She's not really being too careful for how, like, astute she's been trying to research for her to be shocked that Remy has them. Hey, Joe. What's up, my dude? This looks like such a bow and arrow, not a sword. The winged sword that had so effortlessly blocked the attack of her D-sword was clearly a D-sword itself. If the girl she now faced was not accustomed to wielding a D-sword, she would not have been able to block Aoi's attack with such perfect timing. Wowie zowie! Her sword points are facing the wrong way? Yeah. It would be incredibly hard to use that weapon. I feel like it would be so easy for it to just... Like, when you extended your arms, it would chop your elbow. Like, look at... I mean, it's already, like, resting against her arm. I don't know how you would use this, practically. I mean, I know it's anime, but, like... I feel like if she at least rotated the grip... Also, again, I don't understand why it has a full circle grip, either. This should be gone so she can, like, hold her thing. I think D-swords aren't capable of cutting their users. I know, but, like, visually. I just feel like the design of these are so, like, wacky. Or whatever, it's anime, I guess. But if it felt like if she held them in the reverse, like, so the blades weren't coming towards her, but forwards, it would be more usable. Sakihata was also a giglomaniac. Yeah, we just said that. But also, didn't you kind of know that? Because we said we didn't really know her. Kozupii stared down at the three people from atop the container house, as if she was a spectator. Her dangling legs swung back and forth again and again. Sure acting carefree for someone who ruined my surprise attack, thought Aoi, clicking her tongue inside her head. However, despite her moving thoughts, she did not remove her gaze from Remy's eyes. Her opponent had a brooding look on her face. So, help me track Aoi's train of thought for this situation. She wants answers. She wants to know why he wrote the essay. She wants to figure out the situation. So when he's like, yeah, I wrote it, she just immediately chooses violence. Instead of, like, interrogating him or getting any other answers outside of just, I wrote it. Takumi moaned from behind Remy, having sunk into the ground in a pathetic display. Aoi's target was ultimately him, so she had no intention of fighting with Remy. Besides, this was no manga, nor was it an anime, so a D-sword battle was not a particularly realistic thing to occur. Also, we don't have the budget for that shit. You ain't getting mid-game cutscenes.
その男が何をしたか知っているの？
Do you know what exactly he did?
IR2 という公式
The LR2 formula, he...
知ってるよ。
I'm aware. Huh? I would like to be. Aoi had been interrupted by a quiet, sorrowful, yet decisive response. Upon hearing that, Aoi tightened the grip on her sword.
それなら
Fine, then I'll...
タクを覚醒させれば
If you force Taku to awaken,
もっと
this will end in an even bigger disaster.
その前に殺す
Then I'll kill him before that.
あなたには
Even if you try,
無理だよ。
you will never be able to. Aoi decided that there was no point in talking further. She brandished her sword in an I stance before her. Remy stood readily. Then why did Remy get rid of her weapons? Takumi lay about 5 long strides away from her. At this distance, it would take 3 seconds to resolve things completely. Why are we referring to Takumi in the third person now? Eye stance. As in, whose eyes are those eyes stance? Without hesitation. It's from Aoi's perspective? Is it, though? Because it still refers to her in third person as well. Aoi rushed toward Remy from the front. Aiming straight for the girl, she swept her D-sword toward her flank. Remy attempted to block it like before, but... the strike had been a feint. Her sword passed through both Remy's sword and body. She released the real boot. At present, Aoi's D-sword was no more than a delusion. It could touch nothing, cut nothing, kill nothing. But that had been her very aim. Due to her having twisted her body to block the attack, her reactions would be slowed. During that time frame, Aoi had already slipped past her and made it 2 steps closer to Takumi. She real-booted the sword once again in an instant. This is it. Takumi faced Aoi with eyes of fear as she effortlessly real-booted the sword. Is Kozupii just watching this? With her D-sword that would once again become real, she moved to pierce Takumi's heart.
Sena.
Aoi. A figure flew past the corner of her vision. The instant she heard its voice, the girl, fiercely shaken by it, missed her target. The tip of the sword grazed Takumi's leg and stabbed into the concrete. You heard how it's pronounced? Yeah, I don't really care now, though.
Sena.
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 You guys got 2 in my head about it. I'm gonna, like, question it every time I go to say it now. Sena. Sena slowly raised her head. I don't really care. You! Let out an angry growl. At the edge of the roof, their form lit by the backdrop of the setting sun, stood a single man, like a phantom among the corporeal. It's the homeless man. Damn, nailed it. His face was pale, deathly so. I'm gonna guess this is the time travel Takumi, right? The pupils that resided within his sunken eyes were surrounded by bloodshot whites. His head hung toward the concrete, his face without expression. The instant Sena saw the man, neither Takumi nor nothing else mattered to her anymore. The man Sena had chased after without end, her sole object of hatred. The man that had abandoned her and betrayed his family entirely. That very man now stood right before her very eyes.
ようやく
I finally found you. Her dad! Sena took a step toward the man, gritting her teeth to hold back her overflowing hatred, and once again brandished her sword. Another step forward.
どうしようもなかった。
There was nothing I could have done.
私は
I had no choice but to offer your mother as a sacrifice.
捧げるしかなかったんだ。
黙れ
Shut up.
母さんの最後。
As she met her end, your mother could not have looked more at peace. For this reason, I want you to be at ease.
母さんの
From your mother's sacrifice,
素晴らしい
we obtained amazing results from the experiment. She gave her life for the sake of her world, and in the process, she was of great use to us all.
役立ったんだ。お前も
You should be proud of your
母
mother
さん
for
の
her
功績を誇って
meritorious act of service, just as I am.
黙れよ
Shut your goddamn mouth. Blood rushed to her head, rendering her no longer able to see anything other than the man that stood before her. She dashed. It happened in an instant. She flew at the man's breast, closed the distance between herself and it, and sunk her D-sword deep into its center. That was Sena's long-held desire. She had roamed Shibuya daily for the sole purpose of killing this man. She had dreamt of the day she would kill him countless times. It never left her mind. After all this time,
敵を
I've avenged you, Mom. Okay. Good thing I knew she had mommy issues this whole time. She went to remove her sword, which would grant her the opportunity to move away from the man. But before her sword would come free, the man wrapped his arms around her and gently embraced her.
よせ気安く触るな
Stop it! Don't you dare touch me like we're family! Her entire body stood on end. Him doing this now, after everything that had happened, only served to nauseate her. It was foreshadowed, didn't you see it? Yes. I should have known by how bitter and angry she was that she had mommy issues. Long ago, in the distant past, the bond of family between Sena and the man had been severed. Even so, for some reason she was unable to comprehend. She could not bring herself to throw off the man, an inability that deeply surprised her. His warmth, his large chest, the deeply real presence of her father. Her hands dyed in red. I...
私はこんなの
This is...
あなた
お前が望んだ妄想だ。
が望んだ妄想だよ
the delusion you wished for. Whose eyes are those eyes? When she heard that whisper, she understood. Errors slipped into dead spots. Psychological attacks. Enchantment. That's so random. Enchantment. She's been enchanted with +5 strength. Seeing someone's delusions. When she realized her mistake, it was already too late. She lost her balance, and together with the man, her body was cast off the roof. To Sena, the ground that lay 8 stories below looked oh so far away. Unable to comprehend what was going on, all I could do was watch as the scene unfolded. Sena had suddenly run to the edge of the roof, lost her balance for no reason I could see, and was about to plunge to the ground right this very second. Her body was about to disappear.
落ちる
She's gonna fall. I could only let out a whisper. I tightly closed my eyes and made another flower bed. She had committed unalive. She had intentionally dove to her death. I didn't understand why, as if I could understand. She had assaulted me out of nowhere. Serves her right. The girl was just another enemy. No matter how long I waited, The resounding splat of her body hitting the concrete did not come. I opened my eyes to see what was going on. Ah. She wasn't falling. Instead, she was on her knees. Remy stood right beside her. She was holding Senya's arm. Had Remy saved her? She threw her D-sword away and started crying like a child. What was going on? From my perspective, it looked like Senya had tried to die of her own volition. Sorry for making you see something so painful. But I really had no choice. Remy had done something to her. The usually bright and happy girl I was used to felt like an entirely different person now. A brooding face, sorrowful whispers, quivering eyes. The girl standing over there wasn't the Remy I knew. But Kozupii had already told you it wasn't her, or you didn't know her. Sakihata! A voice reverberated in my mind. Kozupii hadn't moved from her position on top of the container house, meaning she was still staring down at us. So wait, Remy knows enough about Sena to create, like, personal delusions for her that would really fuck up her mind, but Sena didn't know enough about Remy to know that she had D-swords and was a giglomaniac? Like, that was a surprise to her? But yet, Remy knows all of the personal problems of Aoi? It's all Dunny Dozo now, righto? If Sakihata's gonna try to clunky splatter thwap, Kozupii is not gonna let you. If you do, Kozupii will smash you into teensy-weensy pieces. I mean, they're already hugging and crying with each other and apologizing, so why is Kozupii threatening her? At this point, we're already past the fight. A chill ran down my spine. Kozupii was speaking with her usual airheaded anime-esque tone of voice, but the things she was saying were serious. Yes. I'm done. I was never planning to do anything to Aoi to begin with. As long as she never sees Taku again, I'll let her go. That's completely impossible. I mean, Kozupii and Sena and Takumi are all friends. Right? Right? That's right, Takumi? No, she just tried to kill me. I would say friendship is over. The gears in my mind refused to move. If someone told me that everything that just happened was a dream, I'd probably believe them. Come to think of it, why had she attacked me? Was Sena my enemy after all? Who fucking knows? It's all your fault! She raised her head as she sobbed. She made no attempt to wipe away her tears, and stayed on the floor where she'd fallen to her knees. Her gaze was fixed on me. I don't know, this doesn't seem very friendship of you, Sena. Especially after Kozupii said we were all such good friends. It's all your fault that my family got involved in this virtual experiment world. I was completely bewildered. She was launching nothing but raw emotion at me. What the hell did she think I'd done? I hadn't done anything. I hadn't screwed with anyone's lives, and I certainly didn't know a damn thing about her family. I was as harmless as could be. Harmless? She'd read my mind. Even though the monster you created could destroy the entire world, you dare call yourself harmless? Oh, so she can read minds now too? Destroy the entire world? More Chuny shit again? I turned my gaze to Remy for help, but she had her back to us. She stared vacantly at the darkening sky. There's no point. Her figure, her voice, was the sheer loneliness they gave off merely in my imagination? Taku doesn't know anything.
何も知らないから。
With that statement, Rumi spoke as if she knew everything there was to know.
ふざけるな。
Cut the bullshit.
今
We're like 8 chapters in. What kind of story wouldn't explain anything? What do you mean Takumi doesn't know anything? That doesn't make any sense. The chaos infesting Shibuya right now, it all started with that formula. Formula? The secret Krabby Patty formula.
それ以上言わない。
Don't say any more.
タクは
He really doesn't know
本当に
anything.
何も知らないの。
From the sounds of it, she was talking about me, but I couldn't follow the conversation at all. It's almost as if we probably should get more, like, context information for this scene.
公式って
Is this the formula? Kozupii leapt down from the container house, holding my essay in her hand. The spooky robot. She held out the back of the essay to us. I saw what I doodled on it back in elementary school. IR2. The chaos infesting Shibuya right now, it started from this. It's the equation that was put into the simulation that broke it. And now it's running rampant, toying with people's lives. Talk about an absurd accusation. There was no way in hell some random doodle could affect anything, let alone of that magnitude. I just doodled the thing on a complete whim when I was bored or something. It was a long time ago, so I didn't remember it all that well. But I did know there was no real meaning behind it. I just copied down the numbers I'd seen in a dream. It was a dream related to whose eyes are those eyes, which I'd written about on the front. I'd used those words all the time since before I'd written it, and whenever I had, it would all take shape in my dreams more and more. Within one of those dreams were those numbers. What do the numbers mean, Takumi? What do the numbers mean?
FUN の10乗
Fund to the 10th power times intelligence to the 40th power equals IR2. I don't fucking know. Right?
イコール
Whatever.
IR
After a while, Aoi ripped the tears from her eyes. Now they were a deep scarlet. While still on the ground, while still hanging her head down in regret, she formed a sentence.
この公式をお前が生み出した瞬
The
間
moment you created the formula, the world
世界は
diverged.
分岐したんだ
Oh, good.
ノア2に搭載されている中で最も秀でているのは中核システムに組み込まれた
I think we're just validating all my theories here, which I've stretched together. What stands above all else within Noah 2 is a particular formula incorporated into the core system.
これは人類史上
Its solution has remained unknown throughout human history, even to this very day.
ミレニアム7のうちの一つ
One of the 7 Millennium Prize problems, yes. It's the Millennium Puzzle. A series of 7 math problems that were published in the year 2000 by the Clay Mathematics Institute in the United States. The 7 problems had never been solved prior to their publication, and a $1 million prize was promised to anyone that managed to solve any of the 7. As of 2007, only one of the problems has been solved. There are 6 remaining. I want to Google that, but I feel like I'll get spoilers for the game. So I won't.
億単位の懸賞金がかけられて
I
いる
know
と
of
いう
these. The 7 still unsolved problems within the realm of mathematics, each with $1 million prize.
いいえ
I'm afraid you are
その7
incorrect.
つの中には入っ
It's
てい
not
ま
among
せん
those 7. It's the secret 8th problem.
ですが実はミレニアム7は
I think those are
もと
real.
もと問題
I agree, Jade. I'm sure they are real, but my problem is I think if I Google the Millennium Prize problems, it's gonna come up with stuff from this game. You're gonna spoil me. Right? That's why I don't want to Google them, because I want to see what the problems are, but I feel like they'll spoil the game. The search shouldn't spoil that much. Insert Yu-Gi-Oh emoji. Though I doubt a niche visual novel would have a result of mainstream math. All right, let's see. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's no spoilers. Oh my god, what the fuck, dude? Are these what? What are these equations? Wild. Okay. I will simply solve them. Yes, that's why I was Googling them. I was just going to casually solve them real quick live on stream. I'm just built diff. Yeah, that's why I Googled them. I just wanted to see what they were. So I could solve them, obviously. I just want a casual 6 million real quick. Millennium Prize problem stream, let's go. Yeah, easy, bro. You see, oh, God, I hate this noise, man. This is gonna fucking make me a gigalomaniac. You see, in truth, there was a time when the Millennium Prize problems contained 8. One was expunged before they were made public, which is how it's remained even as we stand here today. Solve them as a warm-up for understanding Chaos Head plot, yeah. The equation incorporated into Noah 2, I take it? And the reason behind its expungement? The possibility within to shower the world in calamity, most notably. What manner of formula is this? It's a resonance phenomenon which speculates on electromagnetic forces within the fundamental interactions. That is what the formula conveys. Okay, what? Bro. In physics, this refers to any of the 4 basic forces that interact between elementary particles. These are electromagnetic interaction, gravitational interaction, weak interaction, and strong interaction. Bro, I didn't take physics in college, man. I don't know. A theory that explains all elementary particles and the 4 fundamental interactions in a unified manner has yet to be established. If such a theory were ever finalized, it's predicted that it would be able to consistently explain everything from the subatomic scale to the far corners of the universe. Okay. Hey, what's up, Kevin? The answer's probably on a fucking boat somewhere. In turn, it has elucidated an unknown force, one which manifests through local interaction between established electromagnetic pulses and receptors. Through this one formula, the accumulated research and development on silent weapons, all the efforts of every nation over the past 30 years would become obsolete in a mere instant. Whoever finds the solution to that question, why, they would be akin to God himself. I thought all the countries were in a race for the time machine, not this garbage. Is that what you've accomplished, then? It was found in a most mysterious place. The scribblings of a child, if you can believe such a thing. IR-2. With this formula, the hardware of Noah 2 has obtained the ability to rival God himself and make a virtual world. I called it. All that remains is to gather code samples of Giglomaniacs for usage within the software, and all the Giglomaniacs are hooked up to this machine, and so are regular people for experiments. With the full-scale operation of Noah 2, all that we desire will be made real. How I wish Einstein were alive today. I hear he was a Giglomaniac of tremendous power. Rather than speculation, how fares the current situation? Is it not said the world's number of Giglomaniacs is few? How can we hope to succeed under such circumstances? The samples of 5 people have been secured. An adequate number for the operation of Noah 2, it seems. Splendid indeed. So we're still missing 2 of Fez's Black Knights. However, with each and every additional sample, the abilities of Noah 2 will rise. And in particular, there is a Giglomaniac boy whose sample I have much interest in harvesting, no matter what the cost may be. Be that as it may, any delays that face our project will not be tolerated. What milestone do you believe shall mark Noah 2 entering full-scale operation? The final experiment prior to operation. The 3rd melt, carried out by myself. Ooh, he's gonna order a melt from Arby's? That's huge. Do you plan to induce another earthquake? What of its estimated scale? It's anticipated to be on the same level as the Great Kanto earthquake. The Great Kanto earthquake? Bacana! Did that not have a magnitude of 7.9? With modern-day building code and seismic isolation levels in mind, the city will sustain nowhere near as much damage as it once would. But the number of casualties will certainly dwarf that of the first 2, will it not? If in line with our estimates, it will total approximately 5,000 people. They will be noided. Although I must say, that estimate is optimistic. Are there any questions? Yeah, I got plenty of questions. What does any of that mean? I expect you'll be taking responsibility for this folly. Shall I carve out my stomach and perish before your very eyes? This is the final experiment. When the time comes, the 3rd melt has produced the results we seek. Noah 2 will see perfect completion. The world's possibilities will then be in our hands. Okay. If you say so, bro. The moment you created the formula, IR2, the world diverged. Because they made the Noah 2 program from the formula? That's how the world diverged? Diverged? What, like with routes? This wasn't an eroge. Taku. Let's just go. There's no point in listening to this. No, shush! Let her cook. She's about to give me answers, maybe. I hope. Time to donate my soul. I will become one. Indeed. Remy pulled on my hand, pleading for me to go inside my room. Her demeanor oozed feelings of desperation. She was afraid of something. Everything Aoi is saying is a complete and utter lie. You're the liar here. No, you. Just get out of here already. Never come near Taku again. Who should I believe? Why are you getting so mad over just a random formula? Do you really not know anything? No, bitch. I don't know what to tell you. I know it seems bizarre that we would know nothing by chapter 8 out of 10, but, like, I don't know what else to tell you. I don't. Think about how Einstein authored E equals mc squared. Through simply creating that formula, a future where nuclear weapons are developed was born. The theory of special relativity is defined by Albert Einstein. This equation shows that mass and energy are equivalent. Okay. Neat. The IR2 you created is the same as E equals mc squared, but it has an even bigger effect on the world. I wish there was a special reality check button you could use in visual novels. Yeah. I mean, I didn't take physics, so I don't really understand where this conversation's going. IR2 made silent weapons a reality. Okay. But you're using them. Silent weapons? Mind reading, visual projection, and control over the 5 senses. Wasn't that the patented technology Senna told me about before? The one that she was investigating? Soon, gigalomaniacs won't be something special. No, they won't even be considered abnormal. Thanks to the device made based on IR2, in the future, anyone will be able to freely use this abhorrent power. Wait a minute. Is this about to be the plot of Incredibles? If everyone's super, no one is? Oh my god. We've done it. Abhorrent? It's like bad, okay, if that's what you mean. Or if that's what you're asking about. Abhorrent is bad. Incredibles was a good movie though, so I don't know what she's so upset about. Of course. Before that can happen, it'll likely be monopolized by a number of shitbags who will then brainwash the masses into livestock. Mindless sheep, completely unaware of their oppressors. I just don't see it as a bad power. Well, I guess if everyone gets brainwashed. Are you the villain from Incredibles? Are you trying to make everyone super so no one is? How would I have known all this? Go on and on about this shit until the end of time. It still wouldn't change that I didn't know anything. Even if Sena was speaking the horrible truth. I never would have intentionally tried to make something so horrifying. Not in a million years. It was just a doodle made by a kid. I hadn't done anything wrong. Wowie zowie! If so, if really so, IM2 is... It's something that explains the powers of gigalomaniacs all sparkly-warkly. Just like that. The things that oldie moldy guy said were all truly true after allsies. I mean, he said the most important thing was the boy who created Whose eyes are those eyes? And that boy was Takumi all along. Kozupii spoke in a carefree tone. I would never be able to act as innocent as she could. Just like me, Remy also showed no signs of answering. Sena, meanwhile, opened her eyes wide and raised her head with a start. She rose to her feet, staggering. Why was her footing so unsteady? Did it have something to do with what Remy had done to her earlier? Kozupii, what did you just say? Huh? She drew closer to the puzzled girl, pressing her for answers. Who exactly is the oldie moldy guy? Well, it's the person that taught Kozupii about how precious D swords
教え
are.
てくれた人。東京に来て初めて話
The
した人
first
な
person
の。
Kozupii talked to when Kozupii came to Tokyo.
なんかね、
When Kozupii thinks back on it, he wore an icky outfit that made Kozupii want to pinch her nose, and he was holding a sign with something really weird written on it. And then I wanted to fucking murder him in the streets and leave his body strewn across the ground as he bled across the cement.
世界は
The world is ending, or something like that. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Why didn't you tell me about the crazy homeless man? But Kozupi's telling about it the second Kozupii remembered.
あいつだ。
It's him.
やっと
I've finally found
見
him.
つけた。
Deja vu. The three of us, unable to understand what Senna meant, could only watch with confusion as her blood-curdling demeanor boiled and bubbled. What do you mean you found him? What the fuck are you talking about? Can we go back to the equation? What about the equation?
私は
Finally, I can kill that bastard.
あいつを殺せる。
Okay. Maybe this is the maybe. Okay, wait. Are we explaining something now? There had once been an experiment, but it was an experiment she had known nothing of. She was a perfectly ordinary housewife, and had been blessed with a second child in her womb before turning 40. Oh my god, turn this fucking baby off, bro. Perhaps perfectly ordinary might not have fit her quite so well. After all, her eldest daughter... Why is her question marks? After all, her quotated. Her eldest daughter was already old enough to enter high school, a 15-year gap from the second child. She had been slightly worried that her eldest daughter, adolescent that she was, would oppose the pregnancy. However, the exact opposite proved to be true. Her daughter's heart sunk when she heard the news. Her husband. Very suspicious that we keep quoting her. Oh, ma'am, where are your eyes? Her fictional husband, an established scientist, often lost himself in his research and faith, and rarely ever came home to visit his family. But when he was home, he always did his best to be a good husband and father. So while she housed some dissatisfactions, they would never surpass the love she held for her husband. These ones aren't quotated, though. She and her husband. Her second child was delivered without issue. A healthy girl of 2,579 grams. Wow. That's a lot of grams. She named the child Mana. Soon after, her husband was unfortunately made to transfer far away. I feel like Mana's been mentioned before, but I don't really remember her. Her husband held no capacity to support himself with even the most basic of life skills, forcing her to ask her stable daughter to go with him to tend to her father's needs. Since she was now living alone with the newborn Mana, they then opted to move to an affordable company housing as per her husband's plan. Why didn't they just go with... If the stable daughter was going with the father, why didn't they all just move together? That doesn't make any sense. She had initially been living in an apartment within the suburbs, but this made transport inconvenient. The new company house, however, was in the best area in Shibuya, and many of her husband's colleagues' families lived close by. Her considerate husband claimed that, because of this, there would be nothing to worry about in her times of need, including when she needed help with the baby. Indeed, so this Shibuya is where the simulation is held, right? guessing, then. Every room in the company's house was spacious, and she particularly favored the bedroom. One wall was home to a large mirror, and the opposite wall had an even larger window. From there, she could view the luscious greenery of Yoyogi Park. She, okay, stop this, then went on to quickly befriend a housewife living close by, and received extraordinary treatment from the company, namely being provided a housekeeper. She was proud of her husband for holding such an important position within this company, one that allowed her to live in such a luxurious way, and so her life without worries nor dissatisfaction continued. See, sometimes it's not quoted, and that's weird. 2 years passed. While Mana had experienced delayed growth, she had grown into a healthy child, all while not contracting any major illnesses. What the fuck is happening? She was a very pampered child. And if she did not cradle Mana in her arms, the girl would start crying in a voice so shrill it could shatter even the thickest glass. Regrettably, she had fallen ill about a month prior. A particularly grave symptom was a fierce tinnitus, something she suffered from throughout most hours of the day. Fortunately for her, the housekeeper and the housewife next door were more than willing to assist her with taking care of Mana. Regardless of the help she received, she was essentially joined at the hip with Mana, and was never able to part with her from you for even a moment. Even when going to the bathroom and taking a bath, you gotta, like, wean her off the attention. You gotta let her cry by herself sometimes then, good lord. If a thought were to cross her mind about having the housekeeper cradle the baby for a short time, Mana would detect these intentions and immediately burst into tears. Contrary to one might surmise, she actually found endearment in how much Mana clung to her. But due to the inseparability of the two, she continued to live a life where she could never take a single step out of her own home. Her lifestyle was entirely supported by the housekeeper and the housewife. For her, meeting the two had become her true saving grace. What are we doing right now? What's this tangent? However, over time, something odd began to happen to the two helpers. What's with the quote thing? I don't know. They keep quoting the first pronoun. During a friendly chat in the living room that had occurred a week prior, the housewife had spontaneously vomited without warning. Paying no heed to the confusion she showed, the housewife then rushed outside. I'm guessing that it has something to do with her not being real or something. We needed Chris here to explain the excessive quotations. Yeah, there's probably something in the translation, but I feel like it means she's not real. She had not seen her since, leaving her to worry that she had perhaps fallen ill. Concerned, she decided to ask the housekeeper if she could check on her. As the housekeeper left that day, she made her request, concluding with him, "I'd love your help tomorrow as well, dear." And yet when the housekeeper heard these words, she suddenly burst into tears, and could only nod again and again as she departed. It gets explained, oh, I'm sure. The tinnitus that had been tormenting her became so fiercer that night, to the point where it felt as if her head itself might split apart. Became fiercer that night? Okay. She tried calling an ambulance, but the line refused to connect. She then tried going outside to ask the neighboring housewife for help, but even that proved too much for her. Throughout all of this, her daughter had continued to cry incessantly, further agitating her pain. In order to endure this pain, she embraced her beloved Mana, and as she did so, both the tinnitus and the crying abruptly stopped. The pain in her head vanished just as suddenly, almost as if it had never been there to begin with. She then looked down, only to see that the child she was holding was now a mummified corpse. because the crying was what was agitating her, so she just delusioned herself into the baby being dead or something. In spite of how heavily it had been crying until that very moment, the body had suddenly become desiccated, a rotting mound of flesh, one that gave off the most repulsive stench. And so, before she could ever realize it was all an experiment, her mind broke. There had once been a certain experiment, but it was an experiment that ran different to how he had hypothesized. This is she's totally simulating the baby then, right? This is also the helmet that Fez was wearing earlier, too. Were they torturing her in the simulation to see how her delusions would manifest? He was a scientist at Kozupii Technology, a follower of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light, the man at the center of Nozumi's strictly confidential Project Noah, and the man that had deciphered the cool IR2 equation. So he is Takumi then? He had offered his wife on the verge of childbirth as a test subject for the experiment. While that had been instruction for the founder that he revered. It had been just as much his own suggestion, all to ensure the success of the experiment. It was christened the Mana Experiment, after the code name given to their second daughter. His eldest daughter of 15 was placed in the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light institution, all while he observed his confined wife and infant child for 24 hours a day. Or is that Fez? These are definitely relevant to the kids that we know. But I'm trying to place together who's who. His wife had been led to believe that the place she resided in was a company house. But in reality, it was a test site that Kozupii Technology had prepared. A site containing the Noah 2 prototype he was developing. Mind reading, visual production, and control over the 5 senses. In order to research the effects of such practices, he locked his wife and daughter, Mana, in the site as test subjects. Not much was known about the effects of electromagnetic radiation on the human body, so he very much intended to halt the experiment immediately if his wife or child showed any strange abnormalities. The experiment was then met with an unfortunate accident soon after it began. Mana passed away at 1 month of age, her cause of death unknown. It was an accident nobody could have prevented. I mean, gee, maybe you could have prevented it by not experimenting on your child. I don't know. I mean, just a guess. Nobody could have prevented, huh? Where are the fucking quotations on that? Nobody could have prevented. Yeah, gee dang it. All totally unpreventable. Maybe just don't experiment on your kid. That would have done it. Fucking... gee dang it, no one could have... Who could have stopped this? It's that fucking meme. Oh my god, this would be a huge spoiler meme, but I finally have... Oh my god, I finally have inspiration for a Chaos Head meme after all of these streams. Fuck, what's that? I forget what the meme is called. But it's the meme where, like, the dude's on the mic, and then he turns around and shoots the guy on the chair. And he's like, who could have done this? It would be this guy standing at the mic, then shooting his kid in the chair and being like, oh my god, the Eric Andre meme. Yeah. Who would kill Mana? Who could have prevented this? Yeah. Oh, man. That's perfect. Okay. I got a meme idea finally. That's a huge spoiler one, though. Let me take a picture of this. I'm gonna need to... Because I don't want to Google Mana unless someone can give me pictures like this. Because I feel like, again, Googling her would be a massive spoiler, so I'm not gonna do that. So I'm just gonna screenshot this, and maybe we'll use this, but if you guys can find me better pictures that aren't spoilery, let me know. But yeah, that's... that's what I feel like this is like. Experimenting on his wife and child, and he shoots shoots them. Who could have prevented this accident? He was overcome with sorrow and attempted to bring the experiment to a close, and yet such a thing was not permitted to him.
実に興味深いではないですか。
Do you not find it rather intriguing that your daughter died? That is quite interesting. Those were the words of his employer. His employer was referring to the bizarre sight visible within the experiment. His wife did not seem to recognize Mana's death as real, and instead treated her remains as if they were still her child. In her eyes, Mana had never died, but in truth, these things were all a simple projection, a reality only she was privy to. This was an effect of the Noah 2 prototype, and in a certain sense, the situation provided an optimal opportunity to test its capabilities. Consequently, he had his wishes disregarded. I can't believe the Evil Science Association did not listen to his wishes. Eventually, even he came to think that continuing the experiment would be the best for his wife's sake. Looking upon the one-way mirror, his wife would embrace the corpse of their child, and lived her every day in a blissful happiness. I'm guessing this is Aoi's mother, yeah? And this is Homeless Man, by the way. She would gaze through the window toward the greenery of Yoyogi Park, but in reality, the window was a mere wallpaper and the scenery a projection, and yet she simply smiled at the view, all while gently tending to her child as she cooed. Staff belonging to the research team would take care of his wife, with one playing the role of a neighboring housewife and the other a housekeeper. As long as the experiment continued, her mind would never break. As such, he told himself that this was all for his wife's sake. Though in truth, perhaps his mind had broken far before his wife's ever could. Why isn't this quoted? At some point in time, his goal had changed from completing Noah 2 to forcing his wife to continue living an endless dream. After continuing the experiment for 2 years, his employer suddenly announced an end to the project.
データは十分
We've
取れました。
obtained sufficient data.
Noah
Noah
2
2 will soon begin
本格稼働
full
の話です。
operation, meaning there is little point in continuing this experiment further.
続ける意味はないでしょ
He vehemently opposed this, his desperation evident, and yet this passion had branded him a traitor. He was subsequently removed from the project. As a gesture of kindness, he was permitted to be present at the test site on the final day of the experiment, albeit with restraints. What would you do if you were the man at the point when the baby was already dead? One, I would never subject my wife and child to experiments, so we would never get there. And with him, his daughter, of whom he had not seen across these 2 full years, would be forced to be present. A look of bewilderment rose to her face when she noticed him. What to then? What do you mean? What to then? What? I mean, I would never experiment on my wife and kid. Did you hear that, honey? Doesn't that make me dateable? I would never experiment on you, future wife. Or our child. Boom.
これはどういうこと？母さんに何をしたの？
I called it. Dad? What's going on? What'd you do to Mom? Added to the Tinder profile.
母さんが抱いているの？
What the?
一体？
What is Mom hugging? He was unable to answer. His guilt over what he had done prevented him from looking his daughter in the eye. Where had she been the whole time? Meanwhile, the start of a ghastly ritual was drawing near. The housewife had long since become unable to endure Mana's rotting stench, and the housekeeper had left the test site in tears in response to his wife's words. Then the equipment stopped. The dream ended, and his wife broke. In her eyes, what was once her child had suddenly transformed into a mummy, a sight that brought her to scratch at her scalp, tear out her hair, dig her fingernails into the flesh of her face, and then began to ravenously devour the desiccated body of her own child. Began to ravenously devour the desiccated body of her own child. Why? Through every tear of flesh, she continued to laugh maniacally, and she banged her head against the wall. Before eventually, she took a kitchen knife, drove the blade into her eyes, and died right where she stood. Kinda dramatic. She didn't even try to, figure out what was going on. She just immediately went nuts. She didn't go, what? What happened? What's going on? Someone explain. She just fucking immediately snapped. Mom! Mom! The daughter cried and screamed as she watched her mother's horrific end from beyond the one-way mirror. Mom! Gross. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of, the shock factor that they try to add into this. No! Don't stab your own eyes out! His daughter was then taken away by two researchers, with one taking hold of each arm. He was not even granted the opportunity to pursue his only remaining relative. So part of the requirement for him to see the experiment or whatever was to bring his daughter just to watch her mom kill herself? She was just brought in here explicitly for people to be dicks? Hey, you want to see something cool? Watch this! Okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He blamed himself for everything, believing he had reaped what he himself had sowed. Regardless of his reasons, when he had resolved to continue the experiment 2 years ago, it had been obvious how things would end, was it? I don't get why. So why did they bring her in just to watch the wife go nuts? Or her mom go nuts? So she could be part of the experiment? I'm not really tracking what happened here. As a gesture of kindness, he was present to be permitted at the test site on the final day, a bit with restraint. The daughter was forced to be present. Okay, so because of his betrayal, they made her watch her die. Okay. The way this was phrased made it seem like it was almost a benefit. A gesture of kindness, which is sarcasm. As a gesture of kindness, he was permitted to be at the test site on the final day of the experiment with restraints. The restraints are making the daughter watch. Okay, so this, as a gesture of kindness, is sarcastic. Okay, I get it. Because I was thinking it was supposed to... I mean, I read it initially without, like, the inflection. It was hard to read sarcasm, especially when this was being so serious. I get it now. Mere days after bearing witness to his wife's death, he vanished, and now Nereus' soul knew of his current whereabouts. Okay, so that explains why Aoi hates her dad. But doesn't really explain the equation. I guess it just means that, like, everyone's got, like, those things on him and is being forced into this simulation, right? Like, the projections, the simulations. So I nailed that part then, right? From fucking chapter 2. I just need them to solidly confirm it, but they haven't done it yet. But I feel like I've nailed that. From chapter 2, ya boy called that shit. After everything had settled, Senna had gone to interrogate Kozupii about something with bloodshot eyes, and then after doing this for a bit, she ran off somewhere on her own. Kozupii had chased after her, but I, meanwhile, had just been staying put. Still incredibly confused as to why Senna had become so obsessive all of a sudden. Called what? It all being a simulation within Noah 2, like everyone's just being projected illusions. Or delusions. And now, I was trudging to Shimoki Tozawa. My parents' house was a short distance away. Walking from my base, it took less than half an hour to get there. Could Nanami be there? What was he going to his... I thought he wanted to go to his parents' house for the essay, but he already has the essay. So what does he still need? Showed that the formula is used for the Noah project. Yeah, I know that. We said that. By using it to control the 5 senses? Yeah. It was shown in the test by making the mom think the child was real. Right, yeah, it's all an illusion. All simulated by the Project Noah. I'm thinking your boy predicted the whole plot by chapter 2. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I think we got it. Though not as busy as Shibuya, the roads of Shimoki Tozawa were fairly crowded. I was still being hit by the aftermath of that Esper debacle. Namely, some passerby looked at me with mocking sneers, while others even took pictures of me on their phones. It feels like it's really, like, haphazardly explaining shit, but whatever. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and humiliation, I hurried along the road to home.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry. Ruby's eyes were pointed to the ground as she said that. Okay. She was walking a bit behind me, and in the time we'd spent moving along, she'd already repeated those words over 10 times. Why doesn't she just explain shit? Why don't we have an exposition walk to the parents' house? Yeah?
黙ってて。
I'm sorry for not saying anything. No matter how much she apologized, I had no way of answering. I didn't know anything about her. Nothing had changed ever since we'd first met. Yet she supported me and stayed by my side. Well, technically she's not supporting you. She's keeping you in the dark, bro. There's a big difference. If she supported you, she would tell you. But at the end of the day, there was still so much I didn't know about her. Hey, Chris. Oh, yeah. We were actually looking for you earlier for this question. You don't have to explain if it's spoilers, just say it is. What was the translated reason that the first pronoun in every one of these for the like simulation thing or whatever it was, the experiment? Why were they always quotated? Is that a spoiler or is that a grammar thing? You arrived just in time. We'd all just asked that question. We're wondering where you were. Spoilies? Okay. Fair enough then. We've kind of steamrolled through most of Chapter 8 today. It was something in me that knew she wouldn't stay with me if I knew the truth. That terrified me.
と
Well,
どうして
why do you stay by my side at all?
僕と一緒にいてくれるの
To keep you in check. Make sure you don't find out about stuff. I worked up the courage and asked her what was on my mind. I asked her the reason why she would stay with a guy like me. Was it because she was trying to lure me into a trap the entire time, just like Yua had? Man, still obsessed over Yua. Haven't seen this bitch since, like, Chapter 2. And yet, despite my suspicions, the answer she gave was nothing of the sort.
あなたに
I didn't
目
want
覚
you
めて
to
ほしく
awaken
ないの
from the simulation, and your mind would break. Ooh, ooh.
普通の生活を
I wanted you to live a normal life. Didn't want me to awaken. What, like as a giglomaniac? Remy knew more about me than I did.
一体君は
Who the hell
何
are
者
you
なの
exactly?
私は
She hesitated a little.
私は
I'm someone who really does
タクの
think of you
友
as a
達だって
friend.
思ってる
Taco. Wow.
友達
Lying through your teeth even now. And I want it to stay that way. In other words, she was telling me to stop pushing. But there was no way I could stop there.
僕はギガロマニアック
Am I a giglomaniac? You are.
そうとも言えるし違うとも言える
But you also aren't. You are Schrodinger's giglomaniac. Which was it? Was she trying to dodge the question?
君は IR2 のこと知
Did you
知ってた
know
の
about IR2? I'd only heard about it. She didn't say
聞い
from
たこと
who.
があるだけ
セナが言ってたのは
Is what Aoi said true?
嘘だよ
No, it's all lies. Lies. Telling me it was all lies was a lie in and of itself. I could tell just from looking at her.
君は
You. I was about to ask more, but held my tongue because I'm a coward. Are you my enemy, or are you my friend? Are you my angel, or my devil? Depending on the answer, I might not have been able to stay with Remy, so I didn't ask. If I pretended that nothing had happened, I could keep on deceiving myself just as I had up until now. That way it might be easier for me. Happier, even. Okay. That was what I was gonna do. I was gonna keep being ignorant and keep living a lie. A lie told by Remy. Wow. Remy had saved my ass so many times already, so there was no way any harm would come to me if I did that. Totally. We didn't just have the anime girl try to slice us in half. I deserve to live a normal life, just like she said. I feel like the cat's out of the bag on that already, but whatever. Thank you. I averted my eyes from her and swapped out my question for a few words of gratitude. Wouldn't want to explain anything here.
守ってくれて
For protecting me.
だから
Taku. I couldn't think of anything else to say, so I just continued walking towards my parents' house in silence. My eyes were eventually met with a familiar alleyway. It was a quiet, secluded residential area. Every now and then, I heard the faint sound of a train in the distance. I'd known this specific chunk of scenery ever since I was a little kid. This is where I'd grown up. I'd walked to both elementary school and middle school using this alleyway. If I headed through the narrow alleyway in front of me, my house would be right there. I was scared of seeing Nanami again, but I had to know for certain whether her arm was still there. I stopped and took a deep breath to calm myself, and then right when I was about to start walking again...
待って。
Wait! I turned around to see Remy on the verge of tears. Your parents aren't real.
どうしても
Do you have to go? No matter what?
ね
Please,
え、行かないで。
don't go.
もう
If you do,
普通じゃいられな
you'll
くな
never
る。
have a normal life.
私、
I don't want that for you.
そんなの嫌だな。
What was I supposed to do?
帰ろう。
How about we just go back? Wow, you waited an awfully long time to say that. You probably would have had a better time convincing me not down the direct alleyway of where my parents' house is. We walked all the way here. We've been walking for 30 minutes. Do you know how much time that is for Takumi? To walk for 30 minutes straight?
あのコンテナハウスに
Back to your container.
帰ろう。私、
I'll stay with you as long as you want, Taku.
ずっと一緒にいる。それで、
We can go to school
一緒に
together
学校に行って、
and have silly little
大地と三
conversations
人
with
で
Daichin
たわいも
together.
ない話をして、
Go to a soba stand or a CD shop on the way home together.
CD ショップとかによって、そうやって
It doesn't matter
これ
what.
からもやっていこう
Let's just
よ。
forget this and keep doing what we've been doing.
僕は
I,
ナナミに会わなく
I
て
have to see Nanami.
いないよ。
She won't be there. I'm sure of it. Why was she so sure? Was it just another lie? Would something bad happen to me if I went home?
私、
I don't want you to be sad, Taku.
見たくない。
So you say.
もう謎
Can you
かけみ
just
たいなことはやめてよ
Stop being cryptic for once? Fuck. Truer words haven't been spoken. I just need him to say this on repeat to every single character. I had enough. Was she telling me to stay ignorant forever? I couldn't go on like this, pretending like I knew nothing. Of course I couldn't. Each and every person I knew just kept hitting me with non-stop cryptic nonsense. It never ended. I really did want to stay ignorant. I really did.
実家に行っちゃいけない理由があるなら言って
If there's a reason I can't go home, then just say it.
こんな中途半端なのうんざり
So
なんだ
goddamn sick of all this half-assed cryptic bullshit. Yeah. Sick of it. Did I have any right to say that? Wasn't I the one who always half-assed everything? Who never said what I really meant? Wasn't I the one who always ran from everything? Yeah. All the more reason to just keep doing that from now until forever. It was time to go home. Remy was right. I didn't need to see Nanami. Ah. If I was planning on checking whether she had her right hand or not, then what the hell would I do if she didn't? Wouldn't all that be my fault? Nanami would hate me, resent me. All it would have done is solidify that I was a pathetic loser who couldn't even save his own little sister. If I left everything up in the air like it was now, I wouldn't have to be loaded with guilt. So that was what I'd do. It was the optimal choice. No, it's not! Please, just go. Don't look at anything. No matter how many mysteries come your way, ignore them. That's certainly been the plot's way of dealing with this so far. Shut yourself away from the world.
ほんと、世話が焼けるな。
You're a real troublemaker, you know.
ナナがいないと
I
何
swear.
にもでき
You
ない
couldn't do a
から。
thing if I wasn't around, big bro. How he was so resolute on going just a second ago and then just snapped.
ダメだ
I can't do it. Nanami's cheerful voice popped into my head.
ダメだよ
I just can't do it. Oh my god. If I ran away now, I wouldn't be able to face Nanami for the rest of my life. I wouldn't be able to go back home for the rest of my life.
タク、
I clenched my fists and stepped toward the narrow alleyway that led to my parents' house. I was less than 50 meters away now. At first, I just speed walked. Then I started running. Running toward the home I'd been raised in. 30 meters to go. Nanami will be dead and his parents will be gone. 20 meters. 10 meters. 0 meters. And when I looked at the house, the house I knew was gone.
あれ
What? The name on the doorplate was wrong. It wasn't Nishijo. In fact, the entire shape of the house was wrong. It was far newer and nicer than the home I'd lived in. I looked around. I wonder if I'd mistaken one of the neighboring houses for mine. But I hadn't. Actually, none of the surrounding scenery lined up with my memories. I considered that maybe I'd gotten lost or taken the wrong alley, but there was no way that could have happened. My dude got lost on the way home. For reference, 1 meter is about 3 feet. Thank you. So I was wrong. It was just, it's all part of the simulation. His home isn't even there. I'd recognized the entire route until now. I knew for a fact I remembered the route. But my home wasn't at the end of it. After taking the path from my memories, the scenery that should have been there hadn't appeared, and a completely unfamiliar one had instead. Jamais vu. What should have been a familiar place felt like I was setting foot in it for the first time.
シャメビューだ
It's jamais vu.
違うよ。
No, it's not. Remy stood right behind me. She had denied my words immediately.
この世界に
In this world,
タクの帰る場所は
you don't have a home to go back to, Taku. Okay. I feel like that was supposed to be a big reveal, but I don't... Okay. The sunset illuminated the lone corridor of the hospital. The lights were not turned on in the short period before the night fell, rendering it fairly dim. The clamor of dinner time from before had calmed, and an eerie silence descended in its place. Shogun was slowly traveling down the corridor in his wheelchair. The creaking of the wheels echoed through the empty hall. Many nurses passed him by, but none spoke to him, nor even so much as glanced his way. Acting as though this was perfectly normal, Shogun continued to spin the wheels with his hands, emaciated skin and bone as they were. When he passed in front of one of the rooms, a male patient known as Yamai called out to him. He pointed at him with his index finger, sounding a frantic cry. It's Ami-chan! Together with Yamai, the nurse had a face of complete befuddlement. Look, Ami-chan's back. They went outside again. That's not allowed. Not allowed.
誰もいませんよ。
There's nobody there, silly. Shogun is a delusion. The nurse looked around, then looked at the man with a forced smile on her face. Despite the fact that Shogun was passing through the corridor right before her very eyes, the nurse spoke as if there was no one there at all.
また山井さんは
Oh,
私の
Yamai.
ことからか
Are
って
you
る
trying
で
to
しょ。
tease me again?
でも
Well,
今日は
unfortunately
忘
for
れません
you,
よ
I won't let you trick me this time. Ami-chan! Raomi-chan! Taomi-chan! Oh, it's Takumi! Yamai had become increasingly worked up as he continued to cry out. Shogun ignored him and silently turned right at the end of the hallway, into the black void. Man, this wheelchair noise is annoying. The wall, which had been cream-colored up until that very moment, suddenly changed to black. Quick, everyone, act like you haven't seen this wall before. They're about to explain it, like it's the first time we've seen it. Shh, everyone, shh, be surprised. I can't believe the wall is black. Wow, it's an avocado. Yet even though the wall stood right in front of him, Shogun did not halt in his wheelchair. Right before he was about to collide with it, the black wall suddenly vanished. It quite literally vanished. After the wall disappeared, a hidden corridor appeared from beyond its past reign. Shogun continued straight through it. He traveled another 20 meters before finally reaching a true dead end. This is symbolic, of course, for the fact that we're going to hit a dead end when we complete the common route, because it's not the true end. At the dead end was a lone door to a hospital room. Shogun opened the door and headed inside. It was the Phantom Hospital Room. Ooh, spooky. The ghost story whispered about for many years. The tale of a room nobody knew of. And the person hospitalized within it. The name written upon the nameplate was... Oh my god, everyone be surprised. Shogun is Takumi. Oh my god. No way. Who could have believed it? Quick, everyone. Still be surprised. Quick. We built that surprise up for 8 chapters, but gave it away some time ago. Okay, whatever. From the train windows, an indigo blue could be seen permeating the sky. The trains of the Yamanote line grew chaotic as the businessmen and students alike made their way back to their homes. 2 of its passengers, Yua and Bon, stood shoulder to shoulder as they shook up along with the commuting train, holding on to its hanging straps for stability. They were admittedly an odd pair, and perhaps due to how much they stood out, Yua had been feeling constant gazes coming from all around her. Would they really be that odd of a pair? Wouldn't most people just assume, like, parent-child and, like, move on? I feel like if I saw these 2 together, I wouldn't give it a second look. I'd be like, okay, and then just ignore it. It would stand to reason that this was why she was repeatedly fidgeting with her hair and glasses. She was still not yet acquainted enough with the detective, Bon, to strike up a casual conversation with him. She had only met him a few days prior, after all. Shinjuku was only a single station away from Shibuya, and yet the 3 minutes it took to reach there felt hopelessly longer than it should have. They don't look remotely alike. So? She could take after her mother and not him. Dude on the left has seen some shit. Barely, he's only got the one eye. Bon simply stood silently, gazing out the window. He made no attempt to speak with Yua. He's kinda young to have a daughter in high school. 32. My man does not look 32, though. Look at him. Look at the shit Bon has went through. The man looks like a guy who's aged 3 lifetimes and seen war. This is a man easily in his, like, late 40s. Yua's current impression of Bon was that he did not seem to be a bad person, but he was still somewhat frightening. She had met other detectives that were on the case involving her sister, but none of them had left an especially good impression. Perhaps that had left her with the unconscious prejudice against the detective, and by extension, Bon. Or so she had concluded in her introspection. Telling you, if you defeat the bandits of the 15th underground floor, you get to a secret dungeon. It's common sense, man. Use your brain. How the fuck am I supposed to know where the bandits are? Ever since the 2 had boarded the train at Shinjuku Station, 2 men standing near the door had been talking in an excessively loud manner. Regardless of her desires, Yua was forced to listen to those 2 talking loud as all could be. all without an ounce of consideration for those around him. Are people rude on public transportation? The biggest twist of the game. Turn the left into the map. Just use your eyes, man. You'll see the damn bandits. Yeah, well, you can't even tell the difference between thieves and bandits, so I don't know what you want me to do. Nah, dude, it's so obvious they're bandits. What even makes you think they're just normal thieves? Bandits don't have weapons, dumbass. Both of them wore plain clothes, bandanas, and fingerless gloves, with bulging rucksacks on their backs. And I missed 4 key words in that word originally when I was reading through it with my when I do an eye read before I say the words out loud. The two were a pair of so-called otakus. What could that mean? Where's the tip for otaku? Let's see. Let's bring up the list. We haven't heard that yet in the game. Can I get a tip for otaku? Oh my god. It's a Japanese word for fanatic, nerd, enthusiast, or hobbyist. Man, wouldn't it be weird if someone was a pathetic otaku? While the world may have held negative connotations in the past, it has become far less negative over time, with many otaku reclaiming the term as a badge of honor. Certainly not Takumi. He is definitely not one of those. Hobbyist counts as otaku? Yes. Embrace your otaku-ness, vibin'. Yua herself was interested and thus consumed both anime and manga, so it was not about their appearances that left her surprised. She had simply never been to Akihabara before, so it was her first time seeing a stereotypical otaku, complete with the clothes and everything. Realizing her curious glances were quite rude, she quickly averted her eyes. One of those two, probably Daru. That's why he's got the fingerless gloves. In the seat directly in front of her, a high school girl with brown hair and a navy blue blazer was typing a message on her cell phone. Her flashy artificial nails tapped the screen rapidly, and every time her fingers moved, her cell phone strap of a pistol swung back and forth. Moeka. Naturally, Yua had seen the contents of her message. It was not through any fault of her own, however. The girl was holding her phone horizontally, giving everyone around her free rein to see everything she wrote. It was so easy to see, in fact, it was almost as if she wanted Yua to see it. Okay, so, like, yesterday, went to a mixer with a co-op, and it was so boring. Guy couldn't read the room at all. So annoying. Like, oh my god. Commit unalive. Ooh. I couldn't read that with, like... I should have read that with, like... teen girl energy, but it took all of my energy to fucking translate this line because I'm a boomer, I guess. Reread it. Okay, so like yesterday, went to a mixer with my co-op and it was so boring. The guy couldn't read the room at all. So annoying. Like, oh my god. Despite being a high school girl herself, Yua could not even begin to grasp the contents of the message. It was possible that it could have been Gyaru speak, but to her it looked like nothing short of coded message. The Japanese is arguably harder to understand. Probably, I could get that, yeah. It's already hard to decipher with your own language. It's so, like, coded. Bang! All of a sudden, the voice of a child rang throughout the train's interior. Startled, Yua turned toward the source of the sound. A lone boy, about 5 years of age, stood right beside Bon and actually just fired off a pistol, right in the middle of the subway. He held a squirt gun in his hand and had its muzzle pointed straight at Bon. The boy even pulled the trigger, but no water came out from the end of it. Bon gave the child a big smile. His eyes, meanwhile, told a different story. However, despite the message Bon attempted to convey, the child showed no intention of stopping.
Nobu-kun, yamenasai.
Stop that, Nobu! A woman, likely his mother, rushed to his son's side. She turned toward Bon and politely bowed.
Suimasen.
I'm sorry, please excuse him. Better watch where you're waving that toy gun, kid.
Bang! Bang!
Bang, bang! I just wanted to make the
Nobu-kun,
noise.
yamenasai tte.
Nobu, I told you to stop that. Then take the gun from him. What are you doing? The mother scolded her son in an attempt to make him stop, but her reprimanding never extended beyond verbal. She did not take the water gun from him, nor did she attempt to grab his hand.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang! Bang! Bang! I'm really
すいません
sorry.
いや構いま
It's
せん
alright, I don't mind the little scamp.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Just fucking grab the gun out of the kid's hand. What are you doing?
おじさんが困ってるでしょう、
Don't you see you're bothering this man, Nobu? To Yua, the scene seemed very unnatural. The mother was clearly angry at her child, and showed an apologetic demeanor toward Bon, but that was the only thing normal about it.
Bang! 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 やめなさい、怒
It's
るわよ。
enough. I'm gonna count to 3. Man, my mom would have already bent me over fucking backwards and started beating my ass if I was doing this. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, I can already feel the pain in my wrist from my mom going to my hand if I was a kid doing this shit. Oh my god, from the times of me fucking around when I was a kid, I still remember some of them. Then leaning down and getting real close. Listen. I'm gonna fucking stop doing that. This kid's getting a lot of leeway. The boy remained completely indifferent and unresponsive, simply choosing to repeat the same word over and over again. And yet, despite his inaction, the mother made no attempts to stop him with anything other than words.
本当に
I'm really sorry. Are you, though? Because you're not stopping him.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
I think this is a very unsubtle attempt that he's dropping the G off every time he's saying Bon. For some reason, Bon simply sat there and let the boy do as he pleased. I mean, what the fuck was he supposed to do? Is he supposed to take the gun from the kid's hand? I'm like, alright kid, enough.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
In the end, the scene continued on until they arrived at Shibuya Station. Uh-oh. A train station in a side adventure. Hopefully no one gets pushed in front of a moving train. Train stations make me nervous now. Upon coming to a full stop at the station, the train doors opened, but the mother and son showed no signs that they intended to disembark. Relieved, Yua exited to the platform alongside Bon, taking a peek at his expression. She saw a clearly forced smile sitting upon his face. Oh no, my watch. I just wound you. Attention, all passengers. A personal injury accident involving Bon. Apologies. A personal injury accident involving Hanzoman Line has made it necessary for passengers to transfer to another line. We apologize for any inconvenience.
最近よく感じるんだ
Lately, I've been having this feeling. A crowd of people came and went through the platform. Oh no, my froggy strap fell off. But I just tied it. That's good. A crowd of people came and went through the platform. As Bond walked through along with the crowd that tended towards the Hachiko gate, he began whispering to Yua. Like I'm being stalked by a large number of people. How many, I'm not sure.
どういうことですか?
What do you mean? I mean, there's an awful lot of what just happened now. There's been an awful lot of what just happened now. Makes me wonder if the people all around me are out to get me. This was the reason why Bond had showed no reaction to the boy's mischief. Events such as those, ones that did not present much trouble, were becoming an everyday occurrence for him. Once he had begun picking up on it, it made it difficult for him to stay of sound mind. Why is he opening up to Yua about it? Probably just overthinking it. I doubt many people out there are interested in a plain old guy like myself. Only problem is, gang stalking is a real thing. An organized form of stalking? Despite what the name implies, it does not mean that a group of people simply follow a victim. Instead, it refers to repeat minor offenses, often various forms of harassment, perpetrated against an individual by several individuals. In some cases, the harassment is done with such utter sophistication that the victim has no way to perceive that many incidents is connected. Oh my god, this is like the longest tip in the game. Specific examples of this harassment may include a victim being repeatedly bumped into by various people they don't know, a car honking endlessly in front of the victim's house late at night, people the victim has never met alluding to private information only the victim should know. Even though each of these offenses are not cause for worry when viewed alone, if they continue to occur several times a day over the course of several months, the victim will begin to deteriorate mentally. This eventually results in the victim growing terrified of everything around them. Even the most mundane things that aren't actually intended to be a part of the stalking effort, no longer being able to trust anyone. However, there's a fine line between actual gang stalking and someone suffering from a persecution complex, so identifying gang stalking as such must be done with extreme caution. That's quite interesting. Gang stalking? How is that different from normal stalking? Well, boy, do I have just the tip for you, Yua. The victim of gang stalking has no idea what the motives, intentions, or the identities of the other parties are. To put it simply, it feels like every day, no matter where you go, someone is out to get you. That's what gang stalking is. It's an elaborate prank, bro. Could it be you're just overthinking it? Bond's gonna turn around and be like, "Bitch, didn't you see what just happened? At the Froggy shop, on the train? You were thinking it too, weren't you?" There's a pretty big chance that's all it is. There's a real fine line between gang stalking and confirmation bias, after all. Or a persecution complex. Notice how he avoided calling himself persecuted. Though for me, it doesn't seem like that's the case. They've been using some pretty direct methods the past few days. Methods like... I've been threatened multiple times over the phone, telling me to back off, or else, I'd assume. For some reason, Bond laughed as he told her that. Yua, however, was frightened by this, wrapped her arms around herself in an attempt to bring her comfort. Are you not worried about that? Call it occupational hazards. Bond saying that. Bond immediately stiffened his expression and looked at Yua. Has this been happening to you too as of late? This has only started happening to Bond like this fucking chapter. I don't remember Bond getting any phone calls. This is just kind of being described now. We haven't really followed Yua at all, so we wouldn't really know for sure or not. No, I don't think so. If you feel even the slightest bit that it might be, you better not think twice about letting me know. Have there been subtle moments where we should have picked up on this happening to Bond? I really don't recall him, like, getting any, like, bizarre phone calls. The only time I really remember him getting phone calls was from Sua. Not really anything else, like, bizarre. I don't remember, like, any details when we've been following Bond's perspective of him being, like, getting, like, ominous phone calls. Like, we've definitely gotten that with Takumi, but not with Bond. That hasn't really happened.
ユアちゃんの身の安全を守るのは警察
I'm
の
a
仕
cop.
事だからな。
My job is to protect and serve folks, and that includes you, Yua.
はい
Right. Having listened to his words, Yua realized she was involved in something far more dangerous than she could have imagined. I mean, you're tracking down a serial killer. It doesn't really get much more dangerous than that, I feel like.
あなたは
You are
妄想の存
a
在だ
delusionary existence. Her voice a whisper. Remy said something nonsensical. That's all she ever does. Ignoring what she'd said, I glanced at the various houses around me. In this place, well rooted in my memories, in this place I couldn't seem to recognize. Houses that should have been there were nowhere to be seen. Houses that shouldn't have been there were all I could see. No signs of the gang stalking prior to the chapter. Bond said it's only creeping up now. Okay. You remember something from earlier, Viben? Because I don't. It feels pretty sudden. For Bond, anyway. Other than the Garrow Froggy thing, yeah. Right, like right at the end of the tail end of chapter 8. So that doesn't feel like it's been... That would be cool if it was, like, introduced a bit more subtly. Like, throughout the game. For as cryptic as this game has been, I feel like it hasn't really left a lot of breadcrumbs. Like, little things like that. I feel like we're missing stuff like that. Especially with how cryptic the game has been. It's like... It feels like the breadcrumb trails would pay the being cryptic stuff off. Like in a mystery thing when it goes back and it's like, oh my god, remember this, remember this, remember this, and it's like, oh, this is the payoff. I feel like we haven't really got that. Maybe we will. Anyway, now that gang stalking has been explained, thankfully, right before we got the gang stalking thing, we got the gang stalking thing out of the way before we just finished this little topic off between Remy and Takumi. Really, the gang stalking explanation was really important to put peace in the middle of this. The gap, the disparity between what I knew in my memories and the real scenery surrounding me was getting wider and wider. There's no gap! Mind the gap! Yelling the thoughts aloud, I desperately denied the despair welling up in my heart. There wasn't any gap, not in the slightest. I had just taken a wrong turn. This wasn't the right street. It was just a misunderstanding on my part. Nothing wrong with the world. To think otherwise would be ridiculous. Stumbling my way back down the street I'd come from, I burst into the neighboring alleyway. But just as I feared, between my memories and what I actually saw, something felt out of place. I realized my entire body was soaked in sweat. Definitely would be another good time to circle back to Remy and be like, I said enough with the cryptic bullshit. Explain what you mean. My eyes refused to focus, and my feet didn't feel well secured to the ground. All those feelings together hit me with an intense wave of nausea. Why? My house has to be here. It has to.
僕はいつもここから小学校にも
I always
中学校
walked
にも通って
to
たんだ。
elementary school, middle school even, from here.
小学校にはナナミと手をつな
I
いで
used to hold
登校
hands
して
with
たし
Nanami as we walked to elementary school together every day.
中学は自転車で
And in middle school, I went by bike.
どこの
What middle school?
中学校？
Remy, who had been following me, quietly asked a simple question.
どこって
What's that supposed to?
なんていう学校？
What was the name of the school?
そんなの決まってるじゃないか。
What?
地元の
Everyone knows that. It's right around here.
あれ
What? Huh? I couldn't remember. Well, we couldn't remember a lot of things, so this would probably just stack up on the list of full amnesia he had. He doesn't remember last year either. I'd gone to middle school. I had clear memories of it, but I couldn't remember any of the finer details. It was as if some intense haze was covering my mind. The name of the middle school, which class I'd been a part of, or even the name of my homeroom teacher. No specific names came to me.
そんなはずないんだ。
It can't be. Honestly, I don't know if I could remember any names of any teachers from my middle school experience either. I remember one middle school teacher I had. And the only reason I remember her is because she stuck out specifically because she used to be a stripper before she was a teacher. That's it. That's the only one I remember. I can't remember any of my other teachers' names. You were still in high school, I'd assume you could remember stuff from middle school? That's true. Name? I'm not gonna give the teacher's name. I'm not gonna dox her on stream. Remember teacher? This topic seems familiar. I think we did talk about trying to remember my high school experience too. Who could cry? Can you guys remember your high school teachers? Although I guess maybe some of you are, or your middle school teachers. I guess maybe some of you are closer to high school. I can't remember any of my middle school teachers. I can only faintly remember some of my high school teachers as well. I think I can remember like maybe 3 or 4 of them. I remember the good ones. I really can't remember like any teachers that specifically come to mind. I can remember, okay, I can remember. There's like 3 teachers I can remember by name, I feel like, from high school. Maybe if I thought about it longer, I could remember more, but right now only 3 come to me. Like, without any other frames of reference. Surprised you're not shaking and crying that the game is actually answering questions. I don't think it's answered stuff. We're still being pretty cryptic. Like, we haven't explained why he doesn't remember stuff, and we already knew that Takumi couldn't remember things. So, the reason behind this hasn't been answered yet.
ただ忘
I
れてるだ
just
けで
forgot. I also just think... what's this mean? Yeah, he forgot. That was the same meme I was about to do. Keep reading? No! I just want to complain, damn it! What stream do you think you're at? We just complain in this house. And then the answer gets said in 5 more lines. But god damn it if I don't complain for 30 minutes before. I forgot.
タク
Skull emoji. Taku, listen to me.
あなたの記憶
In
にあ
your
る
memories,
この場所に家がある
it's not my house is right here.
この場所に家が
It's
ある
my
は
house
ず
should be right here. No, I mean before he got here, he was definitely thinking my house is right here.
そうでしょ
That's how it feels, right? My sanity was hanging on by a thread. Bro, that shit's gone a long time ago.
だって僕はここに来るまでの道は覚えてるんだぞ
I remember the whole route here, didn't I?
おかしいじゃないか
How do you explain that? Magnets, how do they work?
作られた記憶だから
Because those memories were fabricated. Stop making that face! That's the one of 3 expressions she has, okay? Quit being rude to the artist. Remy's eyes were pointed straight at the ground, and she looked terribly sad. Without looking up at me, she just continued saying the most confusing, nonsensical things. Things that once again I didn't understand. Things that were impossible to understand. So I stopped trying. Indeed, the summary of Chaos Head.
タクは
You've never been
中
to
学に
middle
は
school.
通ってないの
分かったぞこれ
I get
ド
it.
ッキリでしょ
This is a
そうなん
prank,
でしょ
isn't it? Isn't it? Am I being pranked right now? Ashton, bring out the cameras.
きっとあれだ
I see right through you.
ナナミが実は知り合いとかで
You and Nami actually
騙そうと
know
し
each
てるん
other.
だ
And you're both trying to prank me.
なんだ
I see it. It all makes sense now. You really got me. I tried my best to laugh it off, but she didn't even so much as chuckle.
私
I'm sorry. The next
こ
thing
れ
I
から
say
あな
is
た
going
に
to
傷つ
hurt,
けることを言わ
but
な
I
くちゃ
have to say it.
タク
Taku,
あなたはね
you
本来
should never
いつ
have
いけない
existed.
存在なんだよ
You should never. I didn't ask to be born, Mom. Sorry.
嘘つくな
Stop fucking lying to me! She was just trying to deceive me. She was my enemy, just like all the others.
貼り付けはリミの仕業だな
The crucifixion was your doing, wasn't it? Aren't we past that already? If that was true, then what happened at the crime scene when I first met her had been a delusion. The true culprit behind Nugen wasn't the man I'd seen on the hospital TV earlier today. It was Remy. She had been monitoring me the entire time. She knew I'd witnessed everything, so she refused to let me out of her sight. Also, I would never tell anyone else what I'd seen. That was the sole reason she bothered staying with me all this time. I'm trying to convey paranoia in his lines. Am I doing a good job yet?
君あの時
You were covered in blood back then.
君が犯人だ
That means you're the culprit.
あれはあなたの望んだ妄想
That was the delusion you wished for.
ギガロマニアックスの妄想はね強すぎる場合
Sometimes, when a gigomaniac's delusion is too strong, it merges with other people's delusions.
妄想が
The delusions synchronize. Calmly, as though she was talking to herself, Remy spoke. Her composure only served to rub me the wrong way.
少なくともあの時あの場所では
At least 4 delusions synchronized then. Oh yeah, what happened to the Jellyman hand thing that grabbed us?
タクと
Yours,
私と
mine,
ニュージェネの犯
the
人
new gen culprits. And
信じるもんか。
like I believe that. Before she could continue, I cut her off. This is a cool effect. Hang on, I want to screenshot this. Oh, can I not delete the text? Or remove the text? Damn it. I can probably Photoshop that out. This feels like a backspace. When I hit backspace, it doesn't delete the text. I've done it before, but maybe because it's in a delusion, like choice, you can't remove the text. Because obviously I've deleted I've taken this down several times, but backspace doesn't do anything right now. I feel like I could Photoshop these together into something cool. Also cool that it kind of gets rid of the full like lighting thing. Wait, did I save that picture? God damn it. I did one of the... Hang on, I gotta check that image saved. Because I feel like I can Photoshop these into a thumbnail. Okay, yeah, it's saved. Good. I got thumbnail ideas cooking. I know this is supposed to be a dramatic moment, but I'm having a YouTuber influencer moment, okay? Don't mind me, just trying to get views. Before she could continue, I cut her off. And then covered my ears. Closed my eyes.
これは妄想だ。
This is all a delusion!
そうだよ。
Yeah.
妄想なんだ。
It has to be a delusion.
過ごしているみたいだ。
It's a delusion, just like always. Whoa.
これ以上妄想しちゃダメ。
No more delusions, Taku. Did she, like, stop his delusion? My mind, still trying to delude itself, was forcefully ripped back to reality by Remy's words.
出ないと私。
Otherwise,
タク
I'll have no choice but to erase you, Taku. Why? Because his delusions are warping the world or whatever?
殺すの？
You're gonna kill me? A chill ran down my spine. My perception of Remy, the girl I thought would save me, was rapidly spiraling. Now, she was turning into someone completely unrecognizable to me.
殺すんだな。
You are,
やっ
aren't
ぱり
you?
君が
I
殺
knew
人
it.
犯なんだ。
You really are a murderer. So why? Why did she look so? Biting her lip as she fought back tears, hanging her head as low as it could, it all made me hesitant to accuse her of anything. But you just accused her of being a murderer. Tell me it's all a lie. Tell me it's all a prank so we can laugh it off. If you do, we can go back to how it used to be between us. I want to go back.
だったら僕は
Then, what am I? Who am I? What am I?
ギガロマニアックスの妄想によって作られた人
I
間
suppose
かな。
a person created through a giglomaniac's delusions.
バカらしい。
That's absurd.
僕にはちゃんと記憶が
I
あ
have
るんだ。
memories of my own.
中学の頃の細かい記憶が思い出
I
せ
might
ない
not
けど
remember all the little
忘れ
stuff
ちゃっ
from
ただ
middle
けで
school, but I just forgot, that's all.
あなたが生まれたのは
You were only born a year and a half ago. A year and a half ago? That would have been when I just started high school.
だったら僕は1歳半の赤ん坊っていうことじゃないか。
Then, wouldn't Wouldn't I just be an 18-month-year-old baby? 18-year. Whenever I see those hyphens, I automatically complete in my mind year-old. An 18-month-old baby? No. That makes him a real anime character. Everyone knows anime characters are born in high school. Come on. That's no delusion. That's just scientific fact.
バブバブ言ってなくちゃおかしい
I'd be going, goo goo gaga, but I'm not. That's like half your dialogue, Takumi. What do you mean?
タクは生まれた瞬間か
From the
ら
moment you were
タクだった
born, you were yourself, Taku.
君がその目で見たって言いたい
Are you saying you saw it with your own
僕らは
eyes?
1年半前から
Sure, we've
友達だっ
allegedly
たらしいね
been friends for a year and a half, but I don't remember any of it.
私とあなたが会ったのは1ヶ月前
I first met you a month ago
あの
at the crucifixion crime scene.
私はもともと
I wasn't always a
水泳の生徒じゃない
Suemi student, so I'd never met you before then. But you were wearing the uniform then. I mean, it was completely nuts, just like all the others. She was not even... She was a tier even the other girls couldn't even hope to match.
誰が僕を妄想した
Then
の
who
言っ
created
てみ
me?
てよ
Explain that!
西条匠くんだよ
Nichijou
はい
Takumi.
僕が
Yeah.
妄想なんでしょその僕が
I
妄
call
想して僕を
BS.
作ったって
I'm a
矛盾してるじゃ
delusion,
ない
right?
かはい論破
Then you're telling me I had a delusion and created myself? You're contradicting yourself. Get owned! Pwned! I just pwned your argument.
それとも君の妄想
Or maybe this is all your delusion?
君が勝手に作り出した君だけの脳内設定なんでし
A
ょ
completely fictional storyline you came up with on your own? Well, leave me out of it.
私だってタク
I
に
didn't
は
want you to know
知
either,
ってほし
Taku.
くなかったここにも
Nor did I want to come here. Mimi the rat destroyed by facts and logic. True. More like owned by facts and logic. Well, then why didn't you stop him? Why didn't you say it at the fucking shipping container not to come here?
もっと強く引き止めればよ
I
か
should have
った
tried harder. I should have tried harder to keep you away. Gathering her resolve, she raised her head and looked straight at me. Her eyes glimmered with sincerity. It didn't seem like she was lying. She felt entirely genuine.
でも
But now that we've come this far, I think it's best that you know the
本当の
truth.
ことを知ってもらった方がいいと思う
Well, we're only 9 chapters in. Don't hold back on my account. But it wasn't the truth. It was a lie. It had to be. Otherwise, my last thread of sanity would snap. Besides, who would ever believe someone who had suddenly decided to hit them with, "Oh yeah, BT Dubs, you're a delusion"?
あなたの行動が
I also think it's best
他の
that you
人の
know
命を削っ
that
ていくん
everything
だ
you do is slowly chipping away at someone else's life.
そうだななみは
Wait, I know. What about Nanami?
僕が妄想だったら
If I'm a delusion,
繋がってる
then is
ナナミ
Nanami,
の両親も妄想ってこ
my
と
blood-related
そん
sister,
な
a
のむちゃくちゃ
delusion too? What about my parents? That makes no...
ナナちゃんは
Nana-chan exists. From the way Remy talked about her, it was almost as if she knew her.
ナナミを
Then the one who kidnapped her? Was it
君な
you?
の
似たようなものかもね
Might as well be.
私はタク
I
を
was so
守るこ
focused
と
on
に気を取ら
protecting
れすぎ
you.
て
I
ナ
never
ナちゃん
considered
が
the
狙われる可
possibility
能
that
性
they
を
would target
考え
her.
てなかった
So how does she exist?
私は
I
誘拐犯
know who the kidnapper is. She really was a demon girl. I was right. And I'd always been right. Remy was the only one I'd wanted on my side, and even though I'd always believed that, there had always been more than enough reasons to doubt her. And yet even so, I'd feigned ignorance, and simply trusted that she'd keep her promise to stay by my side. But despite all that, just like you, Remy was.
君も
So,
僕を裏切るんだね
betrayed me too. Yes. I betrayed
僕を
you.
裏切った
I hid so many things
仕
from you.
事たくさんしてごめんね
I'm sorry.
私のこと
I understand if you hate me.
恨んで
謝られたって僕は信じ
I'm kind of confused still, but
信
whatever.
じられない
Even if you apologize, I won't believe you. I can't believe you. Despite my words, it was impossible for me to prove that I was real. How can we be real if our eyes aren't real? All the supernatural things I'd seen up until now flashed through my mind, and that's when I knew I just couldn't laugh off her words as some insane asshole. As I thought that, Remy slowly began to approach me, and then embraced me. Taken completely by surprise, I surrendered myself to her. I could feel her warmth. She had saved me, saved my soul. She had taught me nothing but kindness. What? But now, despite being in the center of her embrace, her warmth could not have felt more distant.
そろそろ行か
I
な
have
き
to
ゃ
go soon.
行くって
Go.
どこへ
Go where?
ナナちゃんをさらった
To where Nana
誘拐犯
Chan's
の
kidnapper is. I have to settle things once and for all.
つけなくちゃいけない
Not just with Nana Chan.
ナナちゃん
Everything.
のことも他のこのままだと
At
タ
this
ク
rate,
も守りきれないし
I won't be able to protect you, Takun.
そんなの無責任だ
How has she been protecting us really until now? I don't really understand how she's been protecting us. Other than the stopping Aoi. I can't believe how careless you are.
僕にここまでひどいこと言って
After all the
おいて
horrible things you just said to me, you're just gonna leave me? Remy started inching away from me. One step, then another. Slowly, she distanced herself. She just said I should have never existed and was a delusion, and she's about to peace right off after that?
戻ってくるから
I'll be
タ
back.
クは部屋にいて
Just stay in your room, Takun.
そしたらま
And when I get
た
back,
一
we'll
緒にいろ
talk.
いろ楽しいお話ししよう
We'll have fun, just like we used to.
あなたは
You can just stay in your room.
あそこに
It's okay.
いてもいいんだよ
Such a gentle tone. Even though she had said all those cruel things, why was she still being nice to me? I also didn't really elaborate on those things, right?
でも
But
一つだけ
you have to promise me one thing.
もう
No
想
more
はしない
delusions. Okay?
タクの妄想力は
Your
とても
delusions
強い
are
から
far too strong.
妄想すればするほ
The
ど
more delusions you
本物のあ
have,
なたの命が削られていっち
the
ゃ
more
う
the lifespan of the real you gets whittled away. Then why doesn't the real me stop deluding? Delusioning.
何を
What are you?
それじゃ
Alright,
また明
see you
日
tomorrow. I'm not gonna explain that shit. Bye-bye. There's a whole other chapter left for me to milk this explanation. Ruby struck a pose, saluting me with the most unnatural smile on her face. It could not have been more forced. Only a moment left. Only a moment later, from her eyes, quiet tears began to fall. Ruby frantically turned her back to me, and as her shoulders started to tremble, she ran away.
本物の僕
And I, having been left behind in a stupor, sank helplessly to my knees.
ってなんだよ
What do you mean, the real me?
僕は
I'm not
偽物じゃ
a
ない
fake. All color vanished from the world. All hope I'd once had was gone. My very existence denied. There was no meaning in me being here. Not even my death held meaning. But you haven't died yet. Remy had left me, leaving behind a meaningless husk. She was my enemy. She had deceived me. And now, having said her piece, she probably lost her final remaining reason to be with me.
戻ってくるは
She's
ずな
not
い
coming back. Remy had abandoned me, but of course she had. I was in a delusionary existence, according to her. A monster. What does that even mean? Forget it. I didn't care anymore. With no willpower to even stand up, I just stayed there, still unable to organize my thoughts, incapable of crying due to the sheer shock. The twilight wind robbed me of all warmth, and the very little that remained of Remy's faded completely. As I looked up at the sky for no particular reason, I gazed at a sunset that had almost been completely eroded by the dark of night.
これが新作？またへんてこね。
What do you think? I mean, I don't really get it. Okay, he's a delusion. But he is a delusion that's been deluding. What's her connection to the real him, then? Why does Shogun keep the delusion of the fake him real, then? Why did she just not acknowledge the whole Nanami connection thing? She was just like, yeah, Nanami exists. Anyway, you're a delusion. Okay, bye. I don't know. Like, I just don't get why that matters. In a world of delusions, he didn't ask further. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean that the writers couldn't have explained it. I guess I just don't get why I'm supposed to care that he's a delusion. Right? Because he's, I mean, it's all a delusion. What happened? It matters because everyone wants the reason for being. Delusions are his way to escape reality, but if he's a delusion, he has no true reality. It's an existential nightmare. But can't he just go back to just sitting around playing his game then? If he's not real, that means he has no consequence in the world. He just wants to play his game anyway. Like, he obviously still has influence on real people around him. Reality is what's giving him all of his true happiness. Remy hugging him, and all the other few pleasant memories he has. Can he still hang out with her, though? Like, she can still hang out with him. They have been hanging out, like, all game. She betrayed his trust. Technically, she just had a lie of omission. He never asked her to explain. She didn't really betray her trust any more than Yua did. Sure, but what would be the point? None of it's real? None of it's real. Okay, but that, I mean, but he still has influence over things that are real, though, despite not being real. It's like Remy is real, and she still feels influenced by his existence, obviously. Yeah. I can place the value in a simulated experience, but the point here is why it matters to Takumi. I guess. Did he become his character with strings pulled by someone else? But is he really being controlled by someone else if he can create his own delusions? And like if it's hurting his real him, doesn't that mean he can act independently of his real him? And like because like his real him wouldn't make delusions through him that would hurt him, right? There's no reason to live if it's all fake. That's why simulation theories freak some people out so much. I don't think he's considering his value as a person, like Dor said. I get your guys' points, I suppose. Well, all those positive memories are fake. Yeah, them being friends and stuff, that's her delusion, right? Even if you don't identify with the horror and despair, it matters to him. True. I think the biggest part is, like, since Takumi's so, like, unsympathetic, it's very easy for me to shrug off his plight here, I suppose. I think that's probably the biggest thing. So I don't sympathize with him. So, like, I'm just kind of like, okay, and what's your point? But yeah, I get it. For him, it's probably traumatizing to just not be real, I suppose. Because my feeling on it would be, like, even if I'm not real, it would be enough for me to have influence over real things. Because, like, people care about him and his interactions, or people are angered by his actions or inaction. Like, he still has so much influence over all these other people and stuff. So it's like, who's really to say the difference between real and fake if you've got all this influence over reality and people and things? Which I understand is, like, not what he's thinking, but, like, that's how, like, to explain my train of thought of, like, why I'm like, okay, and if one day you woke up and one of your best friends told you, oh yeah, you're not real, all your memories are fake and implanted, and you've only lived a fake life, And Yua's lie was just kind of like to just try and figure out who was the new gen culprit. So she was just faking being nice to try to figure out why he was killing people, right? Remy was lying to him about him being a delusion. Or by giving him the fake memories. She falsely accuses him of being the killer, right? He doesn't have anyone who truly loves him. All his memories are fake and his friends are only using him. He finally found a reason to live and stop escaping reality, only to find he has no reality. But it still seems to me like Remy still cares about him, because she's still like, yeah, well, we'll still hang out and have fun. And Masumi's real, right? Or is he a delusion as well? So he's still got Masumi as a friend. Seino was never really his friend. And Kozupii still kind of likes him. He was hiding so much from him, why would he ever want to trust her again? I certainly wouldn't. I suppose. But it was just like lies of omission, kinda. Oh yeah, and Fez might still like him. Kind of. Because she thinks he's a Black Knight or whatever the fuck. So he's got people, places, and things. It's all good. Do not believe on reread how manipulative Remy is. She constantly mines Taku for info. I guess. Same with Yua. Well, I mean, yeah, Yua's a bit more obvious, I feel like. But Homeboy has been traumatized about Yua for like 8 chapters now, and we haven't even seen her since. Like chapter fucking 2 or 3. He's still worried about her. Basically every interaction she has with Taku takes on a new light. I guess, but wasn't Takumi also, I mean, I guess don't elaborate on this if this is spoilers, but wasn't Takumi like diluting half of his experiences with Remy as well? Like, aren't we kind of projecting like half of what she was doing? Like, doesn't he delude half of his experiences with her? Is delude the right word? The past tense of delusion, delude? Maybe. He's more friends right now than he did in chapter 1. It's true, he just had Grimm chapter 1. It's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. You know? Really, that he just needs to take those old friendship lessons to heart. Obviously. Hang on one second. I'm going to grab another drink. We will continue to stew on this momentarily. Maybe that the fact that that she feels this way at all shows that Takumi is developing, or that he feels this way at all shows he's developing. I guess maybe part of my interaction here is just because I don't feel sympathy for him. That might be part of it. I don't know. We'll keep reading. Maybe when we see an interaction with Nanami or something, we'll get more in depth of what's going on here, or like how to feel. I do appreciate the discussion and the debates, of course, as the whys and things like that, though. It's interesting to see the other perspectives that I would have otherwise completely skipped over, even considering, so. Or like if this was just me reading, I would have kept going and been like, whatever. So at least seeing you guys put it in a different perspective makes me appreciate it a bit more. Or at least stop and consider the scene more than I would have if I had just been by myself. Thought his mood was low before. Oh boy. Well, maybe he can be less paranoid now. No one's out to get him if he's not real. Net plus, oh baby. Easy. Also, him calling himself an otaku freak when he's not real, it really comes to bite a different way. But, I mean, are otaku freaks really real? If they're just... It's Schrodinger's otaku freak. If you're always in your room, acknowledging no one else, are you really real anyway? Who can confirm that you even exist? I'm just kidding. Using the Schrodinger's joke a lot this stream. Getting a lot of mileage out of that one, baby. Is this the new one? Another oddball one, I see. Mimose smiled as she stared fixedly at the froggy keychain Bond had just purchased.
でも可愛いじゃない?
But my, if it isn't cute.
そりゃ新作じゃ
It's
な
not
い
a new one.
先週
It's the one from last week. That
えっと
what was its name again? Bond glanced over at Yua as if pleading for help.
涙目
The
ゲロカイ
teary froggy. Big crybaby. It's like Takumi.
ああそうそう
Yeah, that. I call it annoyed. In the end, Takumi was the Noid all along. Now I get it. Truly tragic.
ごめんね、ゆあちゃん。
I'm so sorry
こ
for
んな
putting you
むさ苦
through
しい
that,
おじさん
Yua.
に付き合わされて
Having to keep this
大変
unpleasant
で
old
し
man
ょう。
company must have been awful. This song feels like it's from 999, definitely. Oh, that's not.
ひでえなもん
Ouch. Come on, Momo-chan. You and I both know it's not every day you find a middle-aged guy as dandy as me. With Bond's half-joking protest falling on deaf ears, the president of Frieza served Yua some tea. Heaving a deep sigh, Bond sat down in the chair and glanced around the office. The employees of Frieza, who usually worked well into the night, had actually returned home on time today. Each worker's schedule was arranged to tell this exact tale on the whiteboard. Thanks to their departures, despite the sun having only just set, the office was completely silent, as if it were the dead of night.
でももちゃん
So, Momo,
進行のことを
you end up
調べ
looking
て
into
くれたね
Faithworks? Before riding the train from Shinjuku, Bond had called Mimose in advance and asked her to look into Faithworks.
その前に
Before we get into that, try just Googling it, old man. Smile still on her face, Mimose glanced over at Yua, who was sipping her teacup from her teacup.
ゆあちゃん、お茶を飲んだら帰った方が
I
いいわ
really do think you should head on home once you're done with your tea.
日も暮れたし、
It's getting dark.
ご両親が心
Won't your
配するで
parents
し
be
ょ。
worried about you? Yua realized what the intent behind Mimose's words were. Whatever the conversation that would soon take place was in fact not meant for Yua's ears.
私のこと心配してくれているんですか？
Worried about me?
そうよ。
Why, of course, dear. No, I'm just trying to get you to leave. Take the hint. Chug the tea and go. Mimose nodded with a serious look on her face. Although thankful for her consideration, Yua shook her head definitely in response.
私
I'm not going anywhere. I'll do anything in my power if it means I get closer to the truth
何
behind
だって
Mia's
するつも
death.
りです。
あなたはこれ以
You
上
really shouldn't
関
get
わるべきじ
yourself
ゃ
more
ない。
involved than you already have. Oh, I think this is what I might have been thinking of Mana was. Mana? Maybe I was confusing her with Mia.
私もトップに
I'm well past the point of being an outsider. I've done absolutely zero investigating and only have fucked up every conclusion so far. I better get closer. An imposing, unwavering resolve dwelt within Yua's words. Mimose was perplexed at the unexpected opposition.
意外と頑固ね。
Surprisingly stubborn for a young lady.
まここでのけ者にするの
What'd you think of the Mana scene? I feel like it confirms that this whole thing is a simulation, and that people are stuck inside the simulation. That was my thought process of it. But maybe it's just confirmation bias on my own theory. and it feels like Homeless Man is time traveled Takumi or something. Was the vibe I was getting from that? Benching her this far into the game would be a tad cruel, don't you think? If push comes to shove, we can leave her with the guys at the station for a while. Mose was forced to sigh in response to Bond's nonchalant attitude. Do you even have that kind of authority? Well, though I may not look it, I do belong in the world's finest criminal investigations division, courtesy of the TMPD. Is that so? Upon pacifying Bond to a suitable degree, Momose stared intently at Yua. Under no circumstances are you to disclose anything you hear from this point forward. This is a matter of life and death. You need to understand this. Me hugging a picture of a teddy bear, man, I love Bond. True, true. Yua nodded, her expression far stiffer than before. I mean, who is Yua going to express this information to? Yua has no other friends. You better not tell anyone. Who would I tell? Upon seeing that, Momose sighed once more, then proceeded to take a seat. Mose, hunching her already rotund body forward, operated the mouse connected to her laptop. So, what popped up about FaithWorks? Man, imagine not being able to just like Google this from your phone. Let's just say your gut was right on the mark. Both Bond and you appeared at the monitor from behind Mose. FaithWorks Ltd. Parent company is Kozupii Technology. Kozupii Technology? Kozupii? The top thing is so funny. Don't you feel stupid for not realizing that's what Kozupii stands for? Noah Organization of Medical Instruments. Dang it. That must be something that was like lost in translation, I take it. Of course. Noah is my favorite organization. That's just in the OG Japanese. Oh, really? Five years ago, FaithWorks merged into Kozupii Group, and from that point forward, one after another, all of their products became a big hit. Star. Insanely popular item. They're hopping off the shelves. God, this is such an early 2000s, or like late 90s, early 2000s site. Order over 10 and shipping's free. Is there anyone out there that doesn't know about this incredibly popular, ugly, cute character? We're selling merchandise for them. That acronym, yeah. Definitely. We pay special attention to make sure their unique expression comes to life in our merchandise. Join the craze! 1,800 yen, so that's like 18 bucks. Wow, for a keychain? Wild. We're exploding with froggies. Check out all the latest sales and snatch them up. Spend 5,000 yen for free shipping. Wait, that doesn't track. Spend 5,000 yen for free shipping. Order over 10 and shipping is free. But if the price is 1,800 yen individually, you would spend more than 5k yen with less than 10. It's a scam! What a fucking scam website. What's the math on that? You would only need to buy, like, what? Eddie came in, they didn't give a fuck. Divided by 1,800. So you'd only need to buy, like, 3 to get free shipping. But then they put down here, order over 10 and shipping is free. The scam is real, bro. Yeah, shipping's free if you order 3 of them. I can't believe the corrupt, evil organization that's launching the Noah Project, bent on bending the world to its very whim, would just lie about how many frogs you need to buy from their website? At the very least, say 5. 10 is such an egregious number. You know, scam the people out of 2, maybe. But scamming them out of 7? That's where I draw the line. Fuck is that noise outside? I don't think you guys can hear it, but what the fuck? You could hear it? Okay, so it's not just me? It's that fucking loud? Hang on a second. Not anymore. It was 2 snowplow trucks driving like right behind each other, which seems like that doesn't make sense. When you both not need to go down the same road. That's why it was so loud, because there was 2 of them. But like, shouldn't the first one be plowing everything? Whatever, man. I'm not driving the truck, what do I know? Maybe it would take a couple runs. It's not just the froggies. Handbags made in China, reusable shopping bags made in Thailand, some sleek-looking pants. Oh, well, let's see the pants then. What's more, this company's way of selling their products is especially peculiar. All of their new products are launched exclusively on the weekends. Okay. Is it just because I live in America where consumerism is king, but like launching stuff on like a weekend or a Friday doesn't seem like that weird to me. Like you launch stuff on Friday. That's like what you do. So people can go do it, like get it over the weekend. That seems so like so normal. Weekends. That word stuck out especially to Bond. Launching on a day other than Monday, but that's when the business week starts. Could it have something to do with the GE, right? Whether it's a coincidence or simply inevitable, the reason why FaceWorks products are such a big hit is thanks to the fluctuations in the GE rate. That much is certain. Or people just have the free time to go buy stuff on the weekend. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Remember that graph I showed you before? Like, I would never go to the mall to buy anything on a weekday after work. After a long day of work, I don't want to go to the fucking mall. I would do it like on a weekend. When I had a free day. I mentioned that ever since around 5 years ago, the values would always go up on the weekends. That lines up perfectly with FaithWorks and Nozumi Group merger. Do you think FaithWorks might be manipulating the rate? FaithWorks is not that big of a company, so I don't see that being possible. Which leaves the parent company, Nozumi. They're definitely suspicious. With the whole group at their fingertips, manipulating the GE rate would be a piece of cake. Do you know how conspiracy theorist you sound right now? Ridiculous. Nozumi's a given, but that's not the only strange thing about FaithWorks. Once I went back and took a look at the funds that trickled in when it was being founded, a real big shot came up. A big shot? Yeah, it's typically someone that's referred to as a big deal, Bon. Yes. Inohanu Kozu. Well, if it isn't the leader of the Meiwa party. Indeed. Although at the time of FaithWorks' establishment, he was still part of the Democratic Liberal Party. Man, those damn liberals. Manipulating the GE rates. It's all connected! Just like what happened with Professor Ota, as well as the earthquakes from a while back, the Meiwa party has been putting pressure on the media to keep them from covering stuff that might be related to the GE rate. And about the GE rate graph. After investigating a few various sources, I found yet another interesting pattern. As of now, there were two aspects of the GE rates that Mimose had her attention on. First, the fact that they consistently rose each and every weekend. The maximum values themselves were not particularly notable, but aside from the New Year's, Golden Week, and the Bond Festival, they always went up without fail. And second, the drastic rise following earthquakes for both the quake 2 months ago, in which there were 8 fatalities, and the quake a week ago, in which there were more than 100, the GE rate had shown an extreme upsurge for a short amount of time. So this connects to my theory of the, like them messing with the simulation by choosing to create the earthquakes. But one thing I will say, how are they able to access the GE rate if this is something that Nozumi would be trying, or like the Nozumi Corporation would be trying to cover up, right? How is this public info? Like, what's tracking this? Like, if they're able to shut down the media from talking about GE rates, how are they not able to show whatever, or shut down whatever this GE rate calculator thing is that shows, like, fucking trends and data and differences? Like, where's she getting this info from? They can silence the media, but they can't shut down this website? So, about the third pattern. Actually, a good question. I mean, you know, add it to the pile of questions. These spikes only happened 4 times in the past 5 years. And the times they appeared were inconsistent. The values weren't as high as when the earthquakes hit, but they were still fairly high. First, I didn't understand what it all meant. But as I looked into it, I managed to find something that would fit that description. Something that only happened 4 times over 5 years. Does anyone else have a reason to explain what just happened? Huh. Yeah, my chat window disappeared when I clicked it. Weird. Okay, there we go. Look at the top right. GER. Gyros. Okay, but still, how does she have access to this? Don't they own the company making the frogs? So shouldn't this information only be accessible to them? Huh.
もったいぶらずに教えろよ。
Could you tone down the song and dance and just tell us?
選挙よ。
The elections.
衆参合わせて
If we
4
take
度
into
行われた
account
選
both
挙
houses of the Diet
その
and
4回
the
の
four times
GE レート
elections
上
were
昇の
held
日は
recently,
完
the
全に
days when
同
the
じだ
GE rate spiked match up perfectly. Bond stroked his unshaven chin with a stern look on his face. Like, even if FaithWorks is getting this data, right? FaithWorks is owned by Nezumi, so why would Nezumi want this information relatable to anybody? Yeah, I know. Garo Froggies. FaithWorks. Or is that just a funny thing? Am I taking it too seriously by assuming that now this website was made by FaithWorks? Have I gone too deep? Yeah, but... Anyway, we'll just assume Momoa is actually a hacker-chan. And she contacted Daru for all this gravitation error rate data. Bond stroked his unshaven chin with a stern look on his face. She's a very good investigator. Yeah, I guess. The elections were the opposition party. The Miwa party made great strides and became the ruling party, if I remember right. That was
4年前ですね
4 years ago, wasn't it? Yes. Yua was very into politics when she was fucking 12.
そして井ノ原幸三が民
It
主
was
党を
5
電撃
years
的に離
ago
党し
when
て
Inohana Kozu suddenly left the Democratic Liberal Party, then joined the Miwa party soon after. Heavy silence hugged the air around the three of them.
なんだか
If I'm
私
being honest,
お話を聞いていたら
this is a little bit frightening,
怖くなってきました
because everyone was kung fu fighting. Yua's voice trembled slightly as she murmured.
私もびっくり
I
だ
was surprised myself. I didn't
ここま
expect
で
all
キ
these
ーワー
things
ド
to
が
line
ぴっ
up
たり
so
当てはまるなん
perfectly.
てね
まだ状況証拠でしか
Though to be clear, this is all still circumstantial.
それでも G レート
Even then, the only reason we came to realize this stuff was because we looked into the GE rate.
知らなかった
Had we brushed it aside, we'd be lost right now. As he said that, Bond nonchalantly retrieved his favorite handheld fan and began waving at it himself.
ところで
By the way,
調べた女子高生の生態
you two mind if we talk about that one high school girl I looked into? Mimose, bewildered by Bond's sudden change of topic, stared daggers at the detective.
あのねい
For
きなり
goodness
そんな
sake, you
くだら
really
ない
should
こと言
leave
い出
such
すんじゃない
nonsense
わ
at
よ
home. Yua is right
Right,
there.
Jack.
Could you please
Who's that?
think
Come
twice
on.
before opening your mouth? Yeah, your GE rate stuff's cool, Grandma, but I got a fucking theory about this high school chick I saw.
ね
Come on, don't be like that. A slight smirk colored Bond's face, but his eyes did not match such a sentiment. Man, we're really focusing on his eyes being fucking dead inside. I think this is like the 6th or 7th time like we've had a dialogue line about like in general they've been like Bond smiled, but in his eyes he was truly the look of a dead man. Like we get it. Bond's fucking depressed. It's about Aoi. Actually, to be more accurate, it's about Hatano Seina. For some reason, she's been using her mother's maiden name as of late. Apparently, her father, Hatoi Ishin, went missing. God, nobody in this family has names I can pronounce. And his whereabouts are currently unknown. But what we do know is that he's actually a former employee of Nozumi Technology. What do you mean? I mean what I said. Simple as that. Nozumi Technology was a company that primarily developed software for use in medical equipment. The Nozumi Group had begun with Nozumi Technology, but through repeated mergers and acquisitions, it had become one of Japan's top leading conglomerates. 6 months ago, Hatano Seina's mother and 1-year-old little sister passed away under mysterious circumstances. Her father's disappearance came right after that. Hatano Seina then caused a massive ruckus as she ran away from the facility she was entrusted to at the time. Hatano Isina. Okay. What facility was that? It's called Tenjin Dorm. It's a non-profit rehabilitation facility to the public, that is. To the public? Are you suggesting there's something else to it? Well, when you know, it has this one sponsor, one that just so happens to be the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. Is this like the Scientology equivalent of this game? Mimose grimaced at those words. She then spoke once more, her tone now clearly exasperated. Yet another name with an awful lot of troublesome baggage behind it. I should also mention that this dorm is under a different name up until 2 years ago. Arkheart Medical. Ooh. And by sheer coincidence, the charismatic persona that's rocking Shibuya's young people, Fez, or rather Kishimoto, was staying there too. Although it seems like her and Senya just barely passed each other by. Bond then leaned forward toward Mimosa and Yua. Well, there you go. But here's where things get interesting. Arkheart Medical, unlike Tenjin Dorm, was a medical facility. They treated patients suffering from mental illnesses. However, 2 years ago, Arkheart Medical suddenly became the non-profit Tenjin Dorm, a rehab facility. Due to all that, all the psychiatrists got discharged, but every single one of those same doctors got employed at the AH Tokyo General Hospital in Yoyogi. Didn't the victim of the numbskull case work in that hospital? Yeah. Takashima. Takashina, if memory serves. He was a psychiatrist at the hospital. Incidentally, the director is on pretty good terms with Inohana. There's his name again. I'm getting really tired, so now I'm misreading stuff that I'm pretty basic about. We might have to wrap this up kind of soon. We have been going for like 8 hours. We'll get to a good ending spot.
ユアちゃん
Yua.
君が追ってた西条
That Takumi kid you were
実
after?
は
He actually visited Tokyo General Hospital 3 times this month.
3回訪れてる
そう
Is that so?
警察がずっと
The police were following him the whole time. We know that one for a fact. Oh, so all of his delusions of God's gaze were just the police following him around. Easy.
しかも西条に
Furthermore, there are even records of him being hospitalized for a few years ago. And his attending physician, Takashina.
高階文雄だ
Okay, but these records would have been added as a delusion by Remy, right? If I'm understanding that correctly. These are not real records. She just added those. What's really strange, though, is his medical records. He got in at 10 years old. A few years later, about 2 years ago, the record stopped, and there's no record of him being discharged.
誰かが改ざんしたのかしら。
Could someone have falsified the documents? It's up in the air, really.
そこまでは調べが回ら
That
な
was
い
about as far as I got.
まあ
Oh,
それと
and one more thing in regards to Sena.
最近
There's a high school student named Kozu,
折原
Kozupii, that she's been palling around with. She's a classmate of Takumi's. Started about a month ago when she transferred in.
この子も結構な
This little lady has quite the backstory to her. He's just researching all the girls.
折原の父親
Her father is an employee at one of the Nozumi Group affiliates.
元は広島の方に住ん
They
で
used to live over in
折原
Hiroshima.
梢の
While she
同級
was
生
there, an
3
incident
人
occurred with 3 students in her grade who were attacked by some unknown person and suffered serious injuries. Unknown.
3人とも
Apparently, all 3 of them got their right arms lopped off by some bladed weapon. A horrible state of affairs. Yeah, who could have done that? What a psychotic monster!
折原もその場にいや
Orihara happened to be present there
彼
that
女が
day.
犯人じゃね
There
え
were
か
doubts about whether or not she was the culprit, but she wasn't arrested, on the grounds that the murder weapon didn't exist. I mean, couldn't she have just hidden it? That seems like a bad reason to not kill anybody, or to not arrest anybody for murder. Well, we didn't find the gun, so it couldn't have been you.
それで地元に
The grapevine says it got too hard for them to stick around up there after all that, so they moved there. So they moved here.
凶器が存在しない？
The murder weapon didn't exist? Don't you mean they couldn't find it?
ああ
No.
存在しない
It full on doesn't exist. They don't even know what was used to cut him up.
分かってない犯行は折原
The crime happened in such a way that no one other than Orihana could have done it. But even if she was the culprit, it was impossible for her to both pull the weapon out of nowhere and hide it somewhere.
どこかに隠すことも不可能だった
Why? Why would the assumption be that the weapon was pulled out of nowhere?
かまいたち現象じゃ
The
ない
debate
か
raged pretty hard on this fact, to the point where some argued whether or not it was the Kamitachi phenomenon,
何もないところから剣を取り出す手
a
順。
magic trick involving someone pulling out a sword from nowhere.
かもしれねえな
That's just speculation. Who knows?
君が
This feels wrong. Didn't murder them, by the way. That was an accident. Should just be weapon. Wait, what? Oh, you mean here the weapon didn't exist? Soon TM. You guys should just wait to update the patch until I finish the game. Use me as the beta tester to point out all the glitches. I just don't get why this, the thought would be that she pulled the weapon out of nowhere. Wouldn't they just assume she, like, had it in her pocket and then chucked it or something? Yua. As if trying to stop herself from trembling, hunched down towards her knees, then began to stroke both of her arms with her hands.
何かとても大きな意志が
It's hard to put my
働いてい
finger
る
on
よう
it,
な
but it's as if some much greater will than we know is at play here. Oh, greater will, that's what Fez said! It's all connected. Wow. Are you saying the greater will as if it's the will of the simulation surrounding us all, providing us with our own delusions to make us happy? Who knows? Due to the nature of the job, I can't really afford to subscribe to conspiracy theories like that. But just this once, I might have to. You know what you guys can't afford? To not subscribe to my channel. Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell button below for more notifications on further streams that I'm going to be doing, like playing through the rest of this game and all the other endings. Maybe playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Atomic Heart next week. Other cool games. Subscribe. The Meiwa Party and the Nozumi Group. Kubai is obsessed with the simulation as Takumi is with whose eyes are those eyes. I'm just obsessed with people subscribing. That's all. MGS? Oh, you want me to play Metal Gear Solid? I have been curious about playing it. I've just been in the mood for experiencing nonsensical stories, you know what I mean? I watched a video on someone trying to explain the plot of Metal Gear Solid. It was a 2-hour video and I still didn't get it. So now I just kind of want to play it for myself and see if I can figure out what's going on. Those both seem related to the GE rate. These two groups, Meiwa and Nozumi. The Cosmic Church of the Divine Light might yield some gold if I dig just right. Never did have pleasant rumors surrounding it. Sipping some of her tea, Momose shrugged her shoulders. Never cease to amaze me, Ban. Putting aside even your own job just to look into strange leads like this. For getting down to brass tacks, wouldn't it be your fault for cluing me in on the GE ray? That may be true, but... Well, don't blame me if you get yourself booted from the investigation. Shouldn't... this might be another typo. Shouldn't cluing in? Shouldn't that E not be there? Not to be the grammar police. If you put an E in there. Oh no. I guess that's right. The American Heritage Dictionary says it wouldn't have the E. But freedictionary.com says it would. Merriam-Webster says it would have the E, so never mind. That's gotta be true. We heard it from Mr. Dictionary themselves. Having the E is right.
なんだから、あんたって
You
人は。
baffle me with how genuinely tactless you are, I'll say that much. E. Those words were neither of those of astonishment nor of condemnation, but rather a fairly roundabout way of praising him. But Mose, despite her words, acknowledged Bon in his pursuits.
おっと
Oh,
電話だ
I've got a call coming in. I hope this is like another one of those calls that's about like his gang stalking. Because again, I kind of want that like creepy edge. I mean, obviously there's a lot of creepy things going on, but that was like, again, my favorite moment of Steins Gate is when Okabe gets texted that like plate of jelly. That's my favorite fucking moment of Steins Gate. Bon's cell phone let out an electronic tune. Looking at the display, he saw the caller was a restricted number. Ooh. Exciting.
もしもし
Hello? Loud static could be heard from the other end. Bon took the phone away from his ear and looked at the display once more. His connection was good, so he was likely not the issue. It must have been the caller causing the problem. Bon brought his ear close to the phone, believing that the call was coming from someplace far away, and then You May Pass started playing.
おい
Who's this? Back off. This was one of the anonymous, threatening phone calls he had been receiving recently. The mechanical-sounding voice was likely due to the use of a voice changer. Bon let out an audible laugh before proceeding to answer.
ああんたかいい加減名乗って
Oh, look who it is! You know, it keeps bugging me I don't know your name. Mind giving me something to call you by?
手を
Besides, you're telling me to back off? But what am I supposed to be backing off from?
何か
You have to be specific, or else how am I gonna know?
そこ
Back off. They always hung up there. Always after saying back off twice. The pattern repeated itself so often it was practically routine. Not as creepy as I was hoping. No matter how much Bon tried to speak with them, there was never an answer. But on this day, that would finally change. Or else.
あ
Huh? Who's this? I'm sorry. I was careless. Upon hearing that, Bon finally understood whose distressed voice it was on the other end of the call.
諏訪か
Sua? Yeah. They nabbed me. Out of nowhere.
誰にやった
Who nabbed you? Where are you right now? I don't know who did it. They had a black ski mask.
相手は一人なんだな
How many are there? Just one? They're just letting him talk. They're letting Sua talk a lot.
おい
You alright, kid? Talk to me. Help me, sir. I'm an age to...
諏訪おい
Sua? Answer me, Sua. No matter how much Bon called out to him, there was no response from the other end of the call. With a click of his tongue, Bon hung up. But Mose and Yua were looking at Bon with intense concern.
スワちゃんに何かあったの？
Did something happen to Sua? Yeah, I think he's at AH Tokyo General Accounting. I don't know, he couldn't get the whole thing out. Bon stood up and lightly slapped his cheeks twice.
諏訪が人質に取られた
Sua's been taken hostage. Seems like they brought him to AH Tokyo General Hospital. Whoa, that's a dramatic leap. It could be any AH Tokyo something.
まさか
Oh no.
名和と
The Meiwa party?
ああ分かんない
I got no clue. But what I do know is I can't stay here.
応援を頼んだ方がい
You
い。
should call for reinforcements.
大ごとにしたらそれこそ諏
If
訪
we make a bunch of fuss, Sua won't be alive for long. I'll go alone. Yua's gonna be like, no! Take me with you! Bon placed his favorite handheld fan on top of the table, close to where Mose's hands rested. Following this, he took a good long look at each of the girls. His demeanor was that of an entirely different person's. The unreliable middle-aged detective that he'd so often played was nowhere to be seen. All there was now was an intense, fearless expression on his face.
ももちゃんとゆあちゃんもどこかに身を隠せ。
I wish they gave him a sprite of him, like, standing up straight for this moment. Like him being serious. That would be cool. Momoa, Yua, you two go hide somewhere safe, got it? If the perspective shifts to another person, I think it's time to wrap up here. Yeah, this seems like Takumi. This is 8 hours in. I think this is a good spot to wrap for the day. We gotta end on a cliffhanger. And the cliffhanger for today is what happened to Sua? If he got kidnapped, does that mean he's not the killer? Will I be wrong on another theory? I guess not the killer, but the guy who baited Takumi to go to the rooftop because of the spider thing. Find out next time. How will you find out next time? I hear you asking. Cubai, when will I know when you stream next? By subscribing, of course, and hitting the bell button. If you subscribe, I'll show up on your subscription feed, and if you hit the bell button, you'll get notifications of when my stream goes live, so that way you don't miss it. Drop a like on the video too if you can. That always helps boost it in the old YouTube algorithm. And join my Discord channel. The Discord channel has been really active lately, so feel free to join. Just keep chatting with everybody. I appreciate it when you guys do join. It's always fun to talk with you guys about whatever and random stuff. All kinds of fun things. Are you still thinking it's a simulation partly? I do think it's still at least partly a simulation. I'm gonna die on that hill. Absolutely. That Project Noah is like projecting all of these illusions on people in Shibuya. That's the point of Project Noah. So maybe it's not directly inside a computer, but like they are currently under the influence of Project Noah. And like in a simulated environment. Much like how Aoi's mother was like seeing the real baby despite it being dead. I'm going to take another small break from Chaos Head for tomorrow's stream. I'm going to stream some Yu-Gi-Oh! Tomorrow, Friday night. Because a new event starts in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and I want to stream that, or a little bit of my venture into this new event. And then Saturday, we'll be back with Chaos Head. So those of you who are watching VODs, you got a whole day to catch up with this, or you can hang out with me at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Stream tomorrow. Either way, I appreciate both. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Leave some comments below. A couple of you have been commenting on the VODs, even though you've missed the live streams, and that's really cool. I always read all the notifications, but sometimes it takes me a minute to respond to the VOD comments, but I do read them. I get the notifications set up for any comment on any stream or VOD of mine. So please keep them coming. I appreciate people who haven't been in the, even if you haven't been in the chat, if you're still commenting, that's still cool. I still appreciate getting those types of interactions. I always, like I said, I always do these streams just to talk with you guys, really. That's the main part of it. Talk with you guys in the chat, talk with you guys in the Discord, read your comments. I get around to responding to them eventually, even if I'm slow at it. But I do read them, know that. So thanks for that. I think that's it. That covers everything, right? Subscribe, bell button, so you don't miss out on the streams. Like the video, just for me, so I can continue to be vain. Buy AI Somnium files or watch my stream of it, because we spent 30 minutes talking about that. Yeah, join the Discord. Just come hang out, be a part of the community, chill, vibe, all that good stuff. Yeah, that's it. Have a good night, everyone, and I will see you all tomorrow and the next day. 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 And the day after that. Alright.